Okay. Almost ready. Can you hear me? Audie, you there? Okay, excellent. I'm in invitation. You should have it. Do you have the invitation? Invitation? You got it. And you sent it? Okay, I'm underscore rabbi. Oh wait, I'm not. I'm the rabbi. G. Okay, so what you are? I couldn't. Just add me, rabbi. Well, it says your Audi doesn't exist. Why the IE?
Right here. Underscore in between the two.
All right. Or no. What is your picture? I see. right. You have invitation
The bulk and everything.
picture. Did you take that picture? Did you take that picture? Gotcha. All right. Did you get my invitation? Okay. You're not going to use Audi do. All right. You an invitation. All right. Do you have it?
Firefighters, Central Fire and Meat Valley are now when she got hers, winds, fires already burned 125 acres, and so I read to the friends of mine for a whole year. Got some money for this. Fires passed, and there have been evacuations. Burned 100 acres, 50% surrounded, and all evacuation orders. As you've been hearing Mark talk about, the Senate is now a series of amendments. Beautiful bill known as Obama is the threat for the massive spending Republicans have enough votes. House and time to meet the president's
we got that money and buckets. And my mom told me,
Prime Minister Carney in Canada came to President of the United States of
board the
America. The
Bulgarian
White House
plane,
of Canada has
those
plans
will
for
be
a
at the
digital
Belgrade,
services
that's
tax, which would have imposed a 3% companies. ABC's Karen Trout reports because of the
my
the
boss,
two
my
countries have now received
only another my mom
sweet
ran
tax
to
Canada and said he would end all
the airport
tariff rates
created
in the next week. 5% tariff on some goods from Canada and a 50%
the plane.
the two sides previously said
She
the
said,
deadline was July 21st. Sunny highs
we're going to take the train the night before.
Vegas, Nevada, loaded with behind the desert, loaded with 76 beaches,
Bozos, that's good.
7 in Laguna Woods, the same Rancho Santa Margarita. We have one today. Northbound, White Oaks, 6th Street. They did get that over to the right shoulder, Chester. Big Commerce, 7th South of Washington. About that accident, only semi-clear to the shore. 7th South of the right. The single fan is in there.
Well, that's a lot.
Right.
Yeah,
New
that's all
accident. Here, the 2 right lane.
You cannot have
With
your
some
butcher
California
shop.
reports, I'm Jimmy Norman.
Maybe you can have a radio history. You can't open a business like sell things. So you've got a job. Everybody makes all the money. All I would do is and you can only
In other words, if you were a doctor or a garbage man, we all started at the same age.
Search on American.
More money,
Easy to take.
10 years, 10 years.
What if you just one drive?
Then they give you the next step up.
60 is Trump drive. Public service and transportation.
My dad's station.
My name is Paula, a medium and a host. It's
So
not
basically, all
just
you
about
got is
connecting
food,
with
and you look like money when
learning through them. And
And the other people that were like wealthy, people that were connected to the state.
on the White Radio and
There's no
the journey of
there was the government later on that with corruption and whatever, you know, he maybe had a fancy house and like your house.
So you take the train to I still
listen to Stray on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcast.
Belgrade, and Belgrade to the airport.
Big beautiful bill.
We stood in line and there was a bunch of young people playing my age. And then they were talking, like staying aside. We don't tell anybody anything.
And they're working very hard to do priority.
They
Final parts of the spending bill. In a process that isn't expected to wrap up until Wednesday. To be seen if Republicans have
we didn't know what
deadline. The White House says
they would be in
Prime Minister called
special
President
like
Trump
a transit
is targeting
areas
was ending all talks because of the tax
wait,
yeah,
probably no comparison to Canada.
you know how to get you from the Canada. It's not a stop trying to get up.
Way too advanced.
Yeah. They so in so that's when I understood. We don't have a passport. I was a pilot. So you don't need to do anything. So basically, the desire of the communist, so that's why I went to Cuba. So
iHeart is America's #1 podcast
it's the
network.
Warsaw
More podcasts like this.
yeah,
2021.
so,
Out of nowhere
well,
and promises to make
and as much as you want, they could change whatever you want. Yeah, but if you want to go to the public, no way.
when I start recording,
The embassy is 99% of the time. So, approaching Cuba, and now talking
until
into
I bring this calm
people in the plane. I'm thinking of Bulgaria, the other half.
Listen on my camera on Once Upon a Con.
Like stuff like that. We can't be working on stuff.
So-called sanctuary city.
So I started talking to one of the guys here. What's the plan? He said, well, so you do get help.
Transparent. The details from situations have parts of the wildfire percentages. President Trump's so-called big beautiful bill is unclear if Republicans have enough votes to get by the 4th of
So they were
July.
saying, somebody tried to stop us, which is jumping, like, go, and as soon as we land, you see this first stop. It's down there. You tell them, we're really good inside.
Thompson sitting in, always fun.
And in Paris was 7 years.
We're watching folding stories.
White and ice. decided
Bill
to
and
become
the
boss.
Motorama that's going out, I just mentioned a moment ago.
And it was so freaking cold.
Break
Playing
in
to
the
the
firefighter
like
tragedy.
like this. It wasn't a long walk,
Top of the hour.
but it was probably like I would say 25. We were so excited. I mean, you were on cold. I just remember like somebody steal hours and hammer right in the forehead. It was so cold in here before like
Democratic primary there won by the Ron Donnie. And
the separate
it was rise 62 that this about could rise.
Nobody was saying anything until we were probably like half an hour. They were saying we're gonna do this, we're gonna do that. No trust at all.
Is the
You can never tell what's going on. I mean, they're immediately somebody going on stage.
mainstream Democrats.
You think this was something that was
Not much people
Well, actually, I know because when
it
it started, I think November, somebody figured it out,
you know,
and it talked sometimes to me.
they're
I just got up. And you got Dave, I mean, it was just like
the
a
system they are.
cops,
They're going to have
cops look like our cops.
then
And we said we would do it next time.
and
And I was told not to bring any luggage, so I went in the carry. I was told people don't know anything about
this guy. So Ron
they said
Donnie,
because
he's got breakthrough ideas. He's saying, hey, I'm going to tax the rich.
no unpacking is and
I'm the cleanest
kitchen.
by taxing the wealth and living
Nobody
large.
stays on the plane.
Okay,
They don't.
I don't know whether you agree or disagree. I was just intrigued by this guy.
I had $300 of
Probably
visa travel.
in LA. Almost, you know,
I had no
person with a pipe is running you down.
back in the day,
Highest levels of LA administration.
right.
Socialist Canada.
so they
Big idea. In Los
travelers checks.
Angeles, I want to point out right
So
away
in
before
order
we
to
even
get
into this
in
one,
on
I'll
the
just
first
take this
round,
around.
they said so
I think it was more than unlikely. Version ahead of time, at least the one that I don't think I really want to
sign
up.
the same
This is a city that's not
they were
governed
signed
like
both
New
places
York.
already. But
When you're the mayor of New York, you stuff.
that was the idea
When you're
behind
the
it.
mayor of New York,
I had stashed another
actually,
another
not a lot of political
and
resistance.
for
It's a strong,
caused a little trouble for me.
it's one of the most powerful politicians as a local executive you can have.
Anyway, so
All
we're
the
careful.
agencies in the budget
And
report to the mayor.
just to back up a bit,
Appoint
so I got so on Monday
New
I was still putting the dead Wednesday I was in Bulgaria and I'm walking out
Think of
and
it.
I
Donald
called
Trump is now. You know how
his wife
Donald Trump is shaking,
and I go, hey, what's
shaking
going on?
America by taking radically when things are done. We get to the
That was
mayor
it. On Wednesday,
that is
I don't
not
have it.
in LA.
And like
We have a
works with immigration,
strong council system here.
the
Right?
Canadian immigration, because
LA
it's
mayor has
scary.
unilateral authority.
So
I'm
they
not
come
saying
off the
LA
plane,
mayor who is doesn't
comes
matter
off of the plane,
when matters,
and he
right?
starts into
The mayor proposes
question.
members of the city council.
Aloha.
I'm sitting
What a
there,
great word.
it's like, so what you
Those are
you should do come here.
the city
So I
council.
couldn't tell this is like, so when they asked me to smoke,
Use
you're
as
smoking,
contractor. A lot of key powers that
just shut up.
mayor
I'm not
they rest with this.
so they take me to this room and then they
You want to
some food, like bread, and that came
You really want to work that shit? I get it. Everybody wants to be mayor.
have some rich bridges.
But we're more like the city council that
What do you do that?
does commissions.
But they didn't know, so they didn't know what to do with it. I mean, I like that I brought a suit, but they know
Housing, police, and public works in Los Angeles. The
So,
mayor cannot, in LA, delegate power across all these different structures.
all right,
The
so
way
it's
it's set
$60
up,
for cigarettes, $60 for
it
cigarettes.
doesn't concentrate power in the seat of the
Wow.
mayor.
Get it.
Being ahead of the
So,
mill,
and
even if you have a socialist
Big
mayor,
Russell stuff.
I understand that Christie knows real
Get
socialist mayor.
that's what
Yeah, right.
check it. They just get
What is being proposed in New York is, that's a radical change.
Just wait outside.
Not
I mean, there's a cab.
the expressed desire of the mayor's part to change things. The mayor would be the city.
Said you all go cab.
I'll talk about what can happen here with a transformative
And the
change.
real yellow cab in my life, you know. Like, you know, you're like, you're super excited. So
Here is the
we
latest. The
sit
federal
in,
government
people sitting in the
Justice
back.
Department has announced what it calls the largest
You know,
healthcare
for
shutdown in American history. For the hour,
the size of the other
the only business operating in high 70s. This report brought to you by Macy's. National 105
So they take a cab to a big hotel. That hotel was called the Fox Walk Hotel. And I came in the lobby, like,
To the right shoulder.
it
So
was a
downtown
brand
LA,
new,
the 110 North End
nobody
6th Street.
was there.
Now,
So we went there.
60 eastbound right over
Again,
Route
with a
is
king
blocking
size,
the left over to 57 South
never seen a
Metro
lot of them in my life.
Looks like an earlier accident. Moved over to the right
And-
shoulder. California's Jay Harmon.
Yeah. I'm really happy. You know, right here, this whole bunch of things.
iHeartRadio.
Sorry to bother you this late, but this was our restaurant is nice to you guys.
Steve can always have them stored online. Or simple. Listen from the other
Free number one for music.
How good? How good?
Podcast from our library.
Half of what? No, that was the only thing.
Oh, really?
Yeah, they had made fries, made both fries. Hey,
Potentially. Right.
it was delicious. So we ate, and the next day, we did it and spent all in Gander.
No one had ever saw.
Goes to a different place, was a resort, was a flight fishing resort. Beautiful area. The weather was cold as soon as the sun comes out and it hits like 40 degrees. Kids are with shorts and tank tops ready to sleep. They're excited, you know. It's kids.
Yeah.
You see kids here swimming. And much warmer, so your body actually adjusts to that. So it's not a big deal. I mean, so we were bored all day. So we were in this resort and
But not that close. Probably like 50 yards away.
we had one right before the door. He's like 15, 14 feet high. He's just like a huge animal. So we called the guy at the skaters and who's here, but I'm wait inside for a little bit. And he's they come here all the time. So some guy when I like, so he come out to a party place. They were partying like probably like 1 or something. We waited for waiting for him. They was done and they said, now you can move around. And I had my best friend to Montreal.
Listen and follow this podcast. Number one for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one app.
He's an artist.
Find
And he
you
made
everywhere. There are ways to hear radio.
escape.
Android app at iHeartRadio.com. Here's another way.
We're excited that I have friends in Montreal.
Radio stations and podcasts, or even easy player screen in the iHeartRadio app for an event. You can calculate to your Sonos network
But then I
from within the iHeartRadio app. If you've got Sonos speakers throughout your house, have iHeartRadio throughout your house too. Everywhere. The iHeartRadio. Get out for free now. iHeartRadio. Want to listen? iHeartRadio is there.
So I did it. I had to go and
Elon
2-hour bus
Musk
trip.
described Trump's massive spending as utterly insane
And the
Republican Senator Roy Mullen dismissed
Montreal.
the
When
concerns
you
on
go to the
NBC's
whole
press.
Respect Elon, I think he's
and
right.
it goes snowing. This guy was like,
Yeah, I have to.
I told him about that.
Senator added he's confident the president's one
Yeah.
will
Also, you got him.
I think the emergency.
You guys had him with that.
They wanted to.
Water. Yeah,
digital services tax targeting technology firms. His
and
comments after the president said the U.S. was in because that play additional tax.
yeah, we're all out of regular part-time jobs.
From Canadian users above $20 billion
Good.
was announced just
So
now.
there is
Tax was set to take effect, according to his finance ministry. Prime Minister.
Oh, there you go. Okay, way up there. The bigger one, the slab where there was so just getting zoom in on the small islands.
In the meantime,
It's the small island. So St. John is the capital. And we actually, okay, we start from
he says
and went
subject in
to
about 2 weeks.
Port Basque. See where Port Basque is at the wall of South and to the left. Left, right, left. Okay. So the bus went from St. John to Port Basque. And then we took the bus, which is the boat positions that actually across the canal, right there. And that's not a little space, it's pretty big. And then we ended up in Halifax. How long was that?
Firework presses,
I think it was 6
making
hours. It was 52 hours ago. So we ended up actually through this. Was just like a little yeah, where we landed. Okay, right north of the right, exactly. And then from there, the train going to Montreal. Yeah, that took probably 7-8 hours. Well, it was my first destination. I grew up with, I trust it's really great to have somebody who just gives you go the wrong way. Hold on. It was like a huge adventure. Very like, hey, and then worry about this is gonna happen. So they, I remember going from different land where it was like the warmest and we took all this huge ride from Montreal to 8 degrees. And a jacket, like a down jacket, single penny left. Where I wanted to go, so we had to walk to go to the YMCA, so they had to put us up to stay at that time. Okay. I landed in called him
I mean,
from
people are fed up as well.
he accepted the call
But
because
what I
he
was
saw
saying,
the violence or something like
there's a
that. He
strong
was so upset
mayor
that
structure
I
allows
was not and I was doing
socialist
I was
victory
a
to
user,
quickly
I was a
reshape the city of
he
New
told
York.
me collect. I didn't know what the big deal was, but she got divorced and
It's a little, the population, the way in
well,
which
then I did much of a kept man, you
the
know, so
government of LA is a
she didn't give us
stronghold.
any support for sitting there. We
Even
hang out a
if
little
the
bit together,
socialists
but
were to win,
both times, you know, like every day and all that stuff, we just hang out.
to get anything really,
And
you have to build a
things were
coalition
starting to go. We got there,
with the city
they gave
council.
us welfare.
You wouldn't just do
I got
a
$460
progressive
through
and
my
say, Mr.
wife.
Underwriter, I'm just making a question. Because that's what happened in New York.
We
The
have
point is,
the student area in
the reason that a progressive
Seattle,
is viable in LA
it will come up.
might have to
He
be
said, hey, it's a school area, it's not there's really young people, there's a lot of movies happening and stuff like that.
those
And
have consistently
I
protections.
had some other people there, there was some guy
Ready to show up for
Czechoslovakia there.
progressive reform.
Became friends, he was married with his wife, you know,
A big
friends.
here,
We
right?
started talking.
I mean,
We
like
gotta
a
go,
private
it's
sector
Wednesday, we
unions,
gotta go. Wednesday's
unions,
garbage man.
I like when I said that
Alliances
that
and
was part of
surplus
the
and
political structure of LA.
we go,
And
we
again,
go.
look at the way
We
they
go in the
vote.
back alleys, there's a sofa. Then
Progressive.
decent, picked it up, put it upstairs.
If you had a
Then we
progressive
found like one of those old consoles.
slash like went down New York,
On the third
rise
floor,
to
there was
prominence in
another,
LA,
this thing was
have
like
these
dense.
constituencies,
It
young
was
people,
like an old
Latinos,
like a
labor,
small screen.
and then
So
there's total frustration.
there was this Canadian
They have really motivated by
side
the frustrations that they
on the way right across the beach.
have.
They
We've thrown a bunch of money. Every time there's a bond measure, we vote for it. No, it wasn't.
Plug it in, how very it works.
It's very hard to get stuff
Kicked it
over.
a couple of times and it was a color change. It's like you have to wait till it starts like going color, but of course it's from the garbage. And then you know about these utensils for the kitchen and whatever it is.
So we're going to put together
Got
a
a house,
coalition.
got a household going on.
And I think there's
So you just kind of
you have to, again, that
yeah. I waited to see what
the thing I'm leaving out.
we still do
This
this.
night back,
I
I'm sure
was
you
good.
mentioned
Oh, she was good. She was
there
And,
being business opposition to this candidate in LA, New York.
so I go down the street. I mean, it's a huge track. There was there was
Landlords, developers,
a couple of car washes, and I'm doing like when I say,
I think you'd see a
he
huge
said, all right, I'll there's a guy from Canada.
socialist, if you
I'll hire you. I said, how much? $6.
political
That
power.
was good back
And I
then.
also think that money
And then we shipped at the end of
numbers
the
in Los Angeles. You know what I mean?
night.
Even though
So, yeah,
there may be a
it was only like
reputation
right
as
to
a
the house. So
progressive
I
city in the valley and the west side,
I go over there and it was a
somebody
job,
on
one
the
of
left
those car washers that, you know, he washed his hands.
keep out new housing or home with shelter to the sort of the newbie crowd is what really
The guy
happens when
spraying,
the
the
government's
other guy
around.
doing that. Times they
Fragmented
with
voter
our a lot of our old
turnout. So I don't see it.
ounce.
Could a progressive candidate like Mandami,
Then how about all inside?
especially with our full message, like the,
And
all those things I
I'm
mentioned,
like,
housing,
opening the door,
economic justice, public safety, all of it. You got a real empty, one-dimensional message.
Well, I was going to go to the Emerald site. So I'm the only one who does Emerald.
When we come back, the update on it.
Okay. This fancy car comes in, Emerald inside, does the Emerald somewhere down. Clever way to do it. And one of the guys comes, Carlos was one. So I think they sent him at the end of the work. So
LA and local officials over a city policy.
Some great cars and like that earlier. Yes, yes. Sing it all day long, so you can get this song out of your home. I didn't even know what
Trump's election last November and enacted in 1991. Councilwoman Muniz and city needed a public
nobody wants a truck.
immigrants here.
We pay.
The 1.3 million immigrants in the city
It's not like alcohol.
The city council is out hundreds of thousands of dollars to defend itself against potential federal gas. The attorney's office priority legal action to protect LA residents.
So everybody.
The news is brought to you by Sellers and LA to persuasion rate protests has asked defense secretary that determine the wildlife might be used this winter peak wildfire season when the National Guard is now understaffed due to deployment. Cell phone video shows a mass agent beating a guy in Santa Ana.
Put all this shit in every.
Model, Data Fighter. Yeah, that's it, man. Get the fuck out of here. That's it. That is it, kids. Happy July 4th. I won't see you guys till after the 4th here. But, yeah, we got all new merch. Drive Fast, our best merch yet. We have the QB Tech Collab. .com right now. Anything you buy, and also for the 4th, it's entries, anything you buy, but it enters you to win this 2024 TRX Final Edition. Freaking $50,000 in mods, QB Tech, King Shop, Sport Bill. This thing is wild. Fiberworks, fiber wide body fenders. This thing is insane. I'm driving it right now. Absolutely love it. But win that bad boy, and you're gonna get it. So make sure you go to Drive Fast All Gas. Also join the VIP club. $3 a month, $3 every month. You get it. You can do special stuff every single month. We're gonna select one winner. We'll fly to Austin. Work out with me, sit podcast, watch fights with me. We're doing so. Join that VIP club. It's dope. There's a lot of benefits in doing it. Go to drivefastallgas.com to find out more. That's it, kids. International Fight Week. Dana, we'll use bow down. That was insane. Love you guys. Thanks for watching. I'm out.
Elon Musk has advised the budget bill back into the political fray after exiting the destructive. ABC's Larry Cruz says when the administration will be discussing abomination bill. International advocacy Israel is getting closer to accepting the U.S. proposal.
Whatever they want.
This time is pushing for it.
There are signs that Prime Minister Netanyahu is moving in that direction imminently.
He says analysts say the NSA, not
just said they talked to
Weather from KFI, low clouds and fog again. High 70s to low 80s metro. LA, mid 80s to low 90s in the valleys, low 90s to around 100.
all your
High
worries
desert,
are,
low
they
70s
want
and low mid 80s in London.
you're excited. You're
Right
like,
now,
where?
7 in Jackson, and then
So anyway,
KFI
back to
financial
Canada.
take Dow closing up
Canada.
270, up 32, Nasdaq up 90,
Car wash.
and
Yes,
Diamond
that
Bar.
was the first job. Every time you came home, you're
Right shoulder, but they're going to see he's not seeing the boulevard. Then past that, 60 eastbound crash more than shoulder that right. Cold westbound toward the and that on ramp. Margin reserve. Some metal debris right. 22 eastbound second lane from your left.
So,
And it one of my
so I asked my wife,
on ramp. Got that ramp. With Southern California's West End period traffic sign, Jenny
yeah, I
Harden.
went down to see last year. I had dinner.
Presented by Capital One is having
They
you
shut up.
facing September 19th and 20th Street. Only on 15 artists. Stage. Get tickets now at
This other guy
AXS.com.
came.
Presenting partner of Idol. Bringing great products. Rewards. And services to its customers. What's in your wallet? Concepts.
I wanted to say,
Starts with
well, I'll give you some. Okay. So, anyway, and he made it like a drive. And then I said, you know what, I want to make a science lab.
and podcasts.
Yeah.
Podcasts
So,
from our library
by
of
short,
350,000 titles.
So we
Podcast
call
premium.
cardboard, make
2005.
a stencil. Like a stamp. And the show covers it with a little sponge and takes it out.
Let me see. But you know what? I got the tags that took me. Yeah, I have one.
Just for us. Right down like band names, like
By their count,
this Iranian dude builds on car wash with this. New Mexico. Bands like Wash by Hand. It was a started out pretty good. He didn't start a business yet. They closed him up.
we've traveled around the
I mean,
country.
this was just that.
This horrifying
But
abuse.
my
We're now
Don't you did something on the balcony when the summer was around?
follow this podcast for free on the iHeartRadio app. Number radio and podcasts all in one.
But when they did funny, and that wasn't something that you needed to do. So we were so loud. We did the So anyway, and things started to go like me and her.
This is a
And
shocking
we
story
got
out of Idaho. Two Idaho firefighters and by this gunman related
because they started reporting some Bulgarian,
set
you know, paper, you know, we got to how they said they're
very
going to
limited
trust
because they find this guy on Jim.
trouble.
Well,
Yeah, it's a reporting. That caused like Canada. I don't know about other countries. I can't speak for that. Like some people that's different. So go back. Yeah, today's fine. Now we have that white. And they were looking to set this fire in that mountain there. The other fire like some distance away, hiding in the trees. Killing two. The third was pretty good, but it has under heavy. And apparently he's going to be. My dad, he was this guy where years later he was very happy.
Thinking positive and all that stuff, you know, making up the profile.
So, you know, still trying to track it down and trying to be involved. Oh, yeah, they have guy is helping out with this. They had my house that he apparently and I went minutes ago. I don't know. I think like almost kind of shares a bunch of this person, you know, I'd like to shady essentially with the law enforcement, you know. And I'd like a rifle and a voice to shoot your searching for any connection. As a good guy, I somehow can find them. But that is not. They decided to have connection to international terrorism. That's what it's really a mystery at this point. What I would really need to do.
And it was kind of wild because
so went over there, put the handcuffs on
fire guards for law enforcement. Listen to what they were saying, you know.
We have a guy,
Father, perhaps, or his grandfather, sorry, said, well, he loved violence. That he was shooting fire, he got rejected or something.
Where's the guy?
Yeah. That's one thing. I didn't want to go ahead. I did that. And whatever it was, the country across things on the country. But that's one there is one. I think there are all sorts of, and I'm like, so go over there.
It's just so weird because, you know, Jimmy, like, yeah, reading about it and hearing a lot from man, it's a trimming company and
how do you spell it? Alliance, like a license, like a lion.
Alliance. These guys off for the trees. I guess that's consistent with that. I just see goals, and then he becomes completely unhinged like this.
Yeah.
$400. So my first car,
just in
yeah. That's a no.
The terrifying part of the market is that fighters getting a call.
I like that thing. Yeah.
This happens sometimes. You know, firefighters, first responders in general, like responding to different situations. There are others who my
wife was
mad or does something to.
I think this is anyway, so I have a 30.
So
I guess
I
firefighters. This is thank you, Jim. Appreciate you so much giving us this early on the investigation. This correspondent joining us live here on KFI. This might suspect been identified. Bit of a profile being built around here as to there is population in that area. I think I was looking at Trump's trial, the Diddy trial, and they really didn't get it on the launch pad. They deliberated beginning to, and I guess they were an hour at that mark, right? They didn't
Yeah, it was an that four-person sent a note to the judge saying that one of the members of the jury had some trouble understanding
gave
something
like
that
the
the
thing,
judge,
where the thing
one of
crosses.
the judge's
There's
instructions.
a hut where the guard stays.
And the judge, you need to follow my instructions and you gotta go.
Yeah, it's Indian. I mean, just not more than that. And I said, where are you going? I said, I'm going to see hot dogs.
That's your friend. Get back in.
Go down,
There
yeah,
might
go
be
that,
other
all right?
details, but maybe
It's like you.
he was not gonna have this ending. This, so maybe he gave them some, maybe explain things better. The deliberations continue.
I will remind you
The car,
early on in this trial, there was a juror who observed that the juror was unclear about the residence.
I get to see hot dog.
In the month later,
So I said,
jury,
you can help out.
which is out of Southern District of New York's jurisdiction.
The cartridge of cigarettes
Beyond this jury,
on the floor.
that
So,
anyway,
hallway,
as deliberations continue,
smell the cigarette.
the
Fast
trial
book,
to
brings them
with the
from
very
the
latest
US and Canada.
job.
$6 and
You'll be
7
dealing
for a pack of two. Then in the US, something like that.
The July celebration
Yeah, no pun intended. Yeah, that's great.
some communities in the county getting longer. LA City Councilman Bruce
Very
Rothschild
nice.
discussed
So I said,
operations
what's
of
the
Palisade
day? We're gonna go. And I'm like, which day was it?
crash on
He
the
said, don't worry about it. And I said, well, I can give you money right now. I said, no, so outside, there's a car. Street on the windows, don't have anything in the back.
215 North East Corrales reported in Senator Meyer area.
We still have your
With 405. This is
And like, I had my passport, I would
accurate traffic.
ask.
Here's the what's trending now
Okay.
on the New
You
York
expect
Coast
them to
iHeartRadio.
walking to you. Okay. It was just up and coming. Most people voted me later. So, maybe I'm there as a vocation. And I skipped. I went to the guy and that's the date we were across.
iHeart is
And I
America's
think
number
we
one
walked across
podcast
somewhere around
network.
Flexible
Open
Better.
the free iHeart app for podcasts like this.
Amazing.
Click below the
And I
surface.
had bought my first life of 28 years old. Plus, I had to speak.
Wreaking havoc on air.
Fixing the back of my
Most destructive before.
head. That's me. I said, no, I can't go. I said, oh, what's your Cadillac? They had to put in the back of the Cadillac. Yeah, I didn't want to.
But in 2012,
Rather die.
great.
It's like putting things on TV every day. I don't know how you can get any action. It's just the thing. And, so I got we're driving. And I'm driving with my wife. And she's driving in front of me. He pulls over. Says, okay, we're going to switch cars. Okay, so your wife goes with my wife, and I'm driving your car.
All right, there's plenty of room for you guys. You're in the, you're on the show. Every time the road is talked about, we never get the thing. When Cat Williams said 6 unfunny comments, it wasn't us. I would have been happy to be one of the 6 unfunny. Listen, Cat probably has a point. But I just started doing testosterone.
And I know it was 3 years on the moon. That's what I'm saying. On the moon. But that's what I'm saying. And yet, for some today,
Listen, we're in agreement on this. That's all we're confirming. That's why I'm confused. But hold on. We're confirming. Like, no, don't stop.
Well, you guys are fighting against the things that I'm saying as a
as a filmmaker, and like we're not fighting. You're assuming it's somebody. That could be 4 different actual lunar lander. That thing is that has also light reflecting in multiple ways. I'm getting more confused on this because like I thought that they. No. Nobody fixed that. Nobody. You need to catch them up. Well, Drew ran a role for the last couple. He's been mixing it up with guests from different backgrounds. And I don't know about you guys, but I'm in this. Remember this before my podcast. I don't even. You emailed me. Essentially, you're known worldwide as the leading proponent of the moon hoax theory. You're researched the most, you're the guy who can recall information, and you're the guy that the people that believe the moon landing was real hate the most. So similar to the Tucker Carlson episode recently, left this episode of JRA feeling pretty disappointed. Even conversations, Rogan's guests always seem to be liable evidence and rely on flaky straw man points. But some scientist, he's a journalist who has relied on the moon landing hoax theory. He's kind of like weak Michael Moore, and he didn't get an actual scientist on the podcast to debate, but I've got to give Rogan credit here. I think he did a really good job at pushing back on Bart's theories. Well, I'm going to have to steel man some of them against you. Obviously, it's like people would say if I was steel manning them, trying to do it today, if we wanted to do it today, but if I'm going to steel man it, what I would say is if I'm training these guys on things, the only thing that I could steel man it would be what I said. I'm just steel manning it. It doesn't necessarily mean that the whole thing was fake. Now, to steel man, there's so many resources that we don't have that we better serve going to other people. Okay, you would say chain of custody if they really went to the moon. The steel man. I mean, I know this is annoying. You mean steel man means devil's advocate. I'm taking its position. Why? Because it's interesting to see how it lines up. Now, can I do a devil's advocate? Steel man. Okay. The reason why I'm doing that. Steel man Rogan about all these the moon landing hoax and various bits and pieces of so-called terrorists point out when making their arguments. And I don't think Bart and Rogan, it seemed like he was going to be on Walk in the Park and joke back or challenge any of his assumptions. Rogan is known for doing, he definitely picks it. And at the end, it got a little heated, pushing back up and saying, which led Rogan to get frustrated from all of Bart's straw man argument. He kept jumping in to challenge Bart as well. Then everyone just got confused. So I'll get to that in due course. I'm going to you guys first. At the beginning of the podcast, the whole discussion in what I intelligent way by making reference to the context of the moon landing happened since. I think today more people are aware of the widespread deception that the government was time as I think we have to look at things if we're ever going to get an accurate picture of how it works. And I think if we look at the time that we're talking about, the Nixon administration, we talk about the Gulf of Tonkin incident, same time period, Operation Northwoods was a plan that was signed by the Joint Chiefs of Staff to try to get us. There's the Kennedy assassination. They still won't release the files. There's
And then there's Nixon, getting Nixon removed from the White House, which I didn't know.
Yeah, like I was saying, I agree with most of what Rogan was saying there, landing in the context of the Cold War and everything the US government is known to have done. It does about the moon landing, given how important it was, how willing the government was to bend the public opinion.
When the people hold most, because the source of fraud is also like the accomplishments of NASA, the accomplishments of the scientific community, the accomplishments of the stealth bomber, and all that we know, the space shuttle, SpaceX, all of the amazing things. What I want people to do is to say, they tell the truth about. If this is the one thing you're willing to hang your hat on, because I know they lied about everything. Did they tell the truth about? What did they want? I know we're liars, we get people killed, funneling money here and there, but we can't lie about the moon landing, guys. Everybody agreed.
Setting the stage, Bart got straight into it with his theory of moon landing hoax, with a basic of technology from the 60s versus the technology available to.
The number one proof that we have is simply deductive reasoning, because today, with 50 rocket designs and computer designs, the NASA can send a rocket into space is 1,000 moons. That's why they're sending man that can't even land, because they would die.
If you're wondering what he's talking about, basically there are these region of Earth's magnetic field which were discovered in 58 James Van Allen, which are now referred to as the Van Allen belts. He was the one that figured out that it was actually possible by flying through the weaker radiation and get. Otherwise, the radiation would be too strong for him to survive. This later when. But for now, let's get back to his hoax.
So what they're really claiming, back in 1969, ahead of schedule on the first, when all of NASA's computers had 1 millionth the computing power, they sent astronauts to space, then they can send us a better technology.
So that's the surface level technological argument about why the moon landing was possible 50 years ago. If it's the 70s, what makes you think they're there in the first place? Like he said, we have computing power now in a smartphone, then missions. But then there's the fake photograph arguments. This is where this is a direct argument that the government conspired to fake by staging it all with lights, cameras, and 3D models.
Yeah.
So they're saying they're 130 away, so they're in deep space. You see that? So now there's people standing. We used to think that we're looking out at the Earth, but now we realize there's people standing in. So something there's you're filming a room, and then that's what it. Okay, do you think that is just a piece of the Earth in a circular window? Well, I mean, you think they put something over the window to present the Earth?
Another photographer believes that transparency of there's this
play out. Let's let this.
So that's the window.
Back it up a little.
They're using the 1 foot of the Earth.
I'll come back to this later on when Rogan pushes back and steals the couch. There have been a couple of things that are theory that I think are really interesting. I don't know if you've heard of a director called Kubrick. He's widely credited as being one of the best movies like Doctor Strange, Full Metal Jacket, which was his last movie. But probably his most famous movie was A Space Odyssey, which was for the Apollo 11 moon landing way back in 1968. Now, you might not realize that Space Odyssey was groundbreaking cinema at the time, and it's widely the best movies ever. One of the reasons the striking realism and spacecraft of the planets and space travel in general. can't tell, I used to have the obsession. I probably don't know much about all this. So I'll try and be brief here. Came out around a year before the moon landing. Thing people had ever seen before. It led him to suspect Kubrick was the one who staged the moon landing. But not only that, when he was filming the movie, after he was finished with the another year filming the special effects in the studio, which sparked a lot of gossip about what he was actually doing in there. So that's where some of the speculation in the moon landing hoax. But of course, it gets worse. After this theory got traction, people started looking for his movies. Any of his films, he plays with visual motifs and themes. One of them in particular was the number of the hotel room 237. That this number represented the average distance of the moon, about 287,000 miles, which isn't good, but it's close enough. He also retrofitted some Zeiss had designed for NASA to be used on the Apollo. Lyndon, those particular lenses had ground abilities, which Kubrick used to using only candlelight. So I thought I'd just give you that background on where that conspiracy came from. You can see how it's like movie 2001 and ended up moving into a valid dimension. For example, Kubrick's political views in movies like Doctor Strange and Full Metal Jacket. But for now, let's get back to Bart's hoax.
Let's go over some other stuff. One thing I wanted to go over is the photographs and the shadows.
You'll see on the left-hand side is some front yard or a lot of work on a cloudless, 2 telephone poles, 2 trees. They will always run parallel. They will never intersect. It's impossible to intersect. Over here on the right, a rock 5 feet away. A 90-degree emission, and that was taken with no light that's really close, and it's probably you go to the right of it, it's going to throw the angle off. That proves it.
Yeah, I don't know if that's a very strong legal argument, but you can see how the shadow coming off the rock doesn't seem to fit with the astronaut's shadow. There are all different explanations for it, which I'll show you in a moment. And to get to Rogan still adding. Let's see what he had to add to the radiation.
Think about the radiation. So I called up NASA. You sent orders on a civilian to specific radiation in the rehab 50 years ago. Anyway, to have those radiation readings. You said it's secretary secret. I said, temperature of the sun isn't a military secret. When you sent probes to Jupiter to find out how much helium Jupiter's atmosphere, the amount of helium isn't a military secret. So why would radiation surrounding the Earth and the radiation know about? Why would that amount of radiation be a secret? Because if they feel it, it would prove that they couldn't go through it to them.
So I want to make a couple of comments before I show you Rogan's pushback on all of these theories. Probably the biggest about the exact guys like Carlson and Graham Hancock do, as well as most of the non-expert, highly opinionated podcasts. They'll use a legit observation that raises a question and then declare that it's a conspiracy theory, contrarian theory. Now, I'll give you my personal opinion on the moon landing hoax at the end. Annoy and frustrate Rogan during this debate. Bart would make a valid observation and then follow it up straight away with their landing was a complete hoax.
What they're really claiming is they had a better technology than they do today.
Not necessarily.
Well, because you can't have better technology in the past.
Right,
That's impossible.
but they haven't today.
So it would take less. It would take less time to return to the moon, but they're not.
Right, but they're not doing it.
Right, they can't do it.
That's what you're saying. Yeah, and I'm with you. The program doesn't exist today. It's a program to try to get the first person on the moon. By how many scientists? How many people are involved?
Well, a couple of 100,000.
Okay, that's a lot of guys to focus on one goal. That's not happening today. So to say that it's like people would say, if I was steel manning their position, I'm not trying to do it. They can do it.
They are
400,000. The argument is that it would be, no one would know, and everyone tell, and it would get out.
So there's a couple of things going at the beginning of this. In my opinion, Rogan did a pretty decent job of pushing back on Bart's talking points. We haven't since the 70s, but on the other hand, we're living in a very different political. We necessarily have a reason to relaunch the Apollo missions. But the idea that it would be too difficult to coordinate a conspiracy is something that really resonates. Probably heard people say this about the 9/11 attacks, how it would have been to coordinate several agencies and into staging it as a false flag to invade the Middle East and remove Saddam Hussein, etc. However, the difference I've actually pointed out is that almost 400,000 staff and personnel were fired. So it would have also conspirators, including Stanley Kubrick, the film crew, the astronauts, and a few suits to make this hoax, not that social media didn't exist. So it's easy to get away with it back then compared to now. I still think it's as true as engineers and scientists working on the project didn't notice that it wasn't cool. I mean, they were the brains behind everything. Anyway, after Bart got into the whole shadow, Rogan pulled him up yet again for jumping in space based on flaky, almost circumstantial evidence.
Like I said, shouting at 90 degrees, which you can't duplicate in sunlight, which means it's electrical light. Which they didn't go to the moon. All this proof. The footage
That doesn't mean they didn't go to the moon. That means that.
okay, well, why would the pictures?
You could the argument that the radiation damaged the cameras and they want graphs, so they made a conscious decision to use fake photos. I think they had back then, fake a lot of photographs back then. It's pretty cool. That worked for NASA decided to manipulate some so that they could have an actual event which really took place.
Where I think there's some common ground between people who believe that the moon landing was a hoax. I'm unsure, but are still very skeptical. You don't have to stretch your belief that the US government chose to fill in the gaps by video and photography in a studio instead of just being with the public and telling everyone that they lost a whole bunch of footage due to radiation damage or syndrome. It's like that old saying, sometimes the cover-up is worse than. So I personally have no issue believing it was capable and willing of making that decision just about what really happened.
I count what you're saying. Alright, the Earth, about 130,000 miles out, is halfway to the moon, quarter of the size of Earth. On a full moon, bright, and you could walk right outside in the dark. Imagine that it's greater and twice as close. As blue reflective light. You would imagine that if you were from 130,000 miles out, you get the insides of the walls, and you couldn't get the camera any closer to that window, any closer than that with all the instrumentation. If you quickly to try to get an inch of the Earth, what it looked like at 130,000 miles out, would it even look that small? I don't think it would. It would probably look a lot larger. So if they're shooting and the light is probably pretty intense, it might be the only way to film the Earth. The cameras they had back then.
If they were halfway to the moon and the window, they were be in the same window.
No, it wouldn't. But stop. It wouldn't be that small. You got to think about how big the moon is. The moon is so.
So let me ask you this, Joe. The moon landings are real or not?
I'm not saying that. I'm saying to you,
I want to know what you think.
I'm going to go at this. Logical questions to refute what you're saying without Upended eventually.
So clearly, Rogan sits on the fence with this one. I tend to agree with, if I'm being honest. Even if you accept that they obviously faked, produced, edited, whatever you want to call it, that's the whole thing was a hoax. All it proved, the government created its own videos and photos for public consumption based program. And the thing is, most of the arguments going forward have already been debunked by actual years, so it kind of feels a little on there. We can actually explain why he's completely wrong. Sitting right next to him, he needs to find the flick, get him on to debate Bart. Granted, Rogan did ask him to come back on. Agreed, hold up for that, but I think that Rogan realized about halfway through that in the first place, doing it on his own, it ended up just turning into a confused shambles. Jamie started piping up Bart, and Rogan was stuck.
Right. I was trying to understand. So it's not that they're miles out, but it's that they're in space faking.
They're faking being
Which is why it's so right. The reason
that doesn't. I don't know. I'm getting more confused on all of it. It's like I thought that they didn't even go to space.
No. Nobody thinks they did go to Jamie, you need to catch them up on Reddit.
we've concluded, yes, they are faking being halfway to the.
We concluded that they are faking that the blackness around that image of the Earth is space.
That's why.
But we're confirming that black, clearly the inside of the cockpit, right? Clearly, that blackness is space, and that circular image is the Earth, space. That's clearly assumption. When you're talking about, if you take camera equipment, the old school film, in your at the airport, those metal detectors, except equipment.
It wasn't difficult for them to go to the moon 6 times in,
I know.
in 3 years. They drove cars on the moon.
That's what I'm saying.
For some reason today, they can only send me to the moon.
Listen, we're in agreement on that. This is what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that the real problem, maybe they went and they faked the footage. And the reason they faked the footage is for radiation. Yeah, it's all right. But no, stop. But I mean, don't stop.
But you guys are fighting against the things that I'm saying as a photographer, as a filmmaker, and like
we're not assuming that you're assuming it's sunlight.
I said it could be more different with the actual lunar lander. That shiny metal that has also light reflecting in multiple ways. Whereas behind them, maybe. But that's where all the light sources are, and what wasn't there.
That has to be the most emotional I've ever heard young Jamie. Stephen Crowder was on the podcast, and Rogan ganged up on Crowder over the weed talk. It was a classic. But my thing of this video, I was kind of disappointed. He really needs to be more proactive in booking, so he can have 2 or even 3 people debating what they're talking about. That I do think Rogan did a pretty good job in this one. It's obviously somewhat cast, and I don't think there's any. As for Bart Sabrell, he came off as a bit of a grifter. He plugged his website and used it as a way of deflecting Rogan's questions. He get stuck and just say, go and check out my evidence is there. And when you go onto his website, obviously he's just trying to sell. And then I mentioned he's not actually a scientist. Yeah, classic JR. Anyway, hey guys, I hope you enjoyed this breakdown. Let me know what you think below, and don't forget to check out my. There's a couple of videos there already, and much more to out on those. And if you're not a regular of this channel, subscribe button, and don't forget thumbs up if you ended up enjoying watching. In the next one.
What year was this?
That was 1999.
Allergies.
Yeah. Truth.
No,
okay.
So whatever's in the air in Austin.
And it's real. The supernatural is real. God created people and animals, obviously. And what are you gonna do about it? And like the answer is nothing. I'm the best talker in America. It's so crazy.
It's been a big week for Rogan. His debate podcast between Ram and Hancock now has over 4 million views, but unsurprisingly, his Tucker podcast is pushing 7 million views, and it begs the question, why did it take Rogan so long? But straight there was controversy. People were accusing it of rate limiting because it had been up for hours, but didn't have as many views as usual. Just because we're glad Joe's back on YouTube about it. At least how come it just showed up on the channel? I've personally never seen a video so much in my life. The analysis video will blow your mind. Within the first 24 hours, we're trashing YouTube. Until Rogan's people realized that he put out a tweet clarifying exactly. There's so many conspiracy theories about the Tucker podcast on YouTube. It only released at 12 a.m. instead of 12 p.m. Private until the normally scheduled release 12 hours later. This couldn't have been a podcast episode because Tucker was obviously going to be a divisive guest. So for it to have controversy before people had even finished the podcast made it even more popular. I was kind of disappointed. I'm not going to lie. I was hoping that Tucker was going to bring a bit just his usual talking points and show some evidence to back up his claims. So I've pulled out 3 conspiracy theories which I'm putting down for you guys, and I want to make you prove or disprove these theories instead of the way they put and just how flaky there is, which again was a matter, especially considering how much Rogan talks about the conversations. Instead of the shorter 5 to 10 minute segments that you would normally see on camera, for example. And I'm fast more and more with Rogan. We'll have the 4 even 5-hour podcasts, but not actually get to the bottom of anything. Particular episode, here's what I noticed in their discussions. They'll state that they'll use the observation itself as evidence of a conspiracy instead of presenting explains the observation and therefore the conspiracy. Probably just best for me to show you what I mean.
Well, if God created the universe, God creates people, God probably creates a and we think that are important because we are very important to us, are very important in the universal sense. Not really.
And is Conan O'Brien, the famous philosopher, grave goes unvisited, which is perspective. Pull out the lens a little bit. Does it really make? Don't jump into shit whose outcomes you predict was. You can't know. Go in with humility. And on the AI question, I've ever talked to, but I'm hardly an expert. Okay? But everybody I've ever talked to in this thing, like, yeah, it enslave us. Well, slavery has not for me.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe a good use of nuclear weapons would be to hit the data centers. Why is that crazy?
It's not.
You know what I mean? Like,
Right.
I don't actually think individuals, I don't think I'm that important. My life is that important. I don't know that. And I try to keep that in mind every day.
It's important to everybody that cares about you. You're important.
If we don't think people are important, then what?
So first up, there was the controversial claim from no evolution that creationism is a more reliable theory on how we've all ended up here. And as you just heard there, they touched on the risks that come with it, which I'll pick up later as well when I get to Tucker's. Alex Jones is a prophet. No kidding. But it was when Tucker questioned the truth of the theory of evolution that it actually caught God.
If evolution is real, and if there is this concept, I don't know, but it's visible. Like you can measure it in certain animals.
You can measure evolution, yeah, but there's no evidence that given up on the idea of evolution. The theory of evolution as articulated by Darwin is kind of not true. All life emerged from a single cell organism and over a record of that, and there's not. And
There's not a record of transitionary species. It's like species that are adapting to its environment.
record of adaptation, and you see it in your own life. No, there's no that, no, zero that, people, evolve seamlessly from a single cell, but not. chain in the fossil record of that at all. They make reference to evolution because the theory of adaptation is clearly obviously true. But Darwin's theories, totally, that's why it's still a theory, and I can't even guess it. But I have my own theories on it, but they're not. What are your theories? God created people, distinctly. I mean, I think that's like, I think what every person I thought in the mid-19th century, actually. I had no idea.
They didn't have compute, didn't have a general understanding that we have today of the process.
Do you think we understand?
Yes.
Really? We're actually sitting like a bunch of greedy, stupid, childless software engineers in Northern California to like flirt with the extinction of mankind. So no, previous generations be like, what? No, stop. And we're not doing that because
But they wouldn't have done that even with the nuclear bomb.
Okay. First of all, they can't proving every stage of life in the evolutionary chain. Organisms don't have bone structures and therefore wouldn't be traced fossils all the way back to microbial life. But evolution has been completely disproven is also false. Darwin himself just refined previous scientists, and Darwin's own theories have been refined and developed over the last 200 years as well, and completely dismisses evolution. He favors a much weaker theory by referencing creationism and then supports it by observation that previous generations, without the use of advanced technology, the idea of creating man, woman, and animal in current form from day one. So, like I said at the beginning of this video, Tucker will state an observation, in this case that creationism has been increased. We use that observation as of the theory itself. So in a way, creationism is proof of creationism. Yeah, I don't know. Anyway, I should say though, he did acknowledge that he does only guessing, but then they got into the topic of causing conversation. Both Rogan and Tucker flirted with the idea without any real evidence or support for
obviously. On the other hand, Amish teenager, conventional American teenager on Instagram, and of course the answer
Certainly have less instances of autism, which is really fast. Very, very
the
fast.
Amish
Oh yeah,
autism.
it's extremely
What do we think that is? I don't know that problem, right?
Yeah, if you go Bobby Kennedy, they'll come for you.
But
the
why?
question, why?
Look, and I don't know the answer. But
How is that not in the debate? How is that
conversation? You're punished for having a conversation,
Yes.
and so
we are dancing around anti-vax conspiracy?
the defense in the absence of data.
Right.
Science is the process.
Yes.
It's not a it's a way of doing things.
Mm-hmm.
And at the core of science is asking, including unlikely questions.
Right. Right.
And if you don't allow that, then you may be doing something, not doing a science. We can say that conclusion.
You're saying that vaccines cause autism. Let's say this. If you're looking at all the data of all the things that cause autism, you see that the vaccine schedule regularly autism, which seems to at least be more, instantly say vaccines have saved. Probably right. We dropped that bomb to keep Germany from dropping that bomb. We need nuclear weapons so that other nuclear weapons, we do a thing that maybe has some negative overall good.
Okay, so this is the thing that bothers me about this. Both of these guys aren't scientists. I couldn't even call them journalists. They're claims, especially Rogan. So when they say we should need an increase in autism diagnoses, adequate explanation, there's no point having a 3-hour-long conversation raising important questions, but then not having anything to back it up. That basic correlation. It reminded me of Graham Hancock debating an observation, like there being a common bearded figure to various using that observation as proof instead of finding actual proving the correlation. It's the old
Besides Christmas presents
correlation argument.
Can you just be fireworks in unless you're smuggling your anus through Tijuana? You can't. So I grew up in Denver where we had 80s. We had the big things that would flap in the air. We had the snakes. It's only ever had the gay, the sparklers. That's all they ever had.
It is one of those things as humans have these very messy interactions with something up with their ideology.
What I object to is the absence of reason.
Right.
To believe, because I think it's true that if that you can reach maybe not the perfect decision, believe that, then we're just in the land of witchcraft, and we'll just admit it. So the lack of reason.
Yeah, that really annoyed me. I'm more than happy to listen to Joe and Tucker have these conversations. Dangerous, or they should be sensitive. I'm going to claim that the lack of reason, being so light on reasoning itself, makes the whole thing seem like one big circle jerk. They got on to Alex Jones, and they started off by discussing the evolution of podcasting and how important it's been, and also how it's important to listen to different perspectives.
One of the great developments between podcast and Billy Strings. I'm serious. I haven't met a person in the past who said, I bought this, and I was reading the New York Times. One person, right? Listen to this podcast. I was listening to Rogan and It's like, really noticeable.
It's interesting because you can put, and they might not even be right. It might be right. You're having conversations about you would never have a conversation. Even if this person gets exposed as being incorrect, well, now you have nuanced understanding of what the subject is about, why people think incorrect. The idea of platforming people is a big one today. Why platform that person?
Platform? What do you mean, letting an adult human?
Right.
I think that's not only a law.
Not only that, it's important for us. It's even important to talk to people that are
it's especially otherwise it's just masturbatory.
It's interesting you alone get yourself off. Why these people think the way they think.
That's it. And so they continued as they threw his on their mutual buddy Alex Jones.
I have to say, your willingness to have a conversation with Alex Jones was a revolution. Not that everything Alex Jones says is right. It's not is right, but it's an interesting. And even if he has been walled off from the rest of us, through.
Well, Alex has been my friend for more than 20
friends you haven't invited. Just like
right,
you were not allowed to talk to him. You may not agree with everything he says. I know that I do. But you definitely understand why they told you couldn't listen to Alex Jones.
That's why I had him as one of the first guests when I came over. I was like, let's go.
What did they say?
Well, the sponsors, it was an issue. Regardless of clearly the Sandy Hook thing was incorrect. I know Alice personally, so I know what he was going through. And, everybody, Alex has gone through some real issues because that guy is real. It's terrifying every freaking day. And he was drinking out of control. When so many guys and so much propaganda and so many psyops that are being start seeing them where they don't exist. And that's what he did.
I think it's illegal for Rogan to be defending Alex Jones on the basis that he's problems and addictions, while simultaneously people who write negative comments on YouTube because they're mentally ill, poor losers with addiction problems. Anyway, because straight after this, Tucker made one of the craziest claims I've heard him make, that Alex Jones is channeling supernatural energy like the prophets throughout history. And his explanation as to how he simply, of course, there's no other explanation.
Also, channeling some stuff. You keep 9/11 in detail because you're the fact he called it. Yeah, he literally called it in the summer of 2001. He'd fly into the World Trade Centers and they will blame a man called Osama bin Laden. We know they said that because he multiple times, and then he's in the White House and tell them that. How'd that happen? Right? How did he's channeling something? Of course. Yeah. There's like no other. I mean, tell me how he. I've asked him about it. How did you do that at length? You did it on my bar recently. How did you do that? I don't know. It just came to be real. The supernatural is real, and I don't know why. For the modern, I guess, because it's materialism.
Okay, first of all, isn't supernatural not real by definition? Really just say that because Alex Jones called 9/11 a event, which is absolutely true, it explains why he has supernatural powers. I'm pretty sure that the US intelligence community were on high alert in a terrorist attack, and that several agencies had intel that an attack was possible. So it is conceivable that Alex Jones had contacts that were feeding him information, or he had with individuals that had high security clearance. List of possible explanations. Channeling supernatural energy is pretty low at my list. It by saying no other possibilities is just wild.
And that's not a new phenomenon. There are people called prophets, and there are people who were prophets who weren't called prophets, but there are people who have or parts of information, bits of information, visions of information come to them, and then it's not from them. They receive them. People tend to be a little crazy, a little imbalanced, a little different from everybody else. Do you know what I mean? In the wilderness, I mean, that's just like that's. They're not like everybody else, and that's clearly part that Alex Jones says is a prophet from God. It's not, but and if it wasn't, tell me how it was. You know, my dad worked in the government, as well informed as anybody could about what was going on in the government. I've always been interested in what's happening. I was aware of Osama bin Laden. I knew the Taliban. I knew, person who was saying, not one person in Washington saying, at some point soon they may fly airplanes into the world. I mean, like, that just wasn't a thing.
Yeah, I'm going to disagree with that. See, at the time that intelligence agencies had intel about the imminent attacks and failed to act on it, hence all the conspiracy theories about it being an inside job. You can't have. They also brought up a long clip from JRE in 2017. Alex Jones was on, where he went on an epic rant about how AI is chaos and basically outlined the plot from the Terminator, which was released 40 years ago. Rogan claimed that nobody died in 2017. Alex Jones was the first one to warn about all of its dangers, yet the late Stephen Hawking had been warning about it. In 2014, an interview with BBC News, he said, and I quote, "The intelligence could spell the end of the human race." In an interview with Life magazine, he said, AI may replace humans on some computer viruses. Someone will design that improves and replicates itself. This will be a form of life that outdoes humans. So even though about various things over the years, which people are too willing to give him credit for being born. But like I said, this was a massively disappointing. I mean, there was so much that I left out. Tucker and Rogan discussed how much of a genuine guy Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson is. So down to earth, and had The Rock on his podcast. It was such a boring episode full of empty platitudes and self-congratulation. Rogan failed to know PEDs, especially after Derek Late's more dates had discussed it with Rogan on a previous episode. Instead, Rogan bowed down and kissed the Hollywood ring for the podcast. Comedians are geniuses. Talk from Rogan several times throughout the podcast and claimed yet again that comedians are are at the forefront of free speech and open dialogue. The funniest thing Rogan's ever done on stage was a stool. I really don't want to be negative here, but I'm getting sick of these podcasts about how important freely and actually getting to the bottom of important issues. That's why I'm starting to just talk smack with his buddies. Instead of getting into these serious conversations, speculate about conspiracies, they're saving us all from a wave of censorship. But that's just my opinion. Let me know what you guys think in the comments. Check out my Patreon as well. I just did a new video there, and there's much more. Don't miss out on those. Hit the channel, hit the subscribe button, and don't forget to give me a like this video. Thanks for watching, guys. I'll catch you in the next one. I can take a note to end this conversation. Joe Rogan, ladies and gentlemen.
You are associating me with this, and you are attempting to distance yourself from that. Actually, what I'm trying to do. That's not what you're doing. You don't see this phrase on your article. This sort of race science is outdated and long since debunked, given a strong list of several Nazi archaeologists. That's like a part of the headline. You want me to show that for people that are fans of Graham Hancock? No. Listen, stop. Don't do that. They're not connected. There's a lot of crazy people in the world. This is you.
This was the debate we needed, but here we have two opposing forces coming together on the Joe Rogan Experience to settle once and for all mysteries that have confused some of the smartest people in the world. Yeah, this one. Let me explain. In the political, we have Flint Dibble. Yep. Real name. He represents the archaeology discipline.
Yeah, I'm an archaeologist all life. My dad was an archaeologist, and I'm just very passionate about sharing our archaeology and what we do in general. And what archaeology is. Get that across well here. That's my goal.
And apart from Indiana Jones cosplay, he's also for being his father's son.
What I want to do is focus on where my own experience was an Ice Age archaeologist. He studied Neanderthal caves, all modern replicas made by archaeologists. And some of them because with some real stuff. This is a middle hill. But the earliest stones are quite low. You think it's actually been excavated? I'd say a bunch of it has been seen by my dad. I just want to dedicate this quick thing to my dad. He was an Ice Age archaeologist. Sites underwater, they all date to the end of the Ice Age. So they're lit just like my dad found in the Sahara Desert. Archaeologists see me as public enemy number one. That's exactly all. Not sitting around thinking about you. Most of my dad's comments when I mentioned I'm coming out here to do this, they have about the Ice Age. We talk about some agriculture? Sure. All right, cool. You boot up. You got all excited. Yeah. This is like my stuff, finally. I did my dad's stuff earlier, now I get to do
Bro loves his dad. To that later, because in the red corner we have the Alex Jones of history and upgrade Hancock.
And Graham, everybody knows him. This podcast been on 2 times.
Apart from controlling the whole discipline of archaeology for the last 35 years, the record for the most articles in a single episode of JRE.
How do I search the two of you? There are two cultures. The question is, stone. When did stone? The question, when did this stone work? If you look at research by Huckley and on the introduction of geometric, I think it's a bit to just give a little bit of information about the Triassic. We do that because it's very important to my feelings about it. And God, these short sight, I tell you, being 73 is no joke.
Who Joe Rogan is.
Just the fact, I mean, I know, but just the wonder of nature, complexity involved in these natural life forms and adapting to their environment is so.
Okay, now that we've got all of that out of the way, let's get serious for a moment. be. Here we have two opposing forces, Flint Dibble, and yes, actually his real name. He represents mainstream archaeology academia. He's what's known as a focuses on ancient, more specifically in the area of food and agriculture, usually food trash in the form of animal bachelor's and master's degrees, as well as a PhD. On the other hand, has a different background. Sociology at university, then became and didn't actually start trolling until he was in his 40s. But Graham's rise to fame is actually quite interesting. He was one of the first so-called on Joe Rogan's podcast. His first appearance in episode 142.
As anything for me in the years that I've been on it, saying about it is the ability to get in touch with people that you're young. Chance I would be able to sit down with you and do a Graham Hancock is the one guy who's influenced my history more than anybody else. Finger odds. You have spent an enormous chunk of your life, all of these different struggles and all these different you attribute to a lost era.
Since then, Hancock over a dozen times, and they've become close. Rogan even appeared in Hancock's 2022 Netflix series titled Ancient Apocalypse in an effort. Imagine getting Joe Rogan to appear in your documentary of civilization to give it credibility. Anyway, is this. Mainstream archaeology has long held that populations around the world independently derive their own systems of engineering and astronomy, even though they share similar characteristics, but never crossed paths. These civilizing heroes walked across continents when sea levels were 7 feet lower than they are now. That's why there is little to no journeys or their existence. So as you can imagine, if mainstream archaeologists were to accept his vision, it would completely flip the whole academic discipline of archaeology, or building buildings or building.
And they call in archaeology if there's any interesting archaeology there. This is part of the problem I have with archaeology, is it likes to think of itself as scientific, but what I think it's primarily doing is trying to control the narrative of the past. Because our destiny is seen as a science, it tries possible to distance itself from any ideas, anything else associate itself with, and then it takes the next step and really seeks to attack our attention to my proposal in an episode in the human story. Always been hostile since 1995, but with Ancient Apocalypse, a much bigger platform, reaching a much wider audience, and it went on for a very long time. I don't think they're involved in a conspiracy. I think the people who are attacking me believe in what they're saying, and they really think I'm harmful. But that's like calling it the most dangerous show on Netflix.
So this argument between Hancock and the academic discipline came to a head when Netflix released his series in 2022. He laid out his evidence in support of this civilization theory. Now, documentary series to refresh my memory, and the thing that stood out for that most documentaries these days dramatizes Hancock's theories through the use of graphics. He'll make vast sweeping statements after making an accurate observation by saying something like, that a foreigner taught them their ways. For me, I'd rather read a book on the topic or watch a podcast, dramatizations and sensationalism, but it did Netflix 10 for weeks, obviously reaching a lot. What bothered archaeologists so much? They didn't like that he was getting so much mainstream for his unproven theories, so Netflix asking them to reclassify his series from a documentary to science fiction. they're saying that I am bold and extreme to present archaeological knowledge in order to spread false historians that are overtly misogynistic, chauvinistic, racist, and anti. I mean, you apply those labels to somebody, and you're going to get you're called the John. We urge Netflix to add disclaimers that the contents of called science fiction. In other words, that's a Flint. The news Flint, Netflix, correct. Flint, that's not reading my copy. But one thing that Hancock can't deny is that not only was his Netflix series proven half-baked theories, he really did use every opportunity to take shots at the archaeology. Instead of opening the very first episode with it, was basically a compilation of how controversial he is as a public figure, using excerpts, appearances on JRE, newspaper clippings, and media grabs, all designed to make him out to be the victim of an established conspiracy to silence him.
You say that he and things like that, you are promoting people to dislike what we do. We are doing off ancient apocalypse by calling us arrogant.
Archaeologists see me as public enemy number one. That's
exactly it off by saying thinking about you.
But the flip side is these archaeologists haven't held back in their. They've accused him of some of the worst labels you can attach to pseudo-archaeologist. Dibble calls it force white supremacist ideas. Flint Dibble interview H the popular Graham Hancock. And what the fuck is the that archaeologists are conspiring against me, which I've never said or ever suggested.
No, Clovis first. Okay. Shut down on the whole.
Tell me where I claimed that you hide the evidence. And widespread conspiracy. You won't say it in those words, but definitely believes he is the victim of effort to have him cancelled.
You have claimed many times that we try to shut down alternative narratives, that we try to silence them. I've never conspiracy where we're all working together to have one.
No, it suggests that there's a strongly held point of view, and that those who go against the paradigm are likely to be.
All of them still have successful careers for many. St. Mars excavated many.
He was attacked for the very thing archaeologists still do.
No, but that's there's a coordinated attack.
Yes, that's actually his real name. Is that Hancock has the benefit of Rogan's massive reach, which over the years has mobilized attacks against Dr. Dibble on social media. So this isn't ideas opposing forces for influence archaeology.
So what is this right here? It says degree and others. We see you and we'll share, bully and censor us. Who's trying to censor you?
Well, I'd argue people swarm me.
This is a quote from Flint Dibble, by the way, from his tweet.
Well, there's times when people swarm me. Yeah, of course.
Tweet people.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, don't read that. All the discussion about some contentious issue that's public can attack you. So try to connect that to Graham or connect that to anything. You're just dealing with people. He's not responsible. You're responsible to engage and read.
He copped a don't read the comments from Rogan. Imagine if Rogan tweeted something else, things people were saying in the comment section. Nah, that would never happen. Comments from him. But let's take a step back here for a moment, because I haven't actually explained what this whole controversy is really about. Let's look at a specific example. 19, the Spanish Empire, Empire, which is known today as modern Mexico. He believes that the indigenous Mexicans, who were hunter-gatherers, had a system of culture and astronomy before the Spanish came along. However, Hancock believes that the indigenous Mexicans survivors of the advanced civilization he believes existed 12 to 15,000 years ago. I think what sort of ethnic group do you think they belong to?
Like that, man. Like, it's a stone carving. How we ethnic groups.
No, I'm not actually interested. So you see beard?
Yeah, people all over the world on every continent.
It's just curious that we this.
and we have this, and we have. I'm just intrigued by that. I don't know. I don't know what it means exactly.
So Hancock's theory is that evidence of these same bearded people across different gathering groups. He believes that all of these indigenous by the survivors of the same lost civilization who have often been depicted as white saviors.
So just we're doing that, and we're going back to what I wrote in 1995, in which I reported traditions about the appearance of bearded foreigners after a cataclysm to the shattered cataclysm. And in some cases, in those traditions, those described as white skin, because archaeology has taken the view that all of those stories were made up by the Spanish, and that seems to be completeness. Both in Peru and Bolivia, we have traditions. We have Viracocha, we have Quetzalcoatl, which racism. Imagine that the magic powers of the Spaniards could impose a myth upon indigenous peoples all over the earth, so stupid that they would fall for this. Of course, these are indigenous myths. And I was reporting that. And I stand by.
Hopefully, if you're unfamiliar with this is all new to you, you can start to appreciate more resistance to Hancock's ideas here. The implication is that indigenous cultures around the world were saved and shaped. Surviving white or light skin lived on to spread their knowledge and wisdom across the world.
This is actually an example of the problem in Spanish colonial literature about, say, Quetzalcoatl coming. There's other kinds of people get correct. Say that the hope that bearded, pale-skinned Quetzalcoatl was. Yes, I am. I can show you a edition of Quetzal from the pre-Spanish period. I can show you. Here we go. This is on the Borgia Codex. This is from before any Europeans arrived. This is on a hide. The ink has been analyzed, the hides have been analyzed, and this individual has tan skin, feathered heather, because this is the feathered serpent. Well, actually, we can't see anything about it. The point that I want to make is, do you think that the Spanish deliberately imposed an idea of Quetzal? Every single source that we have of white skin in the indigenous Americas comes from Spanish sources, and therefore I see it as indigenous. Quoting them inaccurately because people quote that all the time. Because again, we have earlier representation of these individuals that show that this is the documents, Graham. You read about the peoples of Mexico, the peoples of Colombia, the peoples of Bolivia, as they would simply accept position upon them by the Spaniards. So, no, I am interpreting these kinds.
Okay, so this is the essence of debate, and it provides how Hancock developed his theories. Dibble, and yes, that's actually his real name, is saying that archaeologists these depictions of a bearded white folly myths and legends by the Spanish during the Conquest Empire way back in the early 16th century. Is saying that they're not just legends, they're not just myths. Foreigners who visited and helped to develop the indigenous cultures. Pushes back and says, well, why did they appear only at that time, shortly after the invasion? To which Hancock defends by pointing out foreigners with the indigenous people, therefore occurring before.
It makes sense to me that if a group conquered by white people who showed up on boats and society, that they would have a great influence on a lot of the myths and heavily discouraged from the changes that they have made to those myths. And over the course of one generation,
He's described as having white skin or a beard. We have a tradition of a civilizing hero, Coatl in Mexico, Mochica in Colombia, Viracocha in
as bearded, who comes in a time of chaos. The notion that the magical pen could somehow have put an entire continent making up myths. And that's credible at all. I don't understand what your video is telling us. Let's try to explain the complexity of interpreting Spanish sources.
So you can see just how contentious it can be. Hancock saying coincidence, it's civilized, therefore they must be of real people. But the argument is that it's far too difficult to interpret these depictions any degree of.
I pause for a second. We know that indigenous people are that they try to alter their beliefs, and if not adopt. And we have recent America, with how Native Americans were treated when they brought in the school systems and Christianity told that they use their language. It makes sense to me that they also put it on that entered.
Yeah. I didn't why that. In this case, it's too widespread. That constant reference is very odd. As a civilization bringer in a time of chaos, disaster after capitalism, I don't think that the indigenous people by the Spaniards.
I don't think it's hoodwinked. Yeah. Also, that you must take it. I would imagine that a lot of these people can't read. They're actually probably conquered by the Spaniards, so being imposed upon with their language.
Some of these traditions were recorded by Bernardino de Sahagún within 20 years of the conquest. Now they want
years after the conquest? Right, but don't, man, you can do a lot in 20 years.
Yeah. So that clarifies where these claims of racism and white supremacy against Graham Hancock to make those claims against him. I mean, he's white, Indian, right? And for me personally, mudslinging from a desperate group mix to hold on to the integrity of their discipline by refusing to acknowledge of truth in Hancock's theories, which, like many contrarians, can be right from time, sometimes very right.
I have no idea. This was the Clovis first lobby, the Clovis.
So it's not, it wasn't.
Well, think about how many people actually study the Clovis period. That is a tiny area of the world. Most Americans study the issue of the peopling of the Americans.
But it's direct. It's also direct evidence. Archaeologists going out for saying something that turned out to be correct.
It's evidence of an academic argument, which happens. Yes.
It was evidence, and he turned out to be correct.
I mean, that site. He invited people down there and convinced them that
they didn't listen to him. They didn't take the data, and they did dismiss him, and publicly, they still obfuscate.
I obfuscate anything. That's not fair at all. He invited down us. He convinced them. He showed us, and what resulted from that conversation was that entire group changing their mind on stuff. It was very. I'm not saying there were not a few bad actors. But what I am trying to say is that the conspiracy of everybody in our against Dillahay.
And this goes to the idea of big ecology, similar to big pharma, big tech, or even the military. The Washington Consensus. It's when an institution or a group of institutions develop a set of narratives that they be true and widely accepted to preserve their own existence.
Do you believe that there's such a thing? You know, we've all heard the word big pharma. Do you think there's such a thing as big ugly? How odd? Because here you're nibble. This is 2023, scare quotes, it's hard to sarcasm. We live in a period where we're seeing an increased trust of scholars and scientists. As an online engaging with the public, and we big archaeology is way beyond that Graham Hancock. You just told archaeology, but right here you said there is a big archaeology. That's in quotes for sarcasm. Oh, so, because you're saying, so you don't think that the middle children and the teaching of archaeology, what archaeology teaches us about the system, people like you like to present yourself as this small, long voice, but frankly, by comparison with big argument, so-called square, scare quotes, my outreach is very small, even on Netflix.
Graham, I was hoping we'd have a conversation.
Yes, I was hoping that you me in the way that you've done.
And I've done.
If there's any conspiracy here, who's in against? Next one. Are you having? Yeah, go ahead.
Say something interesting. Like, I came here to have a respectful conversation. I want to this Graham. I met you for the first time today, so I don't know how you are as a person or how you other people. To be honest, just try to go and smear me back for what you see as yourself. Fair enough. That's okay.
I'm just presenting facts.
I'm presenting facts as well from our.
Personally believe that St. Dibble, and yes, that's actually his real name. You are trying to discredit Graham Hancock and cancel by any means necessary. If you haven't already, go and take a look at Hancock's speech. It's obvious that it's being controlled by those who seek to discredit him. He maintains no credibility, doesn't receive any credit for raising.
I believe your friend John Hoops, your co-author John Hoops, moderators of my Wikipedia page, which people cannot edit my Wikipedia page. It's locked.
But now we're all on the same page and have a better understanding of the background to this debate. And a half-hour argument condensed into a few minutes. Popcorn, relax and enjoy two nerds having it out. See commentator.
Archaeologist Flip Dibble says Hancock's names reinforce supremacist ideas. Indigenous people of their rich heritage, and it's giving credit to maybe white people actually have
that this idea of Atlantis, the 2 years it has been used for them.
So you know perfectly well that saying that my work in racism is and encouraging racism is going to end up with me being tarred as a racist, and you know very well. Tarring somebody as a racist in this down there, make no mistake, Hancock is a white supremacist like Trump.
I put that in there as a paragraph, and I say he should not be citing these kind of sources without critiquing them, because they have harm in the history.
Specific about that? Like, what are these sources that
Yeah,
sure. About Atlantis reinforce white supremacy?
This idea of Atlantis, 16th in the 19th century. With the book on Atlantis by Ignatius Donnelly, it described this as this kind of global, European, and that was responsible for these monuments in indigenous areas, credit away cultures of their heritage.
But this is something that is a very, and when you say that it reinforces white supremacy,
again, I said the sources.
This quote here, reinforce white supremacist ideas, stripping people of the rich heritage, and instead giving credit to aliens or white people.
I know, Graham doesn't even talk about aliens.
Right, but
and so
did you say that?
I said that not in specific relation to Hancock's claims, but in specific relation to this narrative of Atlanta hundreds of years ago. And I've shown you the kind of big data evidence that's
in the area.
This proves your entire
look at. It doesn't disprove my entire statement. You've only invested 10% of continental shelves, 1% of the Sahara, 1%
Ice Age civilization, and ignore all the Ice Age evidence.
The Ice Age evidence that you have, I wish there were hunter-gatherers in the world. The hunter-gatherers in the world now. Why should have cooked with hunter-gatherers in the past?
I think we should break and clear our heads.
Take a break.
Do you have associated me with white supremacism, racism, misogyny, anti-Semitism?
Notice it was always the same quote.
I understand, but you said it.
I said that there's this history of this idea, which by white supremacists. And I would like Graham to separate himself from that history in a stronger way, because it's different. And he claims that instead of their ancestors building this civilization,
no, because I don't cite us.
I don't cite
very well
civilization.
the ancestors of people that were there before.
You not me. That civilization was an empire. It's you not me who say that that's, had temples and was farms and everything. I don't say that. I don't say that. My view, like all others, that emerged out of shamanism, knowledge of astronomy, that was able to explore. At the end of the Ice Age, that civilization was largely destroyed. And a very small number of survivors settled we would today. I've made this possible on our planet today. From our so-called advanced technological civilization, would not survive. Spoiled children. We do not have the survivor who know how to survive by the hunter-gatherer. And if I were a survivor of this civilization gatherers, and I would try to go amongst them, so that I could have some hope of surviving, and that's all.
I suggest you take a little bathroom break, clear our heads, relax, come back. Let's discuss the ancient construction.
Now, before I sign off, this was probably one of the most enjoyable videos I've made on this channel. It took me, which is by far the longest of any video. Most videos look days, and sometimes I can throw one together in a 12th day. And the reason I'm telling you this was this particular episode of very proving to be quite popular. The finishing video, the podcast has over 3.5 million views, and I think the reason why people care about this is that we've been starved of genuine debate from people who are genuinely passionate. This episode's real. We can call these guys nerds and people's name and appearance, or claim that Graham Hancock is a grifter who's just trying to sell on his Netflix show. But at the end of the day, something that actually matters. It really does. These kind of discussions led to wars and even genocide. Law both sides of into what Graham Hancock has to say, because contrarian historically been proven right on many occasions, even though they've been proven wrong often than not. And I definitely effort to silence him from establishment because he's not following their rules and he's throwing a lot of their theories back in their face. Not to mention that he's got a father, he's become close friends with Rogan. But we also can't forget that he's probably more than likely, and that's what makes this whole argument so fun to watch. On the one hand, Hancock's theories have flaky and circumstantial evidence. On the other hand, if he turns out to be right, Bill and his colleagues will look like absolute tools. So anyway, that's it from me. Let me know in the comments all of this. Don't forget to also check out my page. New videos there this week, so don't miss out on those. And if you're not a regular of this channel yet, hit the subscribe button and give me a thumbs up. Thanks for watching. I'll catch you all in the next one.
What is that?
It's from like the 14th, 27th AD. Sorry, yes, I misspoke. Chill. So this
Jake's the really good time. Because I saw that. I'm interested in it, but I didn't look into it.
I'm fascinating because it's going to happen. There's no way to stop it. As a person who understands combat sports, he's very skilled. He's very skilled. He's a very, like, I'm watching the combinations he sets, the way he's countering. Very high. He's a real professional caliber boxer. He's not yet, he's unconscious. Wow. Why? I don't give a if he's 55. That's still Mike Tyson. The other side of the ring, and sees Mike Tyson just a lot of recognition. That's really Mike Tyson.
So Joe Rogan has completely backflipped on his fighting Paul v. Tyson last year. About how Tyson is, even though he's approaching 60 years old. Just a few days ago, a podcast about how skilled and professional Jake Paul is as a boxer. I'm going to show you the extent because this is probably one of the worst takes I've ever heard from Rogan, and it's making Jake Paul's got Rogan on his payroll somehow. We know he's friends with Tyson, but he's never had Jake on his podcast. I actually think he's going to have both Jake and Tyson the next couple of months before the third pans out. But like you heard in the intro there, now all of a sudden, worried about Tyson's health and his ability to fall, and he also feels kind of helpless that there's nothing he can do to stop the fight.
It's going to happen. There's nothing I can stop it from happening. I do not necessarily to be fighting twice.
And Jamie actually pulled up an update on the approval process for the fight. It hasn't approved yet, which is interesting because we could find ourselves in a scenario where everything's good to go on the ocean front, but the governing body refuses to fight due to concerns over Tyson's health, even though it's only an exhibition.
The fight must still be approved. Oh, interesting. It's only been announced on the calendar. Interesting. Well, there's probably going to be a lot of pressure for them to not approve it, just based on his age. He's at age 30 years, which is just wild.
So last year when he made those comments about it, but now that the fight's actually been announced, for some totally changed. I seriously had to bid because Rogan kept repeating himself about how good of a boxer, how he's an elite professional grade boxer.
A 27-year-old. Yeah, he'd beat them. He'd be quick. But a 20-year-old Jake can box and is very power, very fast, and he's young. First of all, he's got one punch knockout power, which is odd. It's an odd thing to have. So you could go fit like some of the things like Julio Cesar Chavez. One of the great he's a good boxer. Like he's fought very good boxers. Not a lot of former MMA stars, including Tyron Woodley, who's one of the greatest welterweights of all time. Flatlined. Really good. And if he wasn't Jake guy, just this wild kid coming right, you would go, holy shit, look at this guy, it's fun. He's wild, all this flashy jewelry, he's got crazy tattoos everywhere. He's unconscious. And he's knocked a bunch of former MMA champions unconscious. Ben Askren unconscious. You know, Ben Askren. Nate Simmons, that basketball player. See that fight? No. Oh, God. I was telling people, I'm like, hey, man, fight. Like, really fight. I know basketball player, athletic, and probably out of his element in a boxing match, but he really believes in himself. Watch what he does, the way he does it, the way he punches. They're like elite caliber of technique.
Okay, so straight up, that is such a team. I'm the first one to give Rogan respect. A community role in growing the UFC and promoting it through TV appearances early on, and then through his podcast live commentary. But we all know that he blows things out of proportion. At that time, he beat Mayweather, and then he had to eat his own words after she got locked by Holly Holm and Amanda Nunes.
Beat the Ronda Rousey way. It makes things because there was a bunch of people that were going, oh yeah, what about Ronda Rousey? She'll kick it. And I made mistakes. Hyperbole. Okay, I'm the master of hyperbole. I forget all the time. I was probably half the men bantamweights in the UFC. No, it's not true. Shouldn't have said it at the time. Now it's definitely not true. She can beat a few that aren't good outside the sport. Look, if she gets guys in the ground, she's 100% legit. Her arm bars are amongst the best in the business. But, you know, and then the argument lost to him. Drop the ball. Why would they be?
Yes, and at least Rogan admitted to driving the. But like I was before, the way he's rationalizing this is laughable. He's giving Jake props as an elite boxer for knocking out a few MMA guys which have any professional boxing credentials. He was an NCAA Division I wrestler, so was Ben Askren, actually known for his before striking A, and then he's the fight against Nate Robertson, who he mistaken Simmons. I mean, the guy was a guy who could dunk, and Rogan's used Jake's form against him as proof that he's an elite boxer. This gets me about all this, right? You can train to be a boxer, prove your coordination, punch selection, build up your boxing IQ and movement. You can look great and get in the ring with a bunch of never been good boxers and look, but as soon as you jump in the ring with an elite boxer, I would even argue that Tom Fury is not an elite boxer, although he was definitely so far. But anyway, when you jump in the ring with an elite, all that fancy form you developed in training will go out the window so fast, you know what hit you. And Rogan should know that more than anything. Hitting the pads, hitting the bag, even boxing a few MMA, nothing. I said this before, put Jake Paul in the ring with Milo in his current form, not winning. Jake never steps in again, guaranteed. Now, I'm obviously a cat. Some of my regulars will know I do a little bit of kickboxing and jiu-jitsu. But I've trained with a couple of professional boxers over the years, and as soon as they get serious, it goes out the window. Nothing prepares you for that moment when they're exactly where you don't want them to be, putting pressure on you so you make a mistake and open yourself. I seem to understand that last year when Jake Paul first called out Mike Tyson. No, why? If he's 50. Mike Tyson. Oh my God, he trains with Rafael Cordero, who's a legend in MMA. He runs martial arts. That guy can see him. In this world, hormone replacement, vitamins, and like, you think he's 55 years old? That guy will hurt you. Jake Paul's he's going to have recognition. He's going to look over. Oh my God, that's really Mike Tyson. I will say though, Ray gassed up the hype train on Jake. Did mention that Tyson does have a chance if he can get his body right for the science and various conditioning and recovery. Rogan thinks Tyson can get his body in the right window to be a problem for him, even though he'll be 50 years old for the fight.
Is such a genetic freak that his 57 not in decline for this moment as much as a normal person.
Yes, and science. It's not 57 in the days. We're talking about 57 biological engineering. You're able to do kinds of stuff with human growth hormone levels, with using peptides, with using testosterone, a 57 hormone replacement, and you're eating well and taking a lot of vitamins, and you're using all these like red light therapy and saunas and cold plunge. It could be one of those fights. Get in the corner and connect those lines.
Sciatica and how it's previously used a walking stick and even a wheel. Regan actually explained how preparing for a fight can actually make it worse and cause it to flip. Again, why people are starting to doubt this.
The thing is, can he close the gap? He has problems. He's had sciatic problems. So, or nerves are getting on your nerves. It could be a bulging disc, it could be a bust, but that's an issue. It's a real issue. Chronic, especially when you go on an intensive training camp like he's going through now up to July 20th.
So all over the place with this one, the way he was hyping up Jake was just plain stupid in my opinion. We all know that Jake has control of everything they do. Like I said at the beginning of this video, it would surprise me if they've got Rogan on the payroll to promote this by gassing up Jake as we don't know the full extent terms in the contract for this fight, so it's really hard to know what restrictions they put on Mike to make it go the distance. But if this wasn't an exhibition and Tyson was free to unleash on Jake, this would be over in the first. Jake just doesn't have the training experience to deal with a big champion, even if he's old. Just looking at Jake's knockouts, so many of them look staged, and we saw how Floyd Mayweather literally carried Logan Paul when he caught him by accident. Logan was going to go down too early in the fight. There must have been a no clause in that fight, and I'm almost Jake and Tyson, even though it's obvious that Jake is better than his brother Logan. The other thing is, Jake owns his own gym, and most boxers with as little experience have those kind of resources to dedicate for an exhibition. So with everything we know about the fight so far, it's not an impossible task for Jake to train his way into a position where he can assistance of Tyson as well. Probably how this is going to pan out. They'll have incentivized Mike in the contract to go the distance with Jake to maximize their airtime on Netflix and create a perception. Tyson was notorious for ending fights in the first one who paid good money to see his fight. Having said that, most people don't talk about this. Lost 3 of his last 4 2, and the very last one against McBride when his Fennec pulled the pin to protect Mike in the 7th round. Now, Mike was in his 30s at the end of his professional boxing career. He was losing to elite heavyweight boxing. My point in telling you all of this is that Rogan audience about this upcoming fight. He claims to be someone who understands sports, and we all know he's been around MMA for over 30 years, yet he has mentioned that this is an exhibition fight. Others have made careers out of staging fights and scamming their fights. He's promoting Jake Paul's boxing skills and claiming he's an elite. Everyone seems to be able to see this for what it is. Anyway, that's the latest on Paul v. Tyson. In the comments below what you think about all of this channel. Hit the subscribe button and give me a thumb. Thanks for watching, guys. I'll catch you.
There is a difference between Mike Tyson and a regular person. Just
I listened to your podcast with Kurt, who I know, and I've been on his podcast. And I agree with dude, he is. But I think I disagree with you both, kind of on the Israel issue.
Have you ever met so like before they were popping, were kind of, and then once they became very successful,
I know there's many people in our business that are really successful at your level or my level that are.
Yeah, think about that. Yeah. Yeah.
While Andrew just epiphany, welcome back to the channel, and I'm going to give this to you guys right up. I don't get any complaints. Cringe I've got for you off the charts. So if you are my regulars, you'll know I don't always give these. Yeah, I'm not joking around. The episode of the Joe Rogan Experience, Schultz made an appearance, and at this point, it's undeniable that he had completed his downfall. Schultz is officially comment section on YouTube. I've never seen so much negativity or guess compared to this. Here are just a few to give you an idea of what I'm talking about. Wow, negative. I thought Bert was on 3 minutes in, and he's already had 2 fake Schultz. He tries to pretend to be interested. He read How to Infect and Influence People for Dummies. Nobody gives it up for Andrew like Andrew. What Schultz say about intelligent? Damn the internet. This guy, Jamie Paul, the documentary Andrew made about how successful he is where he had his achievements. Andrew is the exact type of guy that thinks comedian philosophers. Just coming here for the comments roast both Andrew's haircut and enormous ears. Andrew's moustache isn't allowed within feet of the school. That's actually the top comment. Guests like him make me appreciate the comment section being back. I fill a whole video just reading the comments from this episode, and I wouldn't even scratch the surface. Every now and then, a fan of one of Rogan's funny comedians will show up in my comment section and say something. Oh, what's all that? Or why does everyone hate Bird or Tom or whoever it is? Well, it's not the case with Andrew Schultz anymore. Everyone seems to be in on the joke that he has become. I like to point out his good days whenever I can. Look at the most recent video on this channel. People were even saying that it was. Sadly, this episode of JRE proves the. And the best part is, Schultz explained in a couple of sentences exactly what went wrong with his career. and realized he was talking about himself.
But then there's the question: it's like, give them power, then, or does it take a power-hungry person as this void that they need to be filled? Power, you see the worst version of it.
You know, this was part of the discussion about how some people in their business let them get to their heads and show their truth. Let me just for you. Joe Rogan and were discussing the problem in show business where some power get to their heads, start to treat scum, and show their true colors. Joe Rogan and Andrew Schultz were just, I've made my point.
Kind of boss people around, throw their weight around kitchens. Maybe they yell what they have to yell or are demeaning to certain people. I don't like it at all. And then they feel terrible. Same exact situation could be that with a hug. You can tell them you appreciate the hug. And then everybody feels good. Yeah, that should be what the goal is. Like you, who is in this very situation, and you have the everybody feel bad. They feel entitled, and they don't feel certain things that do happen around certain successful people. You'll see they have a few people that have resentment that are around them. Oh, I must have much room that I never be Andrew Schultz. I'm always going to be the who works with Andrew Schultz, which is why I'm in show business in the first place. Perception of reality, and that not being objective, they're not good at seeing the big picture.
Yeah, I seriously don't understand how to write things out loud with a straight face, knowing that it's flagrant podcast, a bunch of yes men that sit around to laugh at Schultz's joke. But one thing we know about our boy Andy, deep thinker, he loves an epiphany, and this episode. So what I did was I pulled out my 3 favorite Schultz epiphanies. You can decide which one is the most cringe. Like, actually, let me know in the comments below. And remember, I warned you.
I didn't know, like, when we're sending money to Ukraine, we're not really even sending money there. We're sending money to American military manufacturers and the weapons go to Ukraine. Us. Yeah. Okay. The money is for industry. Staying in America, which does, I guess, economy in some way. Like, those people need to hire people. The economy starts to do way to look at it. No, for real. Like, they have to hire people. They have to pay people. Like, and that's why war is good. They need conflict in order to continue the positive momentum of the economy. Yes, but they can't go. Hey, we need war in order for the economy to be good.
They're not thinking about the economy. They're thinking specifically going to make. And attach it from bills, right? Like attach it to the home. Attach it to the bill. We gotta educate those Russians about bombs. Know about a Tomahawk missile. Yeah.
So how do you stop that? Could AI for us be what mushroom?
Sometimes
mushrooms come around, the apes start using tools, doing whatever they want, and then now you accelerate
the seed for artificial intelligence because the mushrooms give you the creativity to start doing wild things. Technology, which leads to a life form. Once they see it, then they become God because they make better versions of the end in sight. Something becomes so advanced that it has control over those forces, and it utilizes all of those forces, and it literally has a complete understanding of everything at every given time in the entire
generation will have lived before the internet. And singularity. What a crazy 2040
as well believes.
Imagine we lived through all of that. Imagine we lived through the time when unless you were home and you're here phone.
Yeah.
And we can also live in a time where simultaneously be at your house.
Yeah. In the same.
And that's what's totally different right now. It's like, I don't think we know what to believe about anything. The trans visibility day thing, like every headline was Easter trans visibility day.
Right.
And I read it and I looked into it. Trans visibility.
Right.
3 years ago, they declared it, and obviously changes every date. It doesn't change the day, and then it ends up on a Sunday. What that is, Biden declares Easter Trans Visibility Day.
Right.
Now every headline is fake because there's money to be made out of it. That click is valuable. Knowingly, like we were talking about that Huberman thing, there is money to be made out of that.
Yeah.
And as long as there's money to be made from it, they work and they'll remove information that is incredibly important to the truth. I don't know how you talk that.
So I'm tossing up between Schultz discovering the military-industrial complex and content creators use clickbait to make money on the President Eisenhower military-industrial complex in his farewell ad back in 1961 when he warned that we must of unwarranted influence whether sought by the military-industrial complex. So Schultz is over 60 years late with that one. Schultz has made a career from clickbait to exaggeration and scamming his fans. Detail in a moment. So the clickbait is either just sheer behalf or blind spot that he's yet to see. It's a tough choice, but if I had to go with the military-industrial complex, Rogan has this a million times on his podcast, and for like Schultz to only just be realizing this 60 years after it just goes to show how much of a casual he is when it comes to politics, and especially considering how worldly he thinks he is. But then Schultz was on being a multi-millionaire and how it's his perspective on the things in life.
That's something I've and I think it's a really important thing to. It's an important quality to have as you invest. With success, life can get easier. So if you're not addicted to difficulty and like hard situations, it's easy to just kind of fall into the comfort of nothing. Yeah, once you get money, like things become easy, and then anything easy, you get very anxious about it. So you like hard things. I think a lot of times people don't like hard success. Hard things make them anxious, and they stop doing what make us successful. When we have to do hard things. Yeah, we have to go up in front of crowds, and might have to go run really hard, we have to work out really hard. Whatever it is, it's grow up and not do some hard things. They have to do anything hard. Right. So it's one of those things that, like, I mean, as I've gotten potentially more comfortable life, I like have to like afraid of, or I do think that I would just kind of get weak.
Cult is warm and enticing. I think characters like Mario, I think you have to keep it up.
Yeah.
I do. I really do. I think that's the same with character, and I think it's the same doing difficult things and also self-assessing, honestly, knowing where you've moved up.
I was hanging on the beach with my wife on Sunday. I'm like, I'm really bad with things to do. I cannot do it.
Yeah.
I cannot do it. I can do it. Or if I play paddle, I can do it. Do shit.
Right.
Give me something to do.
Right.
And my wife knows I don't get it. I'm learning. I'm asking. Towards my question. I need to do a thing.
Yeah.
Because if I my brain.
Okay. First of all, there's an easy fix for all you need to do is get off the adult stopping zines. But I actually think 2 millionaire comedians sitting in this fortress podcast studio, pre stuff like cardio exercise, busy to help themselves stay grounded and the fame and money get to their heads. If this person that all they need to do is just buy a house. When millionaire influencers share their morning routines with things like, yoga, meditation, use the iced water, and with their success to positive energy and gratitude. As I was watching because I was half expecting Rogan to start ranting for his daily Oh no, wait, hang on.
I like that's how I Coldplay it. I don't like it.
Yeah.
Every time I'm about to do it, there's this little part of my brain that's like, don't do this. Part of my brain is like built up over here. It's like, shut up. You've built up your understanding of how to get through difficult things. It will serve you in everything you do. And if you do it voluntarily, then you've gained control of the mental process. What is it?
Secondly, guys, to gain control of your mental process, do lots of cards. Okay, got it. Where was I? Oh yeah, stand-up comedians are geniuses.
You know what's so funny is like you ever listen to a recording of like a new bit, but you're like that crushed, and then when you listen back, you're like, oh, just so excited.
Yes.
And it worked. The excitement changed from you interpreting the crowd. And I don't know, for me, I'm like, oh, that means I'm really like, you're on like an emotional, that's like that's the highest form of it. Obviously, you want to have the structure, you want to have the joke, these things 100%, but I think those are almost like, that's like the icing. The cake is built with how much do I really care about this position.
Yeah.
Those can I make in my life.
Yeah.
That's to me.
And you always think that when you have a new bit, this is the last new bit. Like, I don't have anything else to say. You have something to say. Either time, again, it needs to be something.
Yeah.
So you have to find something you're interested in.
Yeah.
That's the difference between thieves. Like, that's why they don't have it. They just
exactly.
They're interested in themselves.
Succeed.
Yeah, sociopaths. Yeah.
So you probably in there that Rogan was talking about joke thieves, and he went into quite a bit of detail in this episode how much calling out Carlos Mencia affected him. But then they get into the whole where the new media like CNN are out of touch and full of lies and propaganda, which is totally true. I'm here for this. However, what I thought was mind-blowing is how Rogan and Schultz think that all the corporate constraints and money that control mainstream media. Now, if you weren't aware, Andrew Schultz's fans a couple of claiming that he had a deal line streaming service to push his comedy special, but then they tried to censor him apparently, so he decided to release his special independently. He put it out through his website for a fee that everyone who bought it would get a link that they could use to watch the special for live, and it would never be released anywhere else. Only to YouTube for free a few weeks later. So with that in mind, take a look at this next clip, and then I'll pick it up after because it
You have to lie. Yeah. We have zero incentive to lie.
Yeah.
And when we're talking about these things, like, this is what I know. And it's not like there's not a motivation.
Yeah.
Look at my you.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just insane sum of money that's involved in a lot of these decisions on whether or not we complain or not.
Just show how much money people are making.
Yeah.
And it makes from pharmaceutical. And then you will look at every story about pharmaceuticals
Brought to you by Pfizer.
That's a tender space. Now, do people that are disseminating information are aware of the bull useful idiots? Meaning, like,
I think at a certain point in time, they must be aware.
and if they're aware, they're one pushing out information that you know to be false,
Right.
hurting people.
Right.
It doesn't have to be, it can be anything.
Right now, you're evil.
That's I'm ignorant or a useful idiot or really passionate about a thing. But the person that knows and still puts it out.
These blind spots that Schultz seems to have, and I think he shares these with Gura and Bert Kreischer as well. You know, a lot of the things they criticize others for doing them because they're comedians or they're modern day philosophers or however they see themselves. What Schultz described was exactly what he did to his fans, his comedy special out to his audience, aware that he intended to publish on YouTube, but didn't tell them because he wanted them to spend the money, obviously. Not only that, I've said in the previous video evidence that he had a streaming deal in the first place. He never said, all we have to go off is him saying he had a deal and it fell through when he refused a request to edit out one of his. If you remember, at the time, he was long rant on one of his podcasts about how he's being and how he needed his fans to show up for him, fight back so he could be his jokes the way he wants with censorship, etc. But now he's saying something completely different. Take a look. This is a great time for comedy, man.
Yeah.
I really do. I think this is the legit. It's fun. This comedy's dangerous.
Yeah.
Because, you know, like, they're so restrict what people can and can't talk about. That's unique.
It's less now.
Really?
Yeah.
Right now, currently. All of a sudden, this is the golden age of comedy and there's no censorship. Isn't it funny how comedians like Schultz will make up their own narrative to make some money and then completely flip and claim they're living in a golden age of dangerous comedy? But the thing I find is how far and wide the Schultz hate has become. I always thought that there was just a smoke and call these guys are, but it wasn't until this particular episode of Jay I scrolled through the comment section that I realized everyone else can see what's going on here. The best part is we've all heard how Rogan gives his buddies the advice in the comment section and to just keep pushing and doing their thing. Now I can agree with that extent, but when basically the whole comment section is negative about, surely at that point you've got to stop and reflect and maybe change a few things up or take a break. Toxic narcissism and entitlement is what got most of Rogan's buddies into this predicament where they're no longer clowns. We've seen Tom and Bert accept this reality and lean into it, but for some reason Schultz is getting and still pretends like a comedic artist, when the reality is he's ruined his from the pandemic by trying too many hats and jumping between personalities depending where he is. We've all heard the different guests and on different podcasts, and he's clearly just fishing for controversy with that stupid haircut. This place, which is kind of frustrating because just like Tom Segura, Schultz was a half-decent comedian. Now it seems like he's trying to position himself as this deep, his cringe epiphanies and hot takes, mind you, most of which are stolen from other commentators and analysts. I mean, it's so many original thoughts anymore, right? But if you get a chance, head over to the JRE comment section. There's more comedy there than in Rogan and Schultz's combined. Anyway, a breakdown of Schultz's latest appearance on comments below what you think about all of this. And if you're not a regular of this channel yet, hit the subscribe thumbs up if you ended up. Thanks for watching, guys. I'll catch you in the next one.
If we are real to accelerated evolution, which is much speculated.
We're the product of
Accelerated evolution.
And I'm excited to talk to you.
There's different stories. We gotta do. When I robbed them, I was never. You never even know them others. We're out here telling jokes. I told you, having fun. Smoking, rapping jokes, making people. That's it. Music. I so understand. What a twisted way.
He features Joey Diaz. He's appeared on the podcast over 60 times, dating way back to 2010 on episode 25. He's obviously Rogan. They originally met at the Comedy Store back in the 90s, and he truly is a unique character in the whole Rogan universe, right? Stand-up comedy tends to attract some strange cats, and Joey Diaz, he immigrated to the US from Cuba with his parents. His dad passed away years old, and then his mom when he was only 16. Good as a teenager and as a young adult. He eventually got arrested for kidnapping and aggravated robbery, and he went to prison on a 40 after serving only 16 months. And it was actually in prison he discovered stand-up comedy. Whenever the screen projector wasn't working during movie nights, he would perform stand-up routine for all the inmates. Even still, it would take him a few years more to build the courage to actually go and do stand-up in a club.
We're not gonna tell it with 2 strikes. I got 2 strikes. My next strike is life. 20 years, we have 3 strikes. Tell something. I ain't mad for that gun. I was a cop. I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know, man. I'm not doing it. This is the path we got in trouble against. Never.
So that it wasn't until the early 90s that he would really get into stand-up comedy and slowly name for himself over the following 20 years. In 2016, though, that he would release his first book called Socially Unacceptable. But it was that he would meet Joe Rogan and become very close. He's the funniest guy he knows. He absolutely loves him, which has definitely helped to put Joe, especially with all his appearances on JRE. And so in the latest episode, he recalled how the comedy scene he was stuck in illusion problems and just generally lacked purpose, and
Comedy became, you need something to get you out of there. You're at the store, guys, we get 25 a shake. She was paying me $25 on Sunday nights to work the dogs. But you fall in love with what you're doing. Doesn't happen. And when you start to rise, and you're stuck as a stuck. You don't know when to stop. I was stuck as an addict, and I got to 418, 120. My wife was tying my shoelaces. Embarrassing that is. Embarrassing that is. Looking back at it now, people come to visit you and check. That's life, man. Yeah. There's so much out there, Joe. There's so. And that's what I'm trying to sell to my daughter.
So it wouldn't be until 2007 that he would kick his coat. He had pretty much controlled his life up until that point. He got divorced from his first wife in 91 and lost his relationship with his daughter as a result. But then he remarried in 2009 and had another daughter who he seems to put a lot of effort into making her when he's on the road. He picks her up from school, helps her with home. So he's definitely turned his life out from all the crime and drugs that he grew up with. But over and above all, he grew from providing the backbone to lift himself out of that life and make something of himself.
Man, comedy family.
Yeah.
And that's the people that don't get it will not get that because they haven't experienced it. But we're lucky. We each other, yeah. And that's what people also can get to these people. Like, you know what, you're doing good, man.
And just like Rogan takes pride giving back to the comedy community, himself is in legacy mode with his comedy club in Boston. He's credited with reviving stand-up and giving it a whole new look away from it. And New York would become dominant from large corporations calling on the show. Now the comedy scene is a lot more democratic. It's all about pushing the funniest people. He's got no agenda. He just wants to help the funniest comedians. Here's the thing, though.
I had girls suck at my give me coke from Chewy. They come from the kid. I'll make a call for you. That's the game. How many girls do you have to like? 20. This little big chick dog. Come up to the time, 20. And just take me out to the bar. Wow, I finally freaked out when she did real girl. She was beautiful. And when she left, she had dirt. Really, she wrote me a letter to the crazy. And shoots balls and every time she went down.
You weren't able to follow there. This was played back in 2011, less than 2 years after the first JRE episode went. And Johnny Diaz was telling Joe Rogan and producer at the time, Brian Redband, who's now Tony, about and how he used to coerce young female comics into performing favors for him to the Belly Room, which is part of the Comedy Store in LA. He also said that one female comic a write to him complaining that he broke her after getting washed up and spat out by. Now, that's obviously that most Joey Diaz fans will find difficult to forget about. Fortunately, things get worse. For some reason, Joey has a fascination with predators and predatory behavior discussed openly on podcasts. When he was on JRE, he was explaining to Rogan how dirty the LA corrupt it's become, and as more and more information comes going on there over the years, the picture has been clearer. And he brought up how rotten LA is, except what he describes is almost exactly what he confessed to just 9 years earlier on the exact same.
It's just disgusting people out here. The big wrong duck. I didn't see that filthy fucking animal. Get away with something. 90-degree weather, 6 yoke sanction. That's just cool. It can put you in jail for just sucking that. Harvey, all that shit happens here.
Seems to have this deep fascination with predatory behavior, meaning that he himself engaged in similar behavior with over 20 women during the 90s and early 2000s. RE back in 2018, giving Harvey Weinstein strategic advice on how to get off his charges. And what I found so interesting about all of this, he automatically identifies with Harvey Weinstein. He asks him why he thinks Weinstein would do this, and Joey claims that it goes back to his own experiences living around criminals and being one himself.
Very interesting with this Harvey Weinstein. Right now, he has Benjamin Brown as an attorney. And if you see what happened, Benjamin dismissal, he didn't get into trouble. The lawyer said, the judge said the trial, Harvey Weinstein's going to go through more money. Time. Obviously, over time, that he's going to fire Ben and show with 2 women, 1 black, and 1 Asian, 1 white. And this is when this trial is going to get very interesting. Because I know this is what I know I'm getting busted for this. What do I do? Because I'm around those people, this is what you do. So I'm like, either a black woman, an Asian woman, or a white. There's 2 choices. Or a black and an Asian woman. You want to get the diversity angle. Yeah, you're saying these women. I'm trying to understand. Did you ever really want versus O.J. Simpson? No, I didn't. Very interesting.
But it's funny how Joe Rogan, on the other hand, is disgusted by guys like Harvey Weinstein laughing uncontrollably at his buddy Joey Diaz's open confession before. So let me just clarify something before I move on and show you this next clip. Suggesting that Joey Diaz is the same type of person as Harvey Weinstein, I'm only going off his own word. 11, which I'll discuss in more detail to what if showing you this is to point out the hypocrisy of alphabets Joe Rogan, who confronts predatory behavior, but then clutches his person. Weinstein was able to get away with his actions without so much as a whisper.
Don't do it. Is it? Why did we do that? 20-some years.
Yeah.
Well,
there's way more cases. Yeah, there's way more cases. This is just what he's been convicted. He apparently was behaving like that for decades. That's what's crazy is it's worked into his favor. It's amazing. You know what? They're all complicit. And there's a thing called diffusion of responsibility. There's too many people involved. You don't feel like you're responsible. You don't feel like that's what when they say it's easier to assault someone in front as to assault someone in front of one person. Step in and stop it. But 100 people will sit around. I think, from what I understand,
I don't think it's his ego.
I think that's too.
Like Bill Murray, it's the same thing.
Yeah, so pathology. And I think there's also a thing about power. You know, it's a power thing, to have power over people.
Is where Rogan starts to fall apart. In commentary on Harvey Weinstein, and he's even brought up some disease that Weinstein has that led to deformities in his junk region. I heard him talk about it, you know what I mean. But my point is, as a basic concept where there's a guy in a position of power and young women who are impressed for fame and attention, Rogan makes it clear exactly what his position is.
Casting couch in Hollywood, just think about it, right? You got all these women, films, they want to be stars, then you got these guys that can actually help them make them outside of them. And then you set up this stuff that's existed since, you know,
Imagine what it was like back then.
oh my God.
What his buddy Joey Diaz bragged about on the podcast. Like, what am I missing here, right? Was Joey off years ago, and if it was a bit, where was the funny part? See, this is what I'm sick of. And comedy brain groupies. All these guys made a name for themselves by calling out the establishment for putting up barriers and controlling access to their audience. That's classically what Hollywood did. Rogan smashed that to pieces and showed how you could go directly to your all the men and the suits clipping. Brought his friends along for the ride. My regulars will know from my extensive coverage of these guys are no different to the place. And it's not about politics or cultural wars or anything like that. It's about to the new elites versus the old elites covering up and ignoring their own behavior while at the same time pointing out how R. Kelly and Harvey Weinstein, the list goes on, right? We saw this with the Barner story, and then all the times he went on morning talk shows and harassed the female hosts and pretty much got away with it. Why? Because he's a comedian and just a bit, apparently. I guarantee you the same thing would happen if he ever had to actually answer for what he ended up claiming that he was just doing a bit, it was for the camera. That's what he does, blah, blah, blah. Meanwhile, they'll sit there and tell us how it is and how the system breeds this sort of behavior, when that's literally... Cat Williams called it at the beginning of pretty crazy revelations. This all this stuff was going to come out, and so far it feels like he was right, and it seems people are becoming less and less willing to excuse this kind of. Just remember, you can't use the excuse that years ago, and therefore it doesn't matter. Limitations on civil actions, and a lot of what Harvey Weinstein did in the current investigation to PD. Those things happened years ago and even decades ago. I mean, look what happened to Louis C.K. He got dropped from all of his sponsors, all his deals got cancelled, and compare what he admitted to doing to what Joey Diaz admitted to himself. I don't know. Guys, I'm a fan of Joey Diaz just as much as the next guy. I think he's pretty funny on podcasts, but not so much on stage. Seems to be the way with most of Rogan's. We've got to be consistent with this stuff. Being funny isn't an excuse for being a predator. He's claiming he found the right path and he loves his comedy, bragging about how he would use and abuse the very same comedy family when he, to the point where he apparently broke some young comic. My take on the whole Joey Diaz. Let me know this, and if you're not a regular on this channel, hit the subscribe button and give me a thumbs up. Thanks for watching, guys. I'll catch you in the next one.
But yeah, he took it right out. No, I was thinking that's why I swallowed the first. The sins of the thing too, right? Let's stick together. Yeah, well, that's my advice to you. Why? Late. Well, no more. Don't swallow. No, I don't swallow. I gotta get some water. All right. That's true. Right.
So he goes up second in greatest hit. If you haven't heard it, Joe Rogan is back on YouTube with full episodes of the JRE podcast. Things aren't going so well for Rogan. You see, things have changed. Now, for this, it's going to be one of those I told you so, but a lot of things that we predicted when we first heard about his new deal come true in almost a creepy way. That's how spot on we were. Now we have receipts. But let me just say up front, this was actually, it was 5 hours long, which was probably 2 hours too long. By the end of the third hour, they really trashed and started talking over each other, shouting matches. Definitely start your travel pod travel anymore because he signed up for a band on TikTok. Otherwise, digital currency. He took it back now. Great communist, because I want more bananas. My first beer. But hey, like I said, it was actually a pretty decent podcast, even though it was pulled for an hour, and this was when because if you didn't already know, Rogan signed a new deal with Spotify at the beginning of this year, which I have broken down in different videos, and as part of this new deal, similar to all of Spotify's exclusive contracts, well, exclusive. That's why you can watch JRE on several different platforms. Now, I'm going to come back to that. Some of the things I explained previously in Rogan's new deal have now been confirmed by accident in this episode when Rogan let a very important detail slip and nobody caught it. So, everything will fall into place once you hear what I've actually cut it up and enhanced the audio so you can hear his breath. Anyway, that's for the reason why this episode was pulled from Spotify and re-uploaded with 5 minutes missing. Really, no one has been able to get which 5 minutes they deleted because the version they re-uploaded was the same version, and there wasn't enough time to compare the two of them. Is that the Protect Our Parks episodes of JRE are. We heard that from Shane Gillis in an interview where they end up getting so end of it that they end up having to delete a whole lot of stuff from the end of the podcast to make the final version. Something like that happened here, or maybe Spotify accidentally uploaded a post that wasn't the final version. Who knows? No one knows at the moment. I will say though, Spotify needs to sort out their YouTube thumbnail game. I mean, seriously, what is going on here? These are the laziest thumbnails I have seen. They should at least go back to the way they used to do them before JRE went to Spotify. With all of that out of the way, let's get into the juicy details. Because when Rogan announced he was coming back to YouTube, I said it was only enough for he started getting censored. And so when I was listening a very specific word over, and it's almost like someone trained him to say it every time he said something that could be or just straight up misinformation. I put a little effort. Let's see if you can spot it too. What's your motive? Is it more and money, or just wants to every day of the week? It seems like the best ones. Clinton when he was president, Trump, Obama wanted to. John McAfee was one of these guys. Yeah, I didn't even have him live on the podcast. We did a podcast with him when he was the law in his country because someone, he says, they set him up by killing his neighbor. But he was also allegedly online showing people how to cook meth. He's a guy dark. Yeah.
Yeah, there's
Don't believe it's because it happens there.
allegedly. It could be 1,000 years old.
Even knows how old the thing is.
Yeah.
It's actually probably about 400 or 500.
So I was able to slip my way down onto the knee.
I feel like the pod just got started.
The pot did just start.
Mushroom chocolate. It's not allegedly.
Has it kicked in?
Oh yeah. Can't look at the screen anymore. It's too wavy.
Mary can't buy this phone called a Fair phone. And the Fair phone is a phone that's like sustainably sourced. They get all their cobalt from ethical mining. I don't know what's real.
Hey guys, I'm having a great day in Austin. I'm getting paid way too much to accommodate for him. Everything's pretty good in my world. Allegedly.
You can get those right now. The hiccups.
Do you have a show right now?
Allegedly.
So in total, Rogan said the lead a dozen times throughout this episode, and it made me the issue when I heard it the first few times, but I'm also very careful when talking about certain things, such as was assaulted with a hammer. Now, Mark Norman kept saying that they knew each other, and Rogan kept pushing back evidence, etc., etc. And look, I think it's good that Rogan's being careful now with the things he says and making sure it's clear when he doesn't know something facts, but it's all very unusual for him. After listening to the definitely tell it was more uptight than he used to be on Spotify alone. It felt like the first time he had Alex Jones 2020 after all the controversy Alex and how Joe kept telling Jamie to replay Alex. Right. Do you guys remember that episode? This one wasn't as bad in that regard, but it on the vibe where even when thinking about how old one of the relics he had in the studio was, he still felt the need that it's allegedly a few hundred years old, instead of just saying, I think it's that old. The point is, it feels like someone has given Joe the talk. Like that, constantly he's making sure Mark Norman doesn't defame Obama by suggesting, or even when they talk about mushrooms, Rogan never used to do that, and I got warning that he was going to start using the word allegedly that day. Anyway, let's keep that in our now and move on to something else that was a little confusing at first, but then Rogan slipped up and mentioned the real reason why he had a few drinks. This
being crazy. And Eric Banner knocks it out of the park. I feel like he's
just being a hunk.
Hunk it up.
No, we can't. Listen, YouTube, I love you, but come on. Don't get silly. Anyway.
That's our favorite thing. That's what we do.
We can play them, but then that's going to be enough.
It's a problem with copyright.
Okay, there is so much to unpack here, haven't even got to the juicy bit yet. So for those of you who don't understand, let me get you up to speed. YouTube has this thing called a content, and it basically means that if you're a song, a podcast, or just a normal YouTube video, you can register that video with an audio print, and anytime somebody else uses a clip from your video, you can either call their ad revenue or just block the video completely. But it obviously only detects content on YouTube. So when Rogan went exclusive outside of the YouTube ecosystem, so he could tell Jamie to pull up anything he liked and they could play it without any issues. Now YouTube, so if Jamie plays a clip that's registered with the content ID system, the copyright owner can claim all of the ad revenue Rogan earns on that episode. That's right. It's one shot on a 5-hour podcast. The copyright owner of the song can take all of Rogan's ad revenue for
Copyrighted by them.
And so this became a time they wanted to play the Team America theme song, Hugging a Beer. So they had to resort to singing it themselves. Like, actually, this is jail.
Can't play the American football song.
We can talk. Why? Because we'll get copyrighted.
I'm sure there's a copy on the internet.
Like, can't you reach out?
It doesn't have a
trouble for that.
Jamie, I don't know. I'm not a lawyer.
Okay, so I actually think I can help them out. Remember that Joe wanted to play from the second best of all time called Chopper with Eric Bana? Yeah, that would be fine. Joe was effectively reviewing the movie for the audience, so playing the trailer from YouTube would fall under the fair use laws, as long as he spoke about the trailer to complement his review of the movie, which is exactly what he was doing. Very similar to what I'm doing using clips from JRE 17 of the US Code. However, that Team America theme song would definitely not be protected by fair use because they're not or critiquing it from an analytical. They just want to use it to sing along to while they drink beer, and unfortunately, it's not transformative. It's just using someone else's copyright to entertain your audience without any old text. So here is, we heard Rogan ask Jamie if they can play it or not, and Jamie replied by saying yes. Don't you think it's a bit weird that the biggest podcast with hundreds of millions of dollars hasn't got a lawyer to tell them if they can play clips from it? Well, they kind of do though, except it wasn't Rogan's lawyers, it was Spotify's lawyers. Here's the clip I wanted to show you. Let's see if you guys can pick it up.
Jamie's back! We're back! Jamie, how about YouTube version? I know it's more AI will do it for you.
Alright, guys. Now it's time to talk turkey. Did you hear that? Yeah. Alright, guys. And there we go. Rogan's contract with Spotify. Jamie isn't allowed to play any clips from YouTube podcast anymore because they're back on YouTube. Well, remember when the new deal was announced a couple of months ago, and I said that something JR multiple platforms, and that Rogan had effectively, and they would then pay him a cut of ad revenue. For this, people claimed I was reaching, that I was making it up, I had no idea what I was talking about, no evidence, blah, blah, blah. Okay, fine. So tell me this then. If I cast, why is he allowed to play YouTube videos now, right? If another copyright holder claims JRE's ad revenue on YouTube, Spotify doesn't get paid, which means that's how this new deal is structured. There's a minimum guarantee, and most of his deal is paid to Joe from the revenue the podcast earns across all platforms. YouTube is. So, you know how I mentioned emails on YouTube at the beginning of this video? Yeah, I watch JRE across all platforms. Rogan and Jamie don't control any of the business side of it. Now, I think it's pretty crazy, right? Rogan's effectively gives podcast to Spotify, and now he has to say the word allegedly a dozen times per episode, play any YouTube videos anymore because Spotify won't get paid. One, he said it's in the contract. And don't think I haven't noticed the hypocrisy of this happening to Rogan right now. You don't know, Rogan has made millions of dollars of revenue from smaller channels like mine who use clips from his podcast to make review and commentary videos, even though it falls under fair use. He called Superbam, and they register every JRE episode using YouTube's ID system, even when to Spotify. Well, now the shoe's on the other foot. He's the one getting copyright claims made against him.
That's like our favorite thing. Right? That's what we do.
Yeah, look, I still think that sucks, even though Rogan lately blocked and taken down my videos for using his clips. But like I said, I'm lazy, and they should have someone dedicated to just getting these copyright claims because I think for the most part, fair use. Anyway, there you have it. Exactly like we predicted when they announced JRE was coming back to Rogan is slowly being censored more and more, and eventually you have to say the word allegedly after every sentence. It's sad to watch, I'm not going to lie. But that's it from me. I hope you enjoyed my breakdown. If you're not a regular of this channel, hit the subscribe button, give me a thumbs up, and be sure to let me know what you think about all of this. Thanks for watching. The next one. What is this drummer? Jamie. Why do you like suspenders? Yeah, you can go back home. What do I need to which is actually true. The way he said it was kind of fucked up. Because you're basically a technologist. So what the suicide, whatever the case, you do the police investigation, they don't handle anything as far as it don't necessarily need to be crime scene cleanup because the crime scene stuff's done, but it's just deep clean cleaning that will come in. However, in this case, really jeez, Joe. He's an old man. He can't handle you being on complex issues. When I talked to you 10 years ago, she was there about this back together, and she could have maybe 80 pills a day. Wow. So very much. So far, we're fine. How old are you now? 76. So, look good. Everything. Look good for 76, man. That's it's a third comment on YouTube. This dude's only 20 pills per day away from a prison. Oh, that's great. But yeah, this episode was so weird. Here we are with one of the smartest minds in technology of our generation. If you don't know who he is, Ray Kurzweil is a computer scientist and inventor turned technologist and futurist. He graduated from MIT with a Bachelor of BS in 1970 and a CCD flatbed scanner and speech synthesizer. He sold his scanning technology to Xerox, created a music synthesizer capable sounds of instruments. More recently, though, he Google co-founder Larry Page in a full-time position working on new projects involving language processing. So it's safe to say this guy. I mean, the things he's achieved in his lifetime are nothing incredible. Now, with that in mind, let's is this chart available online? Available online. Chart. Where's Jamie? So they had to come back, bag it, tag it, and all that. So that was kind of like a knock. They didn't really. It's like San Juan. I think this comment specifically, the guy who is driving AI and technology is still printing off, licking his fingers while flipping through it. And let me tell you, the tube was more entertaining than anything in the podcast itself. Someone said they came from Spotify just to see the comments were complaining that Ray speaks too slowly, and when he does, well, he doesn't really say much. But for Skip didn't get the memo. By the end of the podcast, Joe was trying to convince Ray to narrate an audio book. Dedicate your whole life to this. In this book, Ray Kurzweil, the singularity is near when we merge with AI. It's a version of it. I want to hear it in your voice. It's your words. But you know what you should do? You know, the whole time I was watching this episode, I was thinking to myself, he seems really smart, but he's probably just not very good at conversations. And then Joe comes along and tries to convince him to narrate his own audio book. I mean, geez, mate, read the room. So then, what exactly is this genius technologist all about? When he takes more pills, Joe Biden, and he likes to print off charts rather than pull them up on the screen. What's his deal?
So we're in Los Angeles.
So at this point, I'm just like, I don't everything racing to the
That was they were near that kind of timeline.
So I start
That's
calling
because
people
people are
that I know that it's not like
exponential growth. These on the grid, pretty substantial.
even people from state
Exponential gains
other areas
as well.
everybody can come back to work.
I wasn't aware. They've actually asked people at certain times. Charging
Andy said, really for and that's exactly
in every field, essentially.
Sweden
We have large language models, for example. No one expected that to happen like 5 years ago.
Right. See why
A little less than 2 years ago that we could actually do the and that was very much a surprise to everybody.
Oh, yeah.
That's probably the primary example. I see. We're futuring exponentially. I never knew the answer to it exponentially. The longer I listen, the more my throats exponentially, of course. I'm going to need this dude to speak exponentially. And so you've probably guessed an episode of JRE. He turned out to be a massive. Until the end of the podcast that I realized exactly why. I've had quite a few different AI experts, technologists, and scientists on JRE over the years, and it's clearly something interesting. So he definitely came prepared. He was asking really good questions. He knew what he didn't hold back. He did something at times, maybe Adderall or something of that sort, because it was true that he kept cutting off Ray here and there when he answered Joe's questions. But here's the thing, Joe's questions just on the technology or the capabilities of AI, concerned with their ethics and sociology. And that's what makes it so pointless and boring. Rogan wanted to understand the humans as we speed towards an AI-driven world, what Ray specializes in. He actually invented various technologies throughout his life. Nowadays, he's pretty much a conceptual technologist, which means he's involved with AI at a conceptual, not necessarily at a practical or ethical level. And that's what Rogan failed. So the end result was Rogan basically asking the same question over and over again for 2 hours. I've put together it just to show you exactly what I mean. Watching this, just bear in mind that I took several clips from they weren't necessarily part of the same discussion. What is your main worry about the artificial intelligence?
Which now I look at things in a different light from everything that happened to me. I was not doing that and the same thing. Yeah, like, how the hell
worried
that? But you start breaking down a lot of the details of the case. I haven't seen it lately. Yeah, he explains it.
These capabilities.
But, you know, I call him that day, and it's after hours.
That's what I'm asking. Implementation of this technology to its full.
How to give her the overview. She said, "Can you come in tomorrow?" And she said, "Be here at 7 in the morning." So my mom, me, my wife, we all go to the lawyer's office. And massive office downtown Charleston. Go in, all right, just kind of tell me, the story. And I'm telling him as I'm kind of telling you here the same way. And he looks at me here. I don't know. He's like, election here is something else. Believe me, it's like all the people that I have working on being truthful to me now, it will come out. And I was like, everything I'm telling you, God, like I'm at a good position where I think I can lie about it. But you think after we're done, I didn't do anything.
The things that you can imagine, right?
He's like, tell me a little going into detail, tell me
It seems strange when it first happened.
got background, like stuff being printed off. And all something out of the movie, probably done for that. And
for a few
so
minutes.
he goes outside and the phone call.
Certainly interesting. That if artificial intelligence recognized with human beings,
is these emotions, and a lot of it is fueled by these desires, like the desire to expand, the desire to the point where artificial intelligence is no longer stimulated by mere human creations, creativity, all these things. Why would it even have the ambition to do any sort of reality? Why would it want to?
Some people I had to turn away because they're
based on
felons.
us until it decides it's not racist.
Don't worry
Getting
about
at is like,
sending that
what
letter
do you
in.
think looks like
Get to
if
the
it's
point,
engineered? What do you think human life looks like if it's
So, like,
engineered by
it's
a
almost
force
like
of people?
the house,
And what would change
they had
from
to
what
go Saturday night, just kind of hang out, and then Sunday it was almost like I never thought that was like a legitimate thing. Like if you see Goodfellas, Ray Liotta hops in the car, and he's like, "All right, take you to jail." Like, happen like that, it kind of does.
So you can see the cast. Rogan really wanted to talk about the social implications of AI, whereas Ray was only prepared to talk about how quickly it's advancing and how we'll do things we never thought possible. Except he does things are. I guess nobody really can, right? But I'll put it to you another way. Rogan was asking a computer engineer social sciences questions. It's like asking an engineer if they think it's beautiful. They'd probably say, well, it says it's intended to work and it has multiple uses. Rogan asks again, yeah, but is it not? And that definitely created tension throughout the episode, which, ironically enough, actually made it kind of interesting in the end. Let me give you another example, which you could almost call a mismatch between, like I said at the beginning of this video, Ray works in its machine learning and language processing department, which is part of AI capability. Now, either Rogan forgot that Ray worked, or he just never knew in the first place, which wouldn't surprise me, to be honest, given how little research we know Rogan did. The rest of the contents of his freezer. But when Joe brought up Google is spying on its customers to sell them ads, well, he caught Ray off guard and it got a little bit awkward. Like I mentioned earlier, these next clips were from a longer conversation. It wasn't really engaging. It went for quite a while down. Substantial. It's difficult, like your phone. Anyone can listen. Anyone who has a significant you have purchases, you can hack your phone easily. Not hard at all.
You have ways to call it the biker guy. Like, second D.
It's definitely not built in your phone.
Our actual first name is Wade. Everybody calls him shit. Like Wade Williamson. You're charged with possession of weapon.
But it's not just an imperfection. Because that's what fuels the algorithm. Because it has access to all the data. What you're interested in, what you like, what you don't like, can't opt out of it. It's just a scooping of
Get back
information.
up because I was the last one. We go back to the hole. She goes straight up. Goes to like a far corner. I hear from the
It's not built into it.
But some people,
Unless they don't want it to be built in there, because the model is not being built in there. But it can't be.
So one of the guys said, like, you're the same thing.
But you recognize the financial incentive in not, right? Because that's what a company like Google, the majority of their money is from data.
First night, this is where I really kind of caught a break
For a lot of us.
You got to be saved by the circuit.
Yeah, we do.
Luckily, they were in my county that so I didn't have to wait in another county and they had to cycle back. Which it only took them to cycle back. Luckily, they were in there that week, and I know that I'm getting. So they come and they grab me Monday, probably like 9, 10 o'clock. And they're pretty report. And they're walking me from the jail to the court.
So I just looked this up, and Google made 77 points its revenue from ads in 2023 over $305 billion. Now, I actually think Rogan didn't go hard enough on Google's business model, but he's totally right, and it's something that I think people seem to forget because we celebrate big tech for the world the way we interact. But the reality is they're just massive advertising companies pretending to be. Say they don't provide value or advanced technologies, but they make most of their money from ads. But again, there was a mismatch in the questions Reagan was asking and the answers Ray was giving. See, Ray was making a far simpler point. He was saying we have the technology privacy and completely eliminate the issues Rogan was complaining about. From a technological limitation, it's a regulatory issue. So they'll put their foot down and told Google and Meta that they can't advertise our data, then it would almost solve. It would also make it harder for hackers to get into our systems because Google and Meta would have closed all those back doors. And that brings me to my main. Ray wasn't there to talk about regulations or laws or even ethical issues of technology. Is that technology is advancing at an exponential rate, and we're capable of doing things we never thought possible very soon. Whether or not that is an entirely different question. Ray seems to think that the positive logical process outweighs the negatives. And I think this comment right here is some Jurassic Park. This guy embodies your scientists were so up they could, they didn't stop to think if they should. But at the end of the day, I actually thought this was one of Rogan's better interviews, even though he was asking the right questions to the wrong person, which ironically turned out to be entertaining within itself. So anyway, that's my breakdown of Ray Curry. I hope you enjoyed it. Let me know what you think in the comments below. If you consider jumping on board this out on any of my uploads. That's it from me. Thanks for joining me. I'll catch you in the next one.
So, over the next 4 years, 5 years, we're going to far surpass the be able to stop aging and eventually 25, 25. The reasons we call them. And so I know what's going on. So I go back and I give it a couple hours. I go to the phone and let my wife go on. She said, well, they've already made the decision. She said, they're going to be fine. But we can't be not going to get out tomorrow because they got to process paper.
You don't want somebody to go into the prison system and come out worse, right? And which happens, right? And we hear about these horrific incidences. Roadboy let them out. 2 days later, he pushes somebody into the train tracks, right? This is not these things from happening. Right? By being proactive, by being responsible. Don't wait for something to happen.
That's Sheldon Hinton from the news this week after he was arrested in connection with 2 legs and a head, which were found in the freezer. Was Sheldon on Friday, almost exactly a month from when he appeared with civil rights lawyer.
Great book called In the Belly of the Beast. About a guy, the president, and then he goes out. Someone writes this book just explaining. I want you to understand what this did to me. I read it when I was in college, and I should probably have a different perspective on it now. It might hit home even more, but
yeah, bro, definitely read that book again. No, really. But if you're wondering what he explained, Josh Dubin's actually a great guy. He makes JRE with recently released and often wrongfully convicted felons who he's helped through the Innocence Project. Now, I'll talk more about his work and the picture in a little bit, because as you can imagine, I really want to talk about Sheldon Johnson, who, like I said, appeared on JRE at the beginning of February. And the guests that appear alongside Sheldon was actually guilty of the crimes he was convicted of. He received a 50-year sentence, which doesn't really seem to fit the crimes he pleaded guilty to. Let's let him explain.
That triggered the felony to be able to sentence me the way they did in 1994. In particular, I gave consignment to, and I ended up getting when I sent someone to go pick up the money from them, it kind of just was like, man, whatever, I'm not paying.
You got arrested for something. You're in jail. Yes, these guys figure that we're not going to pay him. And the
days that you were arrested for got dismissed. I got to come home. Then I come home and, you know, I gave you something. And we had to understand that you. And when I came home, when I finally located this particular individual, he had his girlfriend. And this guy owed me $5,000. And we saw him. He had a bunch of jewelry on. He was with his girlfriend. She had a bunch of jewelry on. Where's my money at? Oh, no, I was going to pay you. And I took his jewelry. Happened to be there. Unfortunately, in the situation, I had a bunch of young guys with me as well. And he got hit in the head. Gun right here. He got 2 stitches. And he got his hands. Did you hit him in the head? One of the guys that I was with hit him in the head. And a photo array. Unbeknownst to me, he identified me the photo array. This guy, you know, as far as I was concerned, he was in the streets just like I was. So at the time, this is a guy who I gave something to. He's hindsight as I moved on and I became more mature and I began to reevaluate all that was. But that was later on the crime, and I just kept moving. Another guy that I ran into, he also owed me some money. He owed me $7,000, and he kind of went along the same way. That's where he was at. So I was willing to give my money. Just kind of saw him what's going on without really going into all the details. I robbed him $7,000. Did he get physically hurt? No. He didn't get touched. Got roughed up a little bit, but there was no physical harm.
Okay, there's so much to unpack here. First, like I said, he admits that he committed these crimes, so it's not a matter of a conviction. The problem is, I don't think he thought it out. Now, how many crimes he actually committed by robbing people? It's like some weapons charges, attempted with a weapon, etc., etc. So it sounds like he basically got mauled on him and received the maximum sentence for each one, and then the judge said he couldn't serve them all concurrently. They had to be. But if you look at the way he was talking and his tone, he clearly still feels that because he was playing by a different set of the streets, he didn't really understand why those 2 guys would have cooperated to his convictions.
I am in the process of going back and forth to court. I'm on Rikers Island at the time. It's just crazy on Rikers Island. That's when the gang was involved. I was blind. I was on my face. I had a bunch of stab marks. Just violence and being on Rikers Island. Just warring with gangs, mostly black gangs.
And so he was mixed up with the wrong people. He was balls deep in the gangster, down the barrel of a long prison sentence.
My final offer for trial was 23 years, which kind of blew me away because my lawyer kept telling me that my sentence was 25 years if I went to trial. So in my mind, it made no sense to me. Why would I forfeit my right to an appeal if there's only a 2-year difference? I told the judge I would take 50 now. He would accept my plea offer, and I went to trial, and I ended up 50 years.
So they give you 25 for each case?
25 for each case.
In the extended discussion, a black judge and a white prosecutor, which he believed could explain why a long sentence. There was discussion about how black cops who are in the minority in their precinct will often treat black people more harshly to avoid any accusations of favorable treatment. Now, it's not really something I'm too right now, but I thought it was important to mention that for context. But in terms of what happened in the mid-90s, I finally convicted and sentenced in 1999, spending 25 years last year in May after some procedural issues and his people, meaning he wouldn't have to see out his 50-year sentence. So as of almost a year ago, he became youth worker with the Queen's Defenders and began to advocate for rehabilitation as reform.
when I got out, I made a decision. I didn't care about what the consequences were. And I said to myself, I've been doing bad for so long. I'm going to try. I could always go back and do bad. But let me try. Let me give it a shot. And I the school program, I got my GED, which was a benefit for the, what you call authoritarian. I was a rule guy. I'm still a rule guy. I like rules. And it was to their advantage to give a I got my GED, started interacting with guys who teach ART, aggression replacement training, understand how these concepts work, what positive visualization is, deep, how to remove yourself, conflict resolution, all of these ideas of change begin to take place with me.
Man, it's so chilling listening to him say this yesterday. And I'll get to those details in a moment, but I just want to point something out that I found really interesting. These episodes of JRE, Wants to Tell Their Story, are really interesting, and I personally try to listen to as many as I can. The one thing that blows me away in these episodes is how much humor. I remember one guy in particular, Derek Hamilton, who spent 23 years committed. He became a lawyer while in prison and helped out dozens of other inmates with their cases, as well as securing himself $7 million for a lawsuit he filed against 3 police officers for against him. Gotta love qualified immunity. Anyway, my point is, if you listen to this podcast, develop a deep appreciation for just how hard in the face of the hardship, all the years they lost, the humiliation, the ridicule, the list goes on. But with Sheldon Johnson, this was the first time I felt like this guy still had the wrong mindset. Granted, he was actually guilty of his crimes compared to the other guys. He still had a very strong victim mentality, which he is being lucky that he wanted out.
And it was to their advantage to give it. Plus, I knew a lot of the guys who were at the time to their advantage because I would say, you're doing that for what reason? No, you can't do that. Do this, you can't do this. This is what say.
Yeah, you can tell he hasn't fully grasped why organized crime is so harmful. For him, it was more as not following the rules, and even Rogan pulled him up in Asia. Now, don't get me wrong, none of these things I'm talking about here are necessarily evidence of guilt or anything. But if any of you guys listening know people like that, you know, those guys who have healthy obsessions for arbitrary rules. I once knew a guy who had this weird obsession with cutting a certain way. Clearly, that's not normal, and, well, we don't talk about him anymore. I'll just leave it at that. Over 4 weeks after a hearing on JRE, with an absolutely crime. Very early on in the case, it only happened just this week, so details will no doubt. But police are alleging that Sheldon had some sort of beef time with. His name was Cole, and police said they found Smalls at the request of his Bronx apartment building superintendent. Residents said they had heard 2 gunshots coming in Smalls' apartment on Tuesday, saying the words, "Please don't, I have a family." Arrived to check on Small, Johnson was actually still there in the apartment, and they detained him while they obtained a warrant to search the apartment. The officers found Small's torso and one of his feet in a large bin, and his arms, legs, and hair inside the apartment's freezer. Wow. Police are alleging that Johnson shot Small and dismembered him, booking him into jail on Thursday on charges of murder, manslaughter, and weapon. There's actually CCTV footage of Sheldon Johnson at Colin Small's apartment going in and out with cleaning supplies, and at one point, he looked weird to disguise his identity. Seriously, you cannot. I went back over the full episode from February today to refresh my memory. A couple of things popped out for me. Listen to how Rogan describes the root cause of this issue.
You know, one of the things that's happened through all of our conversations we've had on the show is it
it highlights how insane the system is and how little oversight there is and how few people are looking at these individual cases, and that you can have one judge who does what they did to you. No one's looking. No one cares. No one pays attention. And starts combing over this. And is never addressed because of, ad nauseam. But I'll say it again. Did we come up with $100 and whatever billion to see them? We don't have any money. We have nothing. This is my take on this whole Make America Great Again thing. You want to make America great again? Make it so there's less losers. Make it so there's more chance.
We're looking at each other. We just had lunch before we came. It's like the precise conversation. I told you this is no problem that gets it.
They clearly. I think it's easy to blame funding Rogan for the Ukrainian war of wasting American taxpayer funds. There are obviously many more examples of wasting tax money, but I really don't think that will. Just the other day, I played a clip of Rogan complaining the issue in fixing homelessness because all these organizations are winding up so much of this money into salaries and operating costs. There's really no cure. Psychotic behavior, sometimes off the streets, and that's where I think these types of conversations fall over. I should say that Josh Dubin did make it clear in this episode that Sheldon was guilty, but I still feel like Rogan and Josh over the details of his earlier convictions and the circumstances. Both Josh and Rogan have to take some research that goes into these guests that they bring on before they sit around together.
I hope to bring is the story of the person. I'm deeply flawed. Sheldon will be the first to tell you, some dumb shit. Like you said at the alley, at the starting line.
Well, what you were saying earlier about Billy Sandcastle and Maureen Sand at the time, from my perspective, the feedback that I get, it's these conversations we've had quite a few of them now. They have changed ideas on how the prison system is structured, what the problems with it all, people are wrongfully incarcerated, how incredible some of these people are, wasted potential, locked away forever, and they didn't break. Instead, they got stronger, wiser, more intelligent, more educated, and came out better. This is what you want, though, right? You don't want somebody to go into the prison happens, which happens, right? And then we hear about these horrific incidences where people get pushed onto the train tracks because you have a guy who has, instead of getting the services that he's in, a rope will let him out 2 days later. He pushes somebody to the train tracks, right? This is not fair. And how do you prevent these things from happening, right? Proactive. By being responsive instead of being reactive. Don't wait for something to happen. So by that logic, Sheldon should never. It's almost difficult to listen to that after what happened this week. And in a way, they're still kind of right. I mean, they're basically trying to bring awareness to the fact that prisons break people. And instead of trying to fix it after the fact, they need spending time in lockup when they don't belong there. But people weren't so forgiving in the comment section of the clip that Rogan posted to YouTube from that episode. Obviously, after the news came out, the media were reporting that Sheldon Johnson recently appeared on people piled into the comment section, and now all the top comments are taken up by people how this could have happened. The problem is both Josh and Rogan didn't realize the prosecutor was sitting right next to them in human form the whole time.
Most of the time, they're coming out. Right. I mean, most of the time, you're right. The cycle of from the street to prison, back to the street to prison, most of the time, I'm just saying it in plain English. Most of the time, monster called Inability the Beast. Let a guy that went to prison, and he describes what it psychologically to every cell in his body, and then he goes out and he murders. And he writes this book just explaining what you don't understand did to me. I read it when I was and I should read it again. I'll probably have a different perspective on it now. It might hit home even more.
Yeah, I suspect it will definitely hit home even more now. But let me finish by saying that I think what Josh is doing is always going to get it. Doesn't, and for so much of his time to giving these guys a very good thing overall. So even though I'm criticizing them for probably bringing on the wrong eye and not seeing the warning signs that he was unstable, it shouldn't really take away from what they're trying to do. Josh's good work on JRE and behind the scenes is going to be overshadowed by this now, which totally sucks, especially considering a lot of the legwork to get these guys out of prison. They will now have to live with what Sheldon is alleged to have done, even though it was entirely unpredictable. But anyway, I know a lot of you like my legal breakdowns. I got so many comments and emails about this in the last 24 hours, so I hope you enjoyed this. Let me know what you think of the whole situation in the comments below. If you haven't subscribed yet, consider jumping up on any of my uploads. That's it from me. Thanks for joining me. I'll catch you in the next one.
This position is an arbitrator, right? He is someone who is in a position of power and authority. And I mean, maybe he saw something. I don't know what his experiences was. I can't speak to him. You know, maybe he saw me as a menace.
I'm gonna fight Mike Tyson on that.
Okay.
Yeah, man.
The good thing about it.
Sorry. I can't believe it. That was Steven's first question.
I don't give a
when I got fired.
Jake Paul's on the other side of the ring and he sees Mike Tyson just bobbing me recognition. He's going to look over and go, oh my God, that's really Mike Tyson. Right, I thought Brother Jones was supposed to give a pop for that. Oh, really? Hell yeah.
Easy to the channel, guys. I hope you're doing well. And if you have, he will be performing an exhibition boxing bout against none other than Mike Tyson on July 20th in Texas, which you can stream live on Netflix. This comes off the back of Jake's win last weekend, bringing his professional boxing record to 9-1. That's right, Jake ever lost one boxing fight, which was to be the only real boxer he's ever fought. And so now that Jake's fought a bunch of cat plumbers and gardeners, and he's step-padded his way to a respectable boxing record, he's of a real boxing career on hold, while he cashes in on this circus of an event. That's big. And to give you an idea of just how ridiculous this whole thing is, let's put Jake and Mike side by side for a comparison. Alright, let's see. Tyson's got a record of 50-6. 9-1. Tyson's got 44 knockouts. 6. Jake's got the height advantage. Tyson's got the... Oh, but all of this is meaningless because Mike Tyson is 57 years old. He's 30 years older than Jake Paul. Seriously. Taking boxing seriously and finding his way to a world. And this didn't just happen overnight. Around in a moment. And we'll also hear from Joe, who thinks Tyson will end Jake. Rogan's actually scared of Tyson himself, studio wider, after Mike scared him during an episode of JRE. True story. Massive shout out to my regulars for all smashing the like button. If you're new here again, make sure you hit the like button as well. And to date with everything happening in the world. Now, if you haven't seen it or one of his most cringy videos ever, and that's saying a lot. It was basically one giant ad for Netflix and his upcoming fight with Tyson in July, and it was full of little gags and parodies of Tyson, he even went so far as to get a fake face tattoo, just like Mike's.
Fighting Mike Tyson.
So that probably did.
And then he did all these parodies of famous Mike Tyson moments, such as biting off Evander Holyfield's ear, various TV interviews where Mike went off script. They even CGI'd a white tiger in there, just like Mike, as well as of classic Mike Tyson interview. Tyson's carrying the fight promotion because, as you can imagine, the main Netflix audience probably has not. If he was bad in those clips, just completely scripted conversations where Jake tells his family members, because you know cameras just follow this guy around, right?
Who was your favorite boxer?
So after that second, he asked the prosecutor,
Mike, right?
we could get everything we had.
Because
I think he would be so about what we did in this trial.
yeah, that's gonna be the hardest shit in the world.
And he was receptive.
I'm gonna fight Mike Tyson.
Our investigator, my lawyer. And that's the
Hang on. Did you guys notice that too? Why were Jake and his dad sitting there in the lounge watching her on the television? Come on, guys, check the reflections, Jesus. And why is Logan Paul sitting around wearing... Anyway, I digress. Jake Paul has been floating the idea of fighting Tyson for years now. He said everything from I'm not stupid, I'd never step in the ring with him, to straight up calling him out a couple of years ago, which at the time caught everyone's attention. But the whole influence of boxing thing has been done so many times that everyone thought it was basically dead. Logan Paul was a pioneer with his exhibition match Mayweather Jr., when Mayweather appeared to literally carry him through the fight, probably the biggest fail in boxing history. Logan Paul versus Dylan Dennis. I didn't pay for that fight. And so for the most part, Joe Rogan was happening because he thought they were legitimate athletes with legitimate boxing.
About like now that they have like celebrity Logan Paul actually doesn't want really. He does some wild jumping off the top ropes. That's some serious athleticism. Why just forget that Jake Paul is a boxer? Jake fight 100%. And that Tommy Fury fight really showed that. I mean, shit, undefeated.
But Tyson entered the chat, and well, Rogan's tone changed a little. Okay, it changed.
Why? That's still Mike Tyson. Oh my God, I straightened every day. Rafael Cordero, who's a legend in MMA, he runs King's mixed martial arts. In this world with more replacement and vitamins and they like, I'm 55 years old. That guy will hurt. If Jake Paul's on the other side of the ring and he sees Mike Tyson just bombing him, he's going to have a record go, oh my God, that's really bad.
And so Rogan had the chance to discuss Jake Paul versus Mike Tyson with the man himself on JRE back in 2022. So like I said, floating around for years now, and it's no doubt been going back and forth between the two camps for a while.
Challenged by someone who's a guy like a Jake Paul. Does that get you off? It's like, no, it doesn't. I think it's awesome. You think it's cool? That's awesome. You can't take yourself too right. I mean, the world will turn on you. You take yourself too serious. Who the hell am I to take myself too serious? Made all this money, got this reputation, and now I'm looking at people faith in them now. Right. Great life. How am I going to be back? About it. But my ego, man.
So clearly this life at the moment, and he enjoys being thrown into these kinds of conversations because, as to say relevant, if you don't know his story, he went from earning hundreds of millions of dollars to basically going because of his bad spending habits. And nowadays he's doing fine. He's on podcasts, he's on companies, he does cameos in movies and TV commercials. I think back to when he really came back on the radar. It was probably the first Hangover movie back in March. Well and truly been to hell and everywhere in between. The guy's seen everything right, and over the years he's built a reputation for being unpredictable. Well, let's not sugarcoat this. The guy could be pretty wild, which is entertainment value. Even Rogan got to experience this firsthand on his own podcast.
Kind of the reason why this disc is this width. This is the exact same width as the studio desk in my old place. The exact same width. And I had a small one. I'm like, maybe it'd be better if I'm a little closer to the people. Then I did a podcast with Tyson. I did two of them with Tyson. One when he was high, when he was running Tyson's Ranch. He had a little bit of a belly. He was jolly. He was just high all the time. We had a wonderful conversation. And then we ended up preparing for the Roy Jones fight. Jack was so nervous. Like he was so ready to go. He was ready to go. And I'm like, small table. I need to not feel so nervous. I need to have some distance. So as I was thinking, if I was any closer to Mike, so instead of like here, if I was like this, and he was that amped up, it'd probably like affect the way I was communicating with him. I'd be nervous.
He's an intimidating guy. That video and I was in bed for a week. It's not funny because it made me realize that this is serious. Big one. That was right there. That wasn't really good. I'm not the guy here to say, Mike, man. What did they show you? Look at this big fat mama. Fat lady mama. That so they come, they come in, hey, I was somewhere around Freddie. I went somewhere, but that doesn't mean get you right. What does that mean?
And you can tell because a little bit of weight.
So that's going through your mind right now.
Well, that's how I get one out of the kid. Sometimes I get the twinkle.
The twinkle further back. You run in when you're hitting them again, and you know who you are. You're Mike Mother Tyson. So when you're doing all this again, you're still those thoughts have got to be burned inside you again. He gets you on. That's a strange thing to say.
Well, that's just what I wanted to find out. You're really great.
No, I know. I know you're being serious, but I mean, no one will understand that other than you. Like, mindset. Man, Rogan's forehead was working overtime in that episode. And the reason why I find all of this so interesting is this. Rogan's very taekwondo. If you've ever seen him kick, basically walking around with two legs. Now, this might be controversial, but I actually think Rogan would abs the floor with Tyson. No question. Mike's one of the best boxers in the history of the sport, maybe even, but that's in a boxing ring. If you try a straight-up fight with no rules, Tyson gets to Joe's ears first, to throw some leg kicks and cripple Mike, or take him down. That's not to say that Tyson doesn't, or Rogan goes down and it's all over, but Rogan has so many more tools in his bag compared to just boxing that I don't even think. But with all that in mind, Rogan is still scared of Mike Tyson. What more of an endorsement? Rogan's been ringside for some of the most brutal fights in UFC history, and he's completely comfortable in that world. So that's why I think this whole thing is a farce. Even at the age of 57, if this was a real boxing bout, Paul could sustain some really serious head injuries stepping into the ring. People are speculating that there's a no knockout, which I definitely agree with. But a lot of guys are just trying to get paid. All that Jake's been spouting after he beat Nate Diaz, that he down and focused on improving his skills against real boxers, no more pay-per-views until he's ready to championship. It was all BS. Just trying to stat pad his record so that he'd at least have a few more wins. under his belt and not look like a clearly failed to do. And there's also a legitimate argument that Tyson's ruining his legacy by getting similar to how people criticize Floyd Mayweather Jr. when he fought Logan Paul. Even for Netflix, it's a questionable move. They've worked so hard to reputation for producing great movies and TV shows. They even moved in paying the holy grail for comedy specials, and would want to get involved in the live stream sports events. But there's no way people are going to take the day if this is how they're starting. Alex branching out and bringing different forms of entertainment to their platform, but this ain't opinion at least. Either way, I guess they're going to win because I'll definitely be interested to see how Mike performs in his late 50s. I think if he trains well and stays healthy, he'll easily win. But one thing I've learned about the Paul brothers, they rarely put themselves in situations where they don't have a Tyson versus Roy Jones Jr. fight at the end of 2020. How Tyson basically didn't throw any punches to Jones's head. Yeah, I think we're probably going to see a repeat of that here. So June is 3 months away, and I'm sure about it in the meantime. But let me know what you guys think in the comments below, and if you haven't yet, consider jumping on board so you get offline uploads. That's it from me. Thanks for joining me. I'll catch you on the next one.
No malicious intent to begin with, but I don't know if the detective was malicious or just not seeing it with a full set of eyes. I don't really know. But to me, it was clear to jump. You had a guy that was pissed off and getting out of a relationship. And 9 times out of 10, I'm sure anybody that you tell the story to could attest that somebody's not where
Did I tell you these Sparta? My buddies out in Anheuser-Busch, for my birthday, cheers, brother. For my birthday, they sent me 100 cases. Hey, bud. Send check.
Guys, welcome back to the channel on the latest that Rock made an appearance, bringing the whole Bud Light controversy to the stage. And the backlash was wild. After Jamie posted a clip from the full-length episode onto YouTube, the comment section turned hostile almost immediately, and the dislikes are growing by the minute. The flip-flopping in this episode of JRE is sponsored by Bud Light. Well, we had a message sent loud and clear. They must have cut Kid a nice check. This episode ships sellout gag in Wayne's World. Hey, Bud Light, send me a check. And that's what it's all about. This episode, Bud Light cutting checks. Geez, it's like Groundhog Day with this podcast. He got paid. Is this a new Bud Light? So then, what actually, and why do so many JRE fans have their knickers in a knot over this? Well, let's start at the beginning. So like we took out Bud Light. Let's get right to it. We were going to bring a few things. Wait a second.
Two kinds of beer in this world.
Like the day, it's like we know.
We're really drinking Bud Light. Let's go. How much did I get for this? Why do you get Bud Light? My buddies out at Anheuser-Busch. For my birthday, cheers, brother. For my birthday, they 100 cases of Bud Light.
So last year, when Bud Light sent out a bunch of custom-branded beers to sponsors, one in particular went viral and for all the wrong reasons. Rage that he gathered up all the Bud Light he could find in his house, which was apparently quite a lot, and made a video of him pumping it with bullets. But now, all of a sudden, he's over it. He was even after the incident drinking a Bud Light at Nashville, and then he declared finally that he was not boycotting Bud Light. But on this episode of JRE, he revealed that he was receiving free products the FTC considers to be a partnership, even if you don't have any money. If you endorse a product through a message, make it obvious when you have a relationship. Connection to the brand includes a personal relationship or a financial relationship, such as the brand paying you or giving you free or discounted products or services. Kid Rock is now a paid sponsor for Bud Light. But it doesn't stop there. He went on to explain that he relationship with the executive team of Anheuser-Busch.
I know you have.
Yeah.
You were there at UFC fight.
Yeah, I met that dude, the CEO. He's a good guy. He's a real
great
guy.
With Trump there, Dana's green room. I got Trump and see that dude behind me. Anheuser-Busch. And Trump's like, Trump said. And I'm like, yes, actually. At some point he was telling me how the video. He was actually down in Texas. And I'm like, we talk, and I'm like, conversation that probably be inappropriate, but I'm like, I'll be friends with him, I'd hang out with him. He's like, you would, that's what I'm saying. And I'm like, well, come to Nashville, come visit me.
Oh, yeah, he did.
That's awesome.
Came with his top team. What about Brad?
Yeah, that's crazy. And people are not happy about it. I'd never drink Bud Light again. Then Dana White told me all the good things Bud Light does, and I still don't drink. Wild how everyone goes from supporting a boycott to all of a sudden supporting them, trying to bring them back. Trump, Dana White, etc. I'm convinced that Bud positive PR, it all just seems so forced. He really had Jamie bring out Bud Light for them to drink. Bud Light like a fiddle. If Bud Light team is so relatable, then they should listen to their customers instead of throwing money at mouthpieces and proxies to speak for them. So I was hanging with the city, changed like mine. Clearly, Anheuser-Busch were able to get to Kid and get him back on side with some smooth talking and heavy drinking. And as for Rogan, well, it seems like he got caught up in Bud Light's UFC sponsorship, as well as his buddy Shane Gillis' new endorsement deal. But people are still raising a valid question. Why is Rogan going so hard in the paint for Bud Light after he couldn't say a good word about them throughout the whole controversy? More on that in a little bit, because Kid Rock out Anheuser-Busch almost got him to sign a paid partnership deal, but he just couldn't get a
good meeting beforehand, trying to think if there's something I could do with Anheuser-Busch. I just didn't feel comfortable. We can continue the conversation. Honestly, I don't want to go over deals. There's not a penny on earth can make me change who I am or have people look at me in a different way. Right? Even though it's probably half the country at this point that likes me, the other half wants it.
See, what I find so funny about this whole situation is that Anheuser-Busch weren't able to Kid Rock to sign the dotted line, even care what people think, and then clearly realised doing a paid sponsor after what he did and the position that he stood for. Bud Light got exactly the endorsement they wanted without having to pay him. They had to do was pop over to his ranch for a few drinks, and then was it.
Send me a check. They send you how much beer? 2 pallets, 100 cases. How much is that worth? Why is he confused people? We thought like pickleball or something. I'm like, hey, you guys take a couple cases of Bud Light if you want. And they take them in this room and they're stacked and they're like, what the dude? And I'm like, it's a long story, man.
Yeah, no, it actually isn't a long story. It's simple, really. What's going on there?
Bud Light's back. I'll tell you after.
Are they making a comeback? They're right in the wrongs. We're all right. I'll wait for the moment to support them.
That was like high-level warfare stuff.
Now I'm with Kid Rock. I'm out here with AKs.
I got bad news for Kid Rock.
All that makes it still decided to press forward. I don't know what they mean. What it was.
You know what?
I've seen pictures of him.
You know what?
It's on like a big.
As long as the picks on the scrap. So like I was saying, it's a pretty Kid Rock saw an opportunity to have a bit of fun and troll Bud Light, and then he realized how big the backlash had become and how much influence he had over his audience, and started backpedaling lightly. And there was also a bit of re-education involved.
Great company. Right. And they've done amazing things. Anheuser-Busch is an amazing charitable company. They do a lot of great things.
Yeah, and I dug into that, and I was educated on it. Even before Dana called me about his deal and things like that, people discussed with me. I did a little digging and talked to people. That's someone who holds a righteous life, you know what I mean? And honestly, God, I was having a laugh. I don't get to pull my machine. I feel myself doing close too often. I'm just not that type of person. Man, I was just having fun, to be honest with you. I mean, I was, it wasn't like it was going to wreck my day, let alone my life. I was just really doing it.
But you were the strong.
I became the face of it.
Listen, man, when you got so upset that you were machine gun on the tantrum with machine gun. Man, you machine gun cases. They want like guys playing girl sports.
That was the end. Okay. For me, this is the best part. My regulars know there is nothing that I enjoy more than a bit of the old. It gets me every time. Let me lay this out for you. We're being around by saying I was just trolling, I was just having a laugh, I'm serious, but yeah, there are still some serious issues here. But all in all, I didn't to get so out of hand and make this or anything like that. And if that's not confusing enough for you guys, wait until you started blaming the internet for what happened to Bud Light. This is a classic. Make sure you're not drinking anything because you're probably out.
Which people knew these guys were guys. But I set up. I said, just percentage control.
25 years.
Right.
I'm probably gonna die.
I have a voice. Like, go for yourself. All right, cut it out. Like, if anyone's still spending time with it, you clearly find something better to do.
Yeah, it's definitely the pursuit of losers, but the problem is those losers can actually affect businesses. No, they know now that it's possible.
Bro, you guys did it. You were the ones trolling Bud Light at every opportunity, whether it was really running his mouth about how much they messed up the audience, or Kid Rock literally shooting cases of Bud Light on video, apparently just for fun because he was bored. The internet's fault. The backlash, not theirs. And so the comment section, guys, they're an amazing charitable company, Kid Rock. Internet trolls think they have a voice. Also, Kid Rock, I'm going to post a video. They literally called you flip-flop in your face. These two do better mental gymnastics than I have ever seen. Rock's value when he's offered free beer and money. It's definitely a pursuit of losers. But the problem is those losers can affect businesses. Joe Rogan, Kid Rock and Joe don't understand their influence on millions of people. This is so got paid by Anheuser-Busch. Wow, I'll tell you what, it looks like they did a real number on Kid Rock. Talk about re-education. Listen to his about the damage the backlash has caused to so many hard work. Honestly, big level gymnastics.
The worst part about it was jobs. So I was like, no, people's lives. People who drove truck for livelihoods were.
I was reading about this one bar owner, but like because when people would buy it, the people would get aggressive.
Cancel culture. Like sending someone over there targeting our children like that. Like there's a fine line.
At this point, I'm wondering what they've got on him. Either that or his obedience only cost a couple of pallets of beer. Like the hypocrisy of these guys going so hard like last year, only to flip-flop after a couple of conversations with their management team. It just I spoke about this in my previous video when I criticized Rogan for talking down to pigs and even homeless people too, where he goes on these lies about how their opinions are invalid, how they shouldn't be taken, they get their lives back together. And it's not just homeless people he's talking about, he's people who are less fortunate and live month to month as losers who are too lazy to go money. But when it comes to his buddies earning D or Shane Gillis or even Kid Rock, it seems, he's all for forgiveness and second chances. Now, for me personally, I don't have a dog in this fight. I couldn't care less who I live with. What annoys me, though, is how guys like Rogan just pick and choose which narrative they want to go with, depending on the way the wind is blowing, and then start calling everyone else out or just generally disagreeing with his official position. This is the guy who supposedly landscape through having conversations with people he simply found interesting, things that are attached to mainstream media. But time and time again, he proves that he's no different. He's just the same. So if you didn't get the message, it's okay to drink Bud Light again, because Rogan and Kid Rock met the CEO and cool guy. It's as simple as that. And the worst part is, I don't think Anheuser-Busch had to spend a cent to get them both on side. Just a nod and a wink and a handshake. You know what they say, the best thing. Anyway, that's my breakdown of Kid Rock's appearance on JRE. I hope you guys are the best. You're always tuning up for me time and time again. But if you haven't subscribed yet, consider jumping on board so you get all my uploads right there in your feed. That's it from me.
It is. Conversation, Stone and Talk.
Yeah, they'll bond you out, then they'll get you an attorney. You get like 30% of it.
I would live it.
Almost
You get enough to get you out.
Never.
Then if you win it, then
What
the
are we
rest
doing
of
with them
it
here?
is
What I got? Did we throw them in the river?
No, the river's not going to get included by home.
There's different
Maybe we should just go and shoot the hole.
I like your ideas.
Just a bit, right? I mean, Rogan's the down-to-earth man's man podcaster who tells it like it is. And, well, it's the mindset, you see. Some people just have it and others don't. Like home, they just change the way they think and become more agreeable. They might find themselves getting back on track like the rest of us. Or maybe it's all the soda that poor people drink. Maybe that's what's keeping them poor. So, drink more water. That's the tip. No, wait. I've got a better one. The government needs to put tariffs on processed food so it's that way poor people will be forced to eat healthy and lift themselves out of the cast by an ice bath, jump in on the TRT or HG Arrow. Hey, getting somewhere. Oh man, I've been waiting to make this video for so long, and here we are. I've got so much for you guys, so sit back, relax, and enjoy the show, because there are a few things I've noticed over the years listening to JRE. Joe's obsessed with aliens, bears, excessive drinking, jiu-jitsu, Vikings, the pyramids, conspiracy theories, stand-up comedy, hunting, only reading the titles of articles, and, of course, homeless people. Every time Joe talks up, and I wait for him to just edge past that line between healthy conversation and unhealthy obsession, and to his own detriment, he has thousands of hours of his thoughts on the record for the world to listen to and decipher his true feelings. Now, obviously, publish thousands of hours of our own conversations, there would be inevitably patterns and themes. That's just how we're all wired. Humans are walking contradictions, full of hypocrisy and deep, dark desires. So when Rogan and his buddies constantly talk about homeless people like they're animals, it sort of makes you wonder, why does Joe hate? And remember, compared to the average person, Rogan would have all with homeless people whatsoever. But the way he talks about them, you'd think they were camping out on his front.
Since Starbucks, there's a lot more homeless people at Starbucks. Like they understand, you just go there. The sun was awesome, right? I was like, guys. I look down, literally homeless people everywhere. What is going on? It blew
and I'm watching the fight happen, and then San Francisco, right outside, I see two homeless guys fighting, like legitimately fighting, and it was kind of one of those things where I swear to God, even though amazing fighters that Paul and fight out so much more. And
I remember filming Fear Factor in downtown LA in like 2003 or something like that. It was crazy back then. This is wild. It is insane that the amount of cities everywhere you look. Insane. Everywhere you look, it's hundreds of millions of dollars to spend on the homeless.
And thank you for your contribution to that.
But you know where it goes to. Working on the homeless. But they get free electricity, so he's got like a bag of his stuff, a little camp in the corner of the Starbucks. I'm like, wow, I want him to get back through that iPad. On the other hand, I'm like, hey, don't give me a disease.
Weather's awesome, but like that was a big thing, and I feel like as I'm walking around, standing body of water, I'm like, there's a homeless guy living there too. Like people just
San Francisco's the worst. San Francisco is like a failed Smoky Libya. Yeah. That place is wild.
Like I said,
People are just in the street.
This is, I think they did something where you can't loiter the homeless people. Or like, it's like clean.
What the?
Or they can arrest them.
You can't camp. How about that? Get out of here.
Yeah, and you know what's weird? You know what I noticed the other day?
Those two people should just go to a park. Griffith Park is not far.
Right. It's like people with homes cook there.
Yeah, they got free grill.
People can't afford to live in LA. I know it might as well be a third world country, though. I mean, it might as well be the comprehensive program to try to help people that are like that clean them up. And it would probably have to involve psychedelic drugs.
yeah, that's right, because it's not a money thing, right? People they have money. It's not a cure. It's not a financial cure. My mother always instilled in me like people food. If you see them buy food, and so that's just what I wanted. And you know what this guy says to me? Granted, I just want to fight, but I came out with chocolate ice cream because I don't like chocolate. Jesus Christ!
Well, that's probably why it's homeless.
Seriously, right? Because
Hey, there we go. It didn't take long for the rich man to rear its ugly head. And as I was playing, something in particular caught my attention. It was when Rogan said at the
And the cops would be like, what are you doing? But they technically have the right to have it. Oh, yeah. I see the guy's YouTube channel. Yeah. Yes. Yeah, and I'm just like, really, I mean, it's like that. But again, gun laws too, they're trying to outlaw the 27 and stuff like that. Video. It's called Florida fisherman who he goes fishing and he walks like down a public sidewalk, like with all purpose with an AK, an AR-15 strapped on. So crazy. They don't know what to do. Yeah. All of a sudden, there's like 30. And then at the end of the day, he hasn't done nothing wrong. Yeah. And he knows that. He knows that law. He's just trolling. Yeah, he's trolling. That's what that. He's trolling. Yeah, the arm. See that? This one right there. I think it's in Tampa. Yeah, we'll screen it. I can see why all these cops put together. I can see the concern. It's definitely concern. Again, if you were your kid, if you're like your kid for a long time, AK-47. Yeah, absolutely. But it's crazy that there's laws that protect you from walking from the pier to a fishing pond. 3 blocks away in the middle of the city with an AK strap.
This dirt lot is surrounded.
And I actually, once I got arrested, they took my CD and me back, or I got a letter. Well, since everything's been expired, I got it back to the state, so they were able to give it back. So then I had to go back to my lawyer's office and get all my guns back. I had to give them all the other guns that I had. That was part of the lease, my condition of the bond. So like when everything got dropped back to work, nobody's not looking here. Well, that's the thing. And I had to go up there. We're like bringing them out. I was like, I was so nervous touching them like for the first time just because I hadn't touched one in so long. I was like, oh shit. Of course, like kind of
Motherfucker West Side Gang.
It does. And I still try to look at it through the mindset of, like I said earlier, I didn't kill someone, I killed someone. That's kind of what I have to do. So, tell you all kinds of different scenarios of what is legal, what is considered. All that responsible for that shit. I don't want to say, see by the dawn's light, what so proudly we hailed the twilight's last gleam, whose broad stripe and bright stars through the perilous fight, for the ramparts we walked were so guiding street, and the rockets stinging through the night, that our foot was still there. Oh, sing, does that star-spangled banner yet wave for the land of the free and the home of the brave.
From the Bridgestone Arena here in Nashville, Tennessee, for a brand new episode of Kill Tony. For Tony. Who's ready for the top? We are live in Nashville, Tennessee.
Welcome. How are you, Kohede?
Hello.
How you living, pimp?
How about one more time for the undeniable Winona Judd? Keep it going for the best man in the land. Fernando Castillo, Raul Vallejo, Carlos Sosa, Big Michael Gonzalez. On the drums, Matt Muelling on the electric guitar, John Dees. And that is a Team Madness live in the flesh. Saturday's a Friday. I like this. That's what the fuck I am talking about. We are in some energy tonight. Nashville, Tennessee. We're out here. I don't think there's anything that can fucking stop us in the world. Before we continue, here's a little bit more from the amazing sponsors that made an episode like this possible. You guys ready to start tonight's fucking show? Let's do it. I'm going to introduce two guests that I'm going to introduce is, believe it or not, in the history of the show. This former man, he retired. He was doing it, and he retired, and now he's trying to come back and make a name for himself. So far, as a guest on the show, he's done a pretty good job. This debut and the of our new favorite guest. Make some noise for Tony Caruso. Oh, wait a second. That seems
Tony Caruso is back. Oh my God! Oh my God! He is 82 years old and moves a lot. Oh, he's dying, folks. So moves a lot like Dr. Phil. He's a wild boy. Fucked up down in the line. Fucked up. Who's trying to get fucked up? Who's got two thumbs and may or may not have a hooker in his room with the Marriott right now? This guy. Oh my goodness, can you believe those knees, those 82-year-old knees? Feel good, it's all right. All right, save it. Ladies and gentlemen, your other cats, another, literally, truly, one of the best comedians in the world. Love this guy. You guys are in the eye of the storm tonight as I bring up literally a second-time guest. My favorite guests in the history of the show, comedians, and one of the world's favorite comedians. Make some noise for the one and only Matt. We are living the kilt Tony Caruso and Matt Wright on a Saturday night in Nashville, Tennessee. Let's fucking go. What's up, Nashville? We are starting the show differently than normal tonight. We do different things and fucking experiment, as you know, from my sex life. So, we are going to start tonight with a bucket pool, ladies and gentlemen. We're taking a chance here. Normally, I like to start it with something show designed to kind of fucking blow up as it goes. So, does that sound exciting? How many of you think the best bucket pool tonight's going to be from Nashville? How many of you think it's going to be from Atlanta? Ooh la la. Felt racist. I love it. How many of you like it when comedians do good on this show? How many of you like it when comedians do bad on this show? Oh, it's absolutely ruthless. How it works, if I pull their name out of the 60 seconds uninterrupted, you know the sound of a kitten. That means they have to wrap it up then, or else they bring out the angry whistle, which interrupts them. I conduct an interview with them. We meet them all at this. I can almost guarantee every bucket pool's first time performing in, and it's ready to start tonight's fucking show. Bucket pool number one. That is indeed from Austin, Texas, the one and only Heidi. Fucking Christ almighty, I believe in God, and I think it exists within those ass cheeks. Who loves America, huh? Ladies and gentlemen, your first bucket pool of the night, representing getting the... Make some noise. We're gonna meet them all together. Cassandra Ramos is first. And here we go.
Sorry, nervous. Talking to my cousin last week, and I was asking, do you have any advice coming from a man's perspective how I can keep it still spicy in bed? And he said, I like white bitches. We got that in common. I was like, okay. So he said, what I like to keep it spicy is use some racial slurs. So he's like, call me, and he comes in. And she says, ooh. So I was like, I'll try that. I offered it up to my husband, and he said, great, let's do honky. You don't know, it's like back in the 1920s, white men would drive through and honk his horn at black prostitutes. So he comes in the bedroom now. Give me that. Thank you.
Cassandra Ramos. Hello, Cassandra.
I'm so nervous. It's my first
Ever? Your first time on stage going up first in an arena? Holy shit. It's like, I figured you've been on stage before since you look like you play Cinderella in a new Disney reboot.
I was in a band called N-Word Pussy in middle school.
Stand up?
We own a food truck and a business in Columbia, 45 minutes from here. And it's like a mall. It's like a
when you say we, you mean
my husband and I, he helps coordinate a comedy show.
Right.
So
and he's a white guy?
Yeah, he's white.
What kind of food truck is it?
Slothful waffle. It's waffles. Yeah, in the waffles we've got slothy Cristos. It's like, Monte Cristo. It's really good. All handmade. We make all our sauces ourselves. Yeah.
What's it?
I'm sorry?
What's it called?
Slothful waffle. He's wearing the shirt right now. He signed up too.
Well, okay. I love it. What made you want to do this tonight?
We like roast each other, and we watch your show. I'll sign up. I'm not gonna get picked.
Well, there you go. It happened.
Yeah, first one.
How old are you?
I'm 28.
28. How long are you in for?
A year.
Where'd you meet him?
Springs, California.
Yeah, but what were you doing in Palm Springs?
We worked like the street fair. He had the business out there, and I was working at a booth. We met there.
He was doing the waffle thing? And what booth were you working at?
I was working at a coffee booth.
Coffee booth. Yeah. Okay. It sounds like a good name for an intercouple.
Yeah.
I love it.
What's some of the most racist shit that he'll say to you a bit?
Good question.
He doesn't really do the hard R. I'm only half black, so it's, big not hard.
What's the other half?
Ecuadorian.
Ecuadorian.
I think that still counts.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's black in most states. Never been to Temecula, California. Black.
It sounds like the black guy, right? Alabama, Ecuadorian Jenkins. Touchdown, Ecuadorian Clinksdale. I love it. What do your parents still together?
No. I have a step that's 12. They're together still.
Mom's Ecuadorian?
My mom's black.
Do you ever talk to your Ecuadorian dad?
Do I talk to my
Ecuadorian dad?
not really. It's
Dad.
white.
Okay.
Yeah.
Hell yeah, so he's around, very supportive. It's such a fucking trope. All the white people on this stage don't have two white that were part of our childhood, so it's all
Who do people say you look like if they stop you on the street?
Chili from TLC. I don't want no scrubs.
Yeah, we know TLC.
He was looking at me like he was confused a little.
Tony Caruso did listen to a lot of TLC.
No, I was more. Who's the member of TLC that got murdered at the cheesecake factory?
Lopez. Well, no. Yeah. Wait, no. She died in a car accident.
The plane crash shit. It doesn't fucking matter. But it's.
No. But you're thinking there's a white racist Leah yelling plane crash repeatedly from the beginning. Left Eye Lopez and a lead hip hop entrepreneur Tony. In Nashville, I'm one of the most knowledgeable rappers. Only in Nashville. Anyway, what kind of music do you listen to?
I listen to a lot of rock.
Wow, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the world of having a white stepfather. All the white stepfathers in the crowd are going crazy right now. I'm going to tell you what, I love your energy. Do you have some of yours?
Yeah, I was going to ask you, put my life into pieces. Is that O.J. Simpson song? Yeah. Put my wife into pieces. Too soon, man. Too soon. Is it? No, it's too late. Do you always have fingered in a Spencer's? Do you? It works. Good luck. That's a good luck.
I got a lot of kids, so only when I go out.
You look stunning.
Thank you.
You look wonderful. Don't murder me. Let's go.
Very rarely I'm a performer, big joke book, but I love your energy. I love your charisma. I love everything about the interview. Fucking awesome. Drama has started tonight's show with an adorable little bag.
First time ever.
All right, your next fucking poll, number 2. Let's see here as I bring up the comedian known simply as BC. Oh, there's a lovely wow, indeed.
Y'all ever look at fat people and start feeling bad for their shoes? No, because there was one of the balances. It kind of looks like you got a flat tire. Foot's hanging over the sole like a muffin top. I call it bitches off balances. No, we all see them waddling around, looking like the Michelin Man.
Breaking down.
And look, I love fat. Spencer's fat. Fuck off. The other day, because he was wearing, no, he wasn't wearing nothing. Getting out of his car, and he kicked the bottle of Hershey's out of my life. Are you making chocolate in your car? In this way?
You want them to invite you in?
God damn, fuck y'all, no. I had the right to make fun of it.
All right, shut here.
Got you, Tony.
Hello, let's take a step over there. Get back on the KT over here. Now, Tony, it's okay. Jesus. We need a fucking seatbelt for Tony Cruz over here. Hello, how are you?
I'm doing okay, Tony. How you doing?
I love it. Very good. I think it's absolutely adorable. You look like a Down syndrome Logan Paul. This is incredible. Look at you.
You look like both the pedophile and the undercover cop that's going to arrest him.
Are you Adam Ray right now, dude?
No. Are you bombing in front of 20,000 people?
I don't have a wig on, motherfucker.
But somehow it looks like you do. You look like you're wearing one of those. Get more over there. I don't know why why you keep coming up on us like that. Jesus, fucking talk so much. Only speak when spoken to. How long you been attempting stand-up comedy?
3 years.
3 years. Where at?
Atlanta.
Atlanta.
Yes,
sir. All right. Okay. All right, we get it. We got it, guys. Fucking weird. Nashville's one of the greatest cities in the world, by the way. Let me tell you something. Take it from me. You guys are too great of a city to boo cities like Atlanta. You shouldn't even be concerned with them. I would expect them to boo you, but I'm surprised that you boo them. Better cities are supposed to just be cool with them. You guys are good enough. I'll give you the encouragement that your parents did. You guys are good.
I don't think they are.
Oh, God, you're disgusting. It looks like your eyes are getting closer together as the interview goes on. He's slowly turning into a cyclops, ladies and gentlemen. Look out at that red light in the camera. Look, you see that camera?
So rude.
No, keep looking at the camera. Stop looking at us. I don't want you to look at us anymore. His bangs are growing and his eyes are getting closer together. This is absolute Kill Tony history. Stop looking at us.
I'm looking at you now.
Stop looking at us. Look at the camera. Oh, I'm going to end the interview. Stupid. Look at the fucking camera. There you go. If you look at us again, I'm kicking you off.
You're mean.
Just keep the welcome. You.
If you know somebody with a weird neck tattoo on his knuckle, then call the number below. 1-800. It's down centric Swayze.
Wow, okay. Throwing in the second down syndrome. Same human. That's almost a record. Yeah, nobody.
I know.
BC, let's talk about it. What do you do for work?
I'm a set builder.
A what?
A set builder.
What kind of sets are you building?
Mainly commercials. I've been working for Home Depot commercials the past month and a half.
What's the most white trash thing about you other than your smile? Do you really?
I used to. 5 years clean.
Concerns about higher gas prices across the nation. Drivers are nervous as they get ready to hit the road for the 4th of July holiday.
Right, well,
And there's something likable about him. I don't know what it is.
you are saying he is likable?
I wouldn't say it, let him open for me.
Well,
There's something about you that I don't know. You see some secrets aside.
I did your brakes before. I did your brakes.
What do you mean you did? Are you retarded? What do you mean? You fit my brakes.
Yeah.
I ride a bird scooter, motherfucker. Quit lying to the crowd.
BP, before I let you go, anything interesting about your life other than the fact that you used to smoke?
I lived in Hawaii for
It's a little joke, but
hey,
we're gonna eat, ladies and gentlemen. There he goes.
This Paul Tacoma. You can't have a good time in bad boots. That's why you need to ever wonder if you can pull off boots with your style. I see it, and it'd be tough. You can do it. You owe it to your feet to put on from the traditions of the West. Confident in making your own offers professional. Great work boots will bring comfort and talent style to the job site. Even have slip-on. They're boots,
But they still bring the Western flair. Speaking of Western flair, let me throw it to my man, Red.
My Tacovas. You can see me strutting my stuff all around Austin, my Tacovas. They're the most comfortable boots around. Tacovas, best in the West guarantee. You can get free returns and exchanges for 30 days.
Ooh, you almost made me have a spit take, but I swallowed. Get 10% off at tacovas.com/Kiltony when you sign up for emails and texts. That's 10% off at tacovas.com/Kiltony. Tacovas.com/Kiltony. See site for details. Tacovas. Point your toes to the west.
Oh.
There we are, right on number 3, indeed.
tonight. You guys like bucket pulls? But here's the third one in the barrel. Ladies and gentlemen, this uninterrupted from Jonathan Rachels.
You know, it's kind of hard to when you look like Ari Matty fucked MGK for his green card. When I was outside, this old guy stared at me, and I was thinking, this could go two ways. He walks up to me, puts out his hand, he says, man, I thought you were one of them gays. So I grabbed him, and I real close, and I said, I am one of them gays. Everybody thinks codes until you get around a group of gay people. Yeah, it's not so cool anymore. That's my time. Thank you guys.
Fuck yeah, Jonathan. Welcome to the show, Jonathan. Hell yeah. I love it. Fuck.
They told me to do backstage. So my bad.
I don't even know what that is. You mean like stay in one spot for the interview?
I forgot I said that.
Right. Can you remember now? What are we telling people before they come on stage? What do we tell them?
This is your supposed to know that.
No, I'm not supposed to know that. You're supposed to know that, you fucking hillbilly fucking tell you these goddamn bucket pulls are coming up with a fucking attitude tonight, and you better kiss the fucking throat. Bend the knee to your king. Fucking pieces of goddamn shit. You're supposed to know what the bucket pulls have to do. You're supposed to be a bucket pull. Piece of fucking shit. I'm gonna send you and BC to go do fucking shitty karaoke on Broadway tonight.
I sing a mean out when I say I tried.
Alright, let's have some fun here. What do you do for work? What head shop do you sell skateboards at exactly?
On topic. No, I do HVAC.
Okay, HVAC, that makes sense. Because you suck. No, I'm kidding. How long have you been doing stand-up?
This is my first time ever doing stand-up comedy.
Jesus Christ, two people debuting in an arena only. That show's crazy.
Look like the lead singer of Coldplay quit the band and got a job at Starbucks. It's a compliment.
Dunkin' Donuts.
No, I hate it.
Because I do HVAC.
No, okay, but seriously.
I'm a black sheep. That's pretty much why. My whole family dresses like you, so.
Okay.
Is that me at home right now?
Wait, gay for real?
Really not. But I can't be.
Don't say it. You better.
If you're asking, I can.
I can do better.
Suck his dick! Suck his dick! Suck his dick! Suck his dick! No,
Here we go. Live from the Bridgestone Arena.
Just made jealous right now.
You look like Paul Wall. I'm saying, me, Davidson. It is an interesting look. I think what's standing out to me is it looks like you have hair growing over a tattoo. Am I seeing that correctly up there?
You absolutely are.
Did you get a tattoo on like a bald head and then grow your hair in afterwards?
So my family has like a receding hairline. So before it happened to me, I was like, fuck that. Shave my head.
And then what? You went to Turkey and got the operation over?
Dude, I'm small big, so I've been trying since
However, there's not a dick enhancement operation. Would be in the hospital right now.
Wait, which one is the coolest tattoo?
Okay.
I love that you asked that. So my ex got the same. And so instead of covering it up, I have do not get matching tattoos with dumb bitches.
That's pretty good.
It says you cracked me up.
That's pretty good. You don't have to tell that one. No, but yeah. The first one's pretty cool.
When you're not doing this, whatever it is. Age back. This is your first time doing stand-up. You might have some hobbies.
No, man, actually,
You mean the personality is guy with tattoo?
dude, I'm the most famous person at my local Circle K.
It's a big deal.
He used to let people fuck his ear gauge for $1 in the parking lot.
Couldn't get too expensive. What's your favorite thing to get at Circle K? Just answer. You're at Circle K now. What are you buying? Go! To buy at Circle K. I'm sorry.
Water. Okay, good question, Tony Caruso. We love it when Tony Caruso.
Fuck it off!
What do you ask 4 follow-up questions to the Circle K thing? Well. Okay, well, go drink some water, buddy. There's a little jump book.
Wow. Oh, Mr. Cool Guy with the tattoos, with the ear gauges.
You're from Nashville? Jesus. You're from Nashville? From Augusta, Georgia. There he goes. There you go. Boo Augusta, everybody. There you go. Boo City.
I still stand by my Circle K question.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Tony. We got a replay of him trying to look cool catching the joke book and not. Okay, well, let's move on to a golden ticket winner, ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, this guy has been going through a lot lately. He's here for you. His first time in an arena in Nashville, Tennessee. One of the legendary show. It's been a while. This is a new minute from Aaron Belial.
I've been in hospital with no insurance because I'm going blind. It's not pink eye, it's coma. Did you get acid in your eye? Do I look like someone who's allowed to work with fucking animals? No Tide Pods. Bruh, God just doesn't like me. Minding my own business and thought, fuck website. American healthcare, and I don't get pet insurance for like $80 a month. And it covers 90%. You save like $6,000 a year to be a fucking chihuahua.
Guy, I don't know.
Maybe those teenagers with litter boxes in school are fucking genius.
So what happened is
Not cute. They pat my head. I'm gonna get pet insurance and identify as a fucking dog. So if you see my girlfriend walking me around on a leash, it isn't a kink.
Fuck yeah. The one-eyed king and Aaron Belial, ladies and gentlemen, rocking a new eye patch. Just when shit couldn't get any more fucked up. This is like if fucking someone took Dale Earnhardt's car that he wrecked and then knocked a headlight out for no reason after the fact. This is just incredible. The already broken, the brain and the king of the show, unable to speak.
Yeah, I was already fucked up enough.
Yeah. God already took all the consonants from you, and then he took a bad wheel of fortune.
Tell me, I've been to 5 American doctors, and I have no health insurance. My job, but I'm unable to pay for all cash, just with the money I make as a comedian. I appreciate the shit out of all of this. You can just push me down.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Well, you know what it is. It's an eye for an eye around here. And,
thank you. Now, when do I get my new Corvette Daddy?
Yeah, right. Keep dreaming, Captain Hook. I mean, I don't know. I think Halloween is right around the corner for you. Oh, God damn it.
Who was that?
How dare you? Oh, God, he's typing so fast. Oh, he's making some kind of crazy noise. He's got something up his sleeve.
Pirate. He's an pirate.
Oh, you son of a bitch. Oh, you son of a... Sit down, typing. Sit all on their feet. Oh, my God. How dare you call me a you son of a bitch. Okay, what, you got something for Red Band? What are you pointing at?
People keep telling me I look like Matt Rife, and I get offended for you. Can you believe these motherfuckers? I look like you if your mom used a coat hanger.
Yeah. Wow. The Caruso jacket of protection. You're a good-looking guy. I'm on it. You have boy band looks. You look like Liam Payne now.
We think that jacket is gonna fall off for sure.
Hell yeah. Well, Aaron, I mean, what else is going on in life? Everything else good? You doing good? Eye and arm and walk and voice and thing. This is just a Canadian, by the way. There's no real ailments.
It's actually Adam Ray. This is your worst character, Adam. Hey, hurry up! I gotta take a shit.
His organization kidnapped
Oh, fuck. I don't like the energy. All right, you made that weird laugh that scares kids. It's gonna be good. You look like you fuck sheep.
Jesus Christ, no, I think he's talking to you, Tony.
Who is that for?
Yeah, that's for you. Oh.
Sounds like somebody's jealous they can't get into the petting zoo on weekends. I think he gets in for free.
The Aaron probably would, but the sheep's like, what the fuck is this thing coming at me? I'm gonna get out of here. Ow! There's a one-eyed monster. Oh, okay.
It took you that long to type that?
Oh, son of a bitch.
I got you, man.
Oh my God. It's Matt Rife. Whoa. Oh, okay.
Spider.
Oh, that is cold-blooded. I love it. Aaron Belial, your fucking energy and your positive attitude is a goddamn headwind on the show. Some goddamn noise for Aaron Belial, everybody. There you go. The lovely Heidi, everyone. For those of you trying to get your pussies wet and your dicks out of your stomach, 5 minutes of Aaron Belial. There's Heidi as a little refresher of what an American looks like. Not a one-eyed Canadian savage. Back to the bucket we go. Here we go. Another innocent soul signed up the another innocent soul interrupted by Jeremiah. This is Jeremiah by Jeremiah Maltese. Jeremiah Maltese.
It's 2025 and it'll be a lot of gender confusion, but I think I'm actually racially confused. Yeah. I've been with one black woman in my life. I don't know. I've been with a few halfsies, but all the black friends in my life, they tell me that it doesn't count. Apparently, there's a threshold of blackness. There's like Taylor Swift, Beyonce, and Whoopi Goldberg. And I guess I just didn't hit the mark. I don't know. What was funny? The funny thing is, the nigga bar seems to be a lot lower than the actual black bar. So told me that I'm not black, but I say nigga all the time, and nobody gives a fuck. Look at Puerto Ricans. Fat Joe. Joe says nigga in just about every one of his songs. Nobody gives a fuck.
All right, Jeremiah Maltese, welcome to the show. How are you?
I'm doing pretty good.
How long have you been doing stand-up?
This is my first time.
Oh my God, your first time doing stand-up. What made you want to start here today?
Well, it's very funny.
You should have done that part during your minute then.
Gave me a 7-month vacation. I get fired at the end of it.
Okay. What did you do for work?
I worked for the government.
What did you do for the government?
I did systems maintenance.
Okay.
Yeah.
How were you working from? Okay, shut up. Jesus Christ. Were you working from home?
I was working from home.
You were getting away with murder.
I guess so.
On the taxpayer.
I was doing my job.
Finding out right here live in real time that the defending president of the United States got you to stop stealing money from us? Mr. President.
I voted for Trump.
Well, you did. Here's a little joke book. We're going to keep it moving along here. First timers here tonight. We're going to keep it moving. Make some noise for your fifth bucket pull, Stephen Ramirez. I do this one. Stephen Ramirez. Yeah, bucket pull number 5.
When I was a boy, I thought Metallica was a Christian rock band because they have that Enter Sandman song with a prayer. I thought to myself, maybe my uncle still has a chance. Sure, he beats his wife, kids, but at least he sings a prayer. I called in and checked it. Murder-suicide. Wasn't really the fairy tale ending I was hoping for. Gay dudes. Not that I don't like them. I do. I just don't want to buckle under queer. Something I don't want to do. I don't want to go buy hair gel. I don't want to sip coffee out of a. Being gay sounds expensive. I don't got money. But if a gay dude offers me some words, I'll say China.
Okay. The crowd liked it. Very interesting selection Stefan Ramirez, how long have you been doing stand-up? Under a year. Where at? Okay. This is where you're born and raised? Where in Canada? Where?
Alberta, Calgary.
Okay. Home of Brent, the Hitman Hart, Tony Caruso.
It's interesting that you're from such a progressive place like Canada because you look like the guy who gave the money to the kid who shut up the school.
Okay, Tony, a lot of math there. You look like the guy that gave the money to the guy that went to the gun store and then purchased.
This Red Bull that's laced with fentanyl.
All right, Stefan Ramirez, what do you do for work exactly? You look like toxic fumes at a job, am I right?
Every now and then, yes, I'm in construction.
Yeah, what exactly do you do in construction?
Specifically renovations, new builds. Yeah.
Okay. And what made you want to start stand-up comedy?
Since 2018 from your show and certain podcasts.
In the past year, how often do you go to like open mics and stuff to practice and perform?
I try to do as many as I can, yeah. Hades just actually has a new open. They opened a new room here in Nashville.
The Lab is now connected to Zany's, one of the great comedy which is here in Nashville, Tennessee.
So I get out as much as
How often is that?
I try to get once a week.
Okay. All right. What's your love life like?
Married, 3 children.
Wow. Look at that. How old are your kids?
We got 8, 5, and 3.
All right. All boys, all girls?
First 2 boys, and then this girl.
Okay. All right. Very interesting stuff. What's some fun fact about your life that we'd be interested to know about you?
I had a part-time job as a cremator.
Go on. Puts cream on cakes. And I can see a full erection here. How was that?
Weird. It was just a job to fill some time and earn some extra money. No experience needed.
You ever grab a tit before you burn it?
Sorry?
Good question. Do you ever grab a tit with a female corpse?
No.
Before you burn it? Would you tell us if you did?
Yes.
No, you wouldn't.
No. Just chose not to be fun.
You gotta find out how certain people die every now and then.
How?
It's like,
okay, what's a weird one that you saw?
we had this one lady, she was probably 25 years old, and she put her head in a circular saw, chop saw, and just...
Let me ask you this. When you're doing that job, is it kind of just like a wooden box?
Yeah, sometimes they're like beautiful caskets, sometimes they're cardboard boxes. And
one of the cardboard boxes and just like do something fun. You ever peek in it?
Well, yeah.
That's one. You ever use the ashes for a shuffleboard?
Sometimes find things in the furnace after people are cremated because they want to be buried with their dolls and stuff. So there's like porcelain dolls sometimes in the ashes.
That's scary. You open it and you think there's a little baby in there.
Yeah.
You ever find something like a fidget spinner or a wood plug or something?
Like
Yeah.
Is there ever things left on the body like a bullet or
like certain dentures and whatnot.
Oh, that's creepy too.
Yeah,
it's funny because both a set of teeth and a porcelain doll would be two of the most frightening things. So I'm be like, oh god.
I've seen both of those. Yeah.
Yikes. Yeah. Incredible. Well, that's interesting indeed. I like you in the interviews. Definitely, here's a medium joke book.
Thank you.
Stefan Ramirez. You know, we have knocked out 5 bucket pulls and a golden ticket winner already. And now is a time in which something very special will happen. Because, ladies and gentlemen, your next comedian is from Nashville, Tennessee. She's an absolute icon of Kill Tony, an absolute shining star. This is a brand new minute from the one and only, the great and powerful Fiona Coley.
Really pretty lady.
Oh my god! Hell yeah! Okay. So, did y'all know there is a hierarchy within the disabled community? No? It's true. Like, it is for you to go to the bathroom by yourself. Street grid, you have the groups or whatever. If I see some bitch, okay, and a rented scooter, she's on the door for me. Like from here, and being in the South, though, y'all say this to me all the fucking time. Hey, you know, God gives his toughest battles to his strongest warriors. You heard this? Yeah? Well, from where I'm sitting, well, they're looking like a bunch of pussies to me.
Fiona Coley, ladies and gentlemen. Wow. I mean, an unbelievable set yet again. Absolutely incredible in front of your own home field advantage here at the Bridgestone Arena in Nashville, Tennessee. Incredible. You've done it again. How do you feel?
Disabled.
Perfect answer. You're right in the sweet spot of the show. I gave you a good spot, much like parking situation.
Yeah. That's how I dropped my like just dangle that pretty cow from.
Hell yeah. Spot dinger. That's what we call that, an old spot. Instead of a gold digger.
Yes.
Digging for a spot. One of those front row.
Hell yeah, motherfucker. Stay true to the point.
Next to the door horns. One of those.
I like that. You were gonna roll with me.
Oh shit.
Oh.
My God. Bench. That shot. I love it. So what else is going on in life, Fiona?
It's so fucking good right now. Which I feel like when stuff is good, you kind of think of. Yeah. Does that make sense?
Absolutely.
There's something I haven't told you about that I thought would be fun. Yeah.
You can walk. That would be the greatest twist ever.
You got to wait for the next episode.
And running off the stage like Tony Caruso. I love it.
I know we recently talked about being gay stuff. Not always gay. I used to date date this guy, and he had a thing where he would piss in mason jars. Hold on. And keep them like lined around his fucking bedroom. Okay, I didn't realize it's because he didn't want to walk down use the bathroom, and I fucking butt scooted down the stairs. I'm a lady. But one time I was unaware these were full piss. Was gonna fuck him, as one does. And I fell on the bed in a cold jar.
A cold jar of piss fell on your head.
Yeah.
Oh my God. Were you a redhead before that?
No.
It could have some type of lemon juice effect, perhaps.
I love that.
Can you send me a link to that? There's a link to the internet, yes.
Oh, yeah.
So, how many?
Let me stop you there.
Go ahead.
That's right. Moonshine. Did it have a tank?
Hey, it tastes.
Oh, God.
I'm kidding!
Now, there might be something to this. Your condition again, what's it called? Have they researched piss people that have gotten this before?
It's where it all started. Oh my God, that's like a 4-leaf clover to my people. Okay.
Hell yeah.
I'm fine, Tony.
Red Band also has mason jars of piss.
Yeah, you look like a mason jar guy.
Yeah, that's not a compliment, Red Man.
Hell yeah.
Do your wheelchairs come in different flavors?
Great question, Tony.
Do you get another, do you get to pick the color, or was this just
No,
what they gave you?
it's one color. It's kind of a bold choice to be the only one.
I love it.
I don't know what to do for the wedding.
Yeah, the wedding.
You know what
This
I mean?
wedding, I'm just telling you right now, I can just picture so many amazing things happening. I am using our account on DraftKings, using the promo code KillTony, just to let you know, and on the fact that whoever closest to the back of the wheelchair will be the one that catches the bouquet at the wedding. I see it going perhaps as short as 3 to 4 feet. It's going to be one of the.
Yeah.
It's going to be.
Not a toss, it's a drop.
I'm pretty sure the back wheel of your chair is going to be catching that bouquet at the wedding.
Man.
Yeah, Fiona, an absolute killer. You are charismatic. You are beautiful. You're cool as fuck. Everybody loves you. You started a new podcast. I'm saying that, Taylor. Congratulations.
Ramping up.
Ramping Up is the name of the podcast.
Hell yeah.
She's with a guy named Matt Taylor.
Yeah. A good one.
We don't know who. Are we talking about some guy named Matt?
It's brought up constantly. I don't know.
Has it ever been brought up in an arena? The biggest comedy?
Yeah, good point.
Okay, very good. Absolutely amazing, Fiona. We love you again. Have a one more time for Fiona. An absolute crusher. Killing it. Fiona Colley, ladies and gentlemen. She was with a guy that peed in mason jars. A fun fact, he now in toilets and she pees in mason jars. It's you fast. Sometimes. To the bucket. How do we like that idea? Good? Seconds uninterrupted for bucket hole number 6 goes by the name of Dustin Callahan. Dustin Callahan is Kill Tony.
Nashville.
I grew up in the projects as one of 5 white kids. I went to an all-black school. What they don't tell you when you go to an all-black school, you get that yearbook, it's the worst Where's Waldo ever. They're like right there. So I didn't look like anybody growing up, so a girl in high school one time told me I looked like Kevin Bacon from Footloose. I got real excited. I rushed home. I asked Jeeves, who's Kevin Bacon? And when I saw his goofy ass face, I've never wanted to fight a bitch so hard in my life. So a couple of weeks ago, I did one of those 20. Turns out I'm transgender. I was born male, but I grew these tits when I got fat. Irish and Native American, so we got a lot of DUIs in my family. Thank you. That's my time.
Wow. And making his Kill Tony debut. Welcome to the show, Dustin. You look like all 3 pop stars at once.
Well, it takes a lot of effort, Tony.
It is absolutely what I'm seeing and feeling from you. You look like you run some kind of fucking hot dog eating competition or something like that. Or a participant or something. What do you do for a living with the look?
I'm a civil engineer.
A civil engineer? Well, that's an odd job. Okie dokie. That's an old Bond reference from 30 years ago that I shouldn't have said. Okay. What do you as a civil engineer?
So I oversee a construction site, and I'm the middleman between the contractor and the engineers that design.
Wow, better to be a middleman there than on an airplane, am I right? You don't want to be stuck next to this fucking guy. What's your favorite airline to fly? Southwest. Anyway, no, go ahead. What do you do for fun?
Watch a lot of comedy.
Watching comedy, what do you like to do?
I like to go out and go on hikes and stuff, believe it or not.
Matt Wright, what do you think about his hiking lies? This is something he just puts on a dating site bio. You look like Kirby swallowed Kevin James. Such a good energy about you, dude. I can tell you're a very nice person. Yeah,
I am a nice person.
Stop it. Where's your favorite place to hike? What do you like?
I like Radnor Lake.
Oh shit! Wow. Spot? There must be a lot of around that lake.
Not anymore. COVID took them out.
Wow. I'm surprised COVID didn't take you out. Very interesting shape to you. You're bigger than your torso.
Yeah.
From waist to neck, you are bigger than your. It is incredible.
It's like Hank Hill off of King of the Hill.
Yeah, it is an anomaly.
Yeah, you look like a guy that puts syrup on ketchup.
Yep.
Yeah. But you're very likable.
Tony Caruso pointing out people's likability.
Yeah, I'm a big. That's the first thing I look for in a comedian is a likability factor. Even though you dress like you play trombone in the Mighty Mighty Bosstones. Which is a compliment. It's a tough gig to get.
Yeah. Looks like he plays in the Mighty Mighty Kidney Stones. Do you have any hobbies other than comedy and watching comedy and going? Really? There's nothing you look forward to once a year? The county fair or something?
I like going to the Marine Corps birthday ball when it becomes
like a birthday ball. What exactly is the Marine Corps birthday ball? Explain it for the people that
for all the Marine veterans and active duty.
Are you a Marine veteran?
I am.
There you go. That would have been something to say early on. Look at that. Oh shit, put the hat back up.
What a surprise.
What do you do in the Marines?
I was a water engineer. Yeah.
Well, who better than a fucking weather for that job? Goodness gracious.
He said somebody said you. Who said you look like Kevin Bacon?
High school.
You
wasn't referring to Bernie Bacon, the guy who said the rest was bacon in one day? The real guy? Google it.
I don't know who that is.
We'll cut this out. What's the last time you did stand-up before tonight?
Last Thursday.
How'd that go?
It went good.
Well, stand-up is hard, and for him, standing up is hard. You can tell he's a Marine, because every time he tries to stand up, he goes, ooh, He's got short legs and a big body. You're carrying around a lot of weight. How are your knees?
Well, the right one's shot.
Right?
Yeah.
See, I knew that.
So I'll stand on this leg a lot.
Yep. Oh, yeah. Okay.
Have you ever always worn those kind of hats, or is that your thing? Like, I do declare hats.
Last night I didn't wear a hat, but tonight they were like, put the hat on. I was like, okay.
Great story.
Who's they?
The comedians in the comedian section.
The comedians talked you into putting the hat on.
Yes.
Fine. Let's see it without it. Can I see it without it? Yeah. All right. Never mind.
You kind of have a tiny head, too. You are misshapen. It is incredible. Short legs, big body, long arms, tiny head. All right. I love it. What do you guys think? Big joke book? How many of you think a little joke book? How many of you think a big joke book? Dustin Callahan.
Thank you, Nashville.
There he goes. All right, on to another very, 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 very special trend. There's so many bucket pulls early in the show. Now you get special treats more often. Isn't that exciting? I present to you one of the greatest regulars show. Ladies and gentlemen, a once in a generation talent, an absolute superstar, found, discovered, and molded here in the Kill Tony universe. This is the great and powerful Cam Patterson.
It's been pretty weird for me, dog. I got a homegirl that's in the hospital right now because her boyfriend had beat her, and she got like a black eye. She got some broken ribs and a fucked up leg, and she was telling me how she the world around her was like feel, and I just asked her, I said, what did we learn? And then she went, fuck your boyfriend's favorite comedian. He hit that bitch with a bag of rocks, nigga. That's crazy, dog. That's all I got. Get out of here.
Perfect. 50 plus seconds.
That was it, dog.
To me. Look at this sweet, sweet cowboy. Looking like.
See it, nigga. Look at him. Look at him.
Sweatpants with whoa. Shit, I've never seen. But it's hard, though, nigga. This is why Beyonce didn't win. Howdy, white bitch. You're like a coach in Lansing Saddles.
Well, that's the gay movie. That's not the gay movie. As long as it wasn't the gay movie, I'm happy. I'm good, dog. It's good.
You look like Crooks and Dunn.
What?
Lil Nas X Mon.
Oh, no. Okay, that's better.
Conway Twitty. Johnny who stole my cash.
That guy.
Darius Rucker.
Who are these people, dog?
That's a regular guy.
That's a real guy.
That's a real black guy. That's a real.
I'm sorry, Darius Rucker. I apologize. Yeah, right down the middle there. Right there. That's your Darius Rucker apology. I apologize, my nigga. Real shit.
I'm so sorry. Keith from the urban neighborhood. I like my boots, nigga. My boots is clean. I got taller. I'm taller than this boots. And you got the horses in the back. I like that one. That was good. Hell yeah. That's my favorite one. You look like broke Black Mountain. No. You know what's crazy? I'm never dressing up on this shit ever again. I am dressed up to the nines in my finest boots, and now I'm getting called a bunch of gay slurs and shit. No, I'm fucked up. Look, that's fucked up black cowboys for us, man. Toby Keith, you were shut away from my daughter. Oh, fuck y'all, actually. Winona Thug. Keep going, I like this. This is fun. Unfaithful Hill. I'm never wearing a cowboy hat again, though. Scary Underwood. Dolly Parton. That was good. That's fucking great. I spent 2 months on this shit to be called all these mean names. Willie Raisin. Wait a minute. That wasn't even No. Garth, what's your credit like, Brooks? Okay. Kenny Rogers chicken. Thank y'all for having goddamn. About time, nigga. It took 12 of them pieces of shit. The Hennessy of Tennessee, that was good. Come on with that. Yeah. The Hennessy of Tennessee, fuck. I like that one. That's good. That's better. I like that one. That's good. Alan Blackson. Okay. Massive crab mouth. That's not even Red Band, save it for the comedians. Hit a sound effect, Red Band. Jesus Christ. Nigga, that's great. It's fun when you get to hear what they think. Hey, that was evil, nigga. Shit. That's good, man. I love it. Love Nashville. Oh, Nashville is dope, man. I like Nashville a lot, bro. Yeah. Hell yeah. I like that. Nashville is great, man. Hell yeah. Bachelor part, I said this last night. Bachelor part, this shit all down. But besides that, I have a great city. Nice city. Yeah. Hell yeah. I love it. I like it. Okay. That's a Jim Crow. I was just saying shit that happened. George Strait Foreman. Okay. I'm never wearing a cowboy hat again. Y'all missed the Crips. What? Hey, you know what? I wanna throw this hat into the crowd, but it was falling out. Marcus Pink Floyd Mayweather. It's not really country. I don't know a lot of these people y'all naming. I know. Looking up the 100 greatest country artists. Do something with Morgan Wallen. I like Morgan Wallen, nigga. Do something with Morgan Wallen. Morgan Wallen? No, they don't like Morgan Wallen. Never mind. What nigga y'all do like? None. Why? No, Tony. Wait. They love me. Wait, I got one. I can't believe we haven't even thought of it. Kate Rock. No. I should have left on that. Hell yeah. You cut that in post. You got to do that. Was it really a $400 hat? Yeah, it got Rockstar on it too. It's fine. It's whatever. Yeah, lady got it. Thank you. Hell yeah. You found it. For sure. Where is it? What are the material of the boots? This shit ostrich. Nigga. Shit. Wait a second.
You know, I used to hunt ostrich. What? I used to hunt ostriches for him.
Amazing. He's wearing ostrich boots and fried chicken subs.
Smash and grab mouth? You guys did how long? You already said that was terrible, nigga.
Cam, you did it again. Another new minute. So much fun. We fucking love you. Thanks for crushing as always and giving us something fun to make jokes with. He's turning country, folks. One more time for Cam Patterson. And now we go to bucket pool number 7. Let's see what happens here with the filings of Robbie, ladies and gentlemen. Robbie is next on Filter. One more time for Robbie, everybody.
I don't understand why sometimes subjects are okay to talk, sometimes they're not. Like the size of a woman's vagina. I have an item, Becky runs in and says, Tasha's in labor. And a half hour later, she's like, she's at 7 centimeters. Man, and she's talking about how large this woman's vagina is. 9 months ago, when I was telling everybody how vagina was so tight, I have to go see HR? That doesn't make any sense. She will be a single mother. I will not have any more kids. They're disappointing enough. I have a lesbian daughter and a daughter that dates a Mexican, and I don't know what's worse. The one that's gonna, the godless dyke that's not gonna go to heaven with me, or the one that's coming Catholic. I also have a, and that's my minute.
Okay, Robbie, how long have you been on stand-up?
About a minute.
So this is your first time as well. A lot of first-timers here tonight. Very interesting. What made you choose tonight to start?
Because this was close.
Okay. Did you think about it?
I've been planning on doing a minute at Austin, and this was closer. So I pulled the trigger.
Did you think about trying at an open mic, perhaps, instead of in front of millions of viewers at home?
I considered it, but I also like the idea of saying first time ever.
Sure. You like the idea of saying that. Continue to do now that you've done it?
It is. I'm a lot cooler in front of a crowd than I thought I would be.
Okay. What do you do for work?
I do custom cabinetry, and I cook.
Okay. All right. Many things happen. It's very interesting. Tell us a fun fact about your life. You'd be surprised to know about you.
I'm not very interesting, I don't guess.
Okay, what did you do in the band?
I played bass. They only got 6, so I guess I was probably the anchor.
Okay.
I'm not very good at this part of it.
When did you decide to cut your own hair?
Is it the scar? Is that the?
It's a little piece up top that's got me curious.
It's the worst man bun I've ever seen.
I got rained on the way in. I don't know if you noticed that there was not good weather after the sign-ups.
Okay, we've been in here. Okay, Robbie, here you go. There's a little joke book. We're gonna keep it moving. Thank you, Robbie. We're gonna keep it moving.
I thought that was the lead singer of Smash.
All right, like I said, we knocked out a bunch of bucket pulls. Now we'll go wild as I bring to the stage one of the greatest regulars in the show's entire history. And on such a patriotic night is as excited as possible to come
citizen of the United America. A true, fully fledged rock star that goes by the Estonian assassin, Ari Matti. I love Nashville. There is one problem. Last time I was in Nashville, I was at a house talking to bitches. And I was talking to this girl, things are going great, nothing creepy, a little smooch, you know. I didn't touch the pussy, but I felt the heat, you know what I'm saying? Some dude at the party behind me pulls out a guitar. All guys know this feeling, you're talking to a girl. You're like, fuck. Fuck your guitar. Play that shit at home. Dude, I don't trust any guy who's good at something. I know what you're doing, you fucking creep. And I get it. Listen, the guitar, it's a romantic instrument. If I had a guitar, I'd pull it out right now. You know, we grow up on the guitar. Eastern Europeans, we grew up on the accordion. You ever hear an accordion? It literally sounds like communism. If you ear close enough to an accordion, you can literally hear it. There's never enough bread. You don't get when you fucking kill yourself to one. Thank you so much. Ari Matti. His reputation for doing twice as much work as he had with a new 2 minute and 5 seconds debut right here at the Bridge in Nashville, Tennessee. I gotta tell you, you keep dressing like that, Mr. Warner. That. You don't go at an open mic. Look at me now. That drive shining my shoes. One of the top grossing tickets of last year, Shining Your Schmet. I gotta tell you something. I usually never know if a man is handsome. When a girl goes, he's handsome, what the fuck you talking about? Looks like Shrek. But you, Matt, I gotta tell you. Whatever gender you wanna be, I'm gonna fuck that gender, dude. Dude, all I'm saying is position would be cheap. I got 10 out of 10. Dude, don't you fucking flirt with me. I jerked off to you. You were good. Holy shit, you're a beautiful man. I love this. So symmetric. It really is undeniable. If Hitler only had you. What? If Hitler only poster boy for a symmetrical wide. I follow and see what happens. I see how the music goes. I
told makes sense when he hits the accordion button, and that's the moment that he went with, everybody. He's coming off a slight hangover. We were at Kid Rock's bar last night, and we left, and we forgot Red Man, and he thought we were still there for another 2 hours without looking. So he stayed at Kid Rock's bar 3 hours of the night, and then he yelled at us for Kid Rock's bar. How can you leave me? We argued about the drive here from the hotel. With the group, we can't leave you. And he goes. Oh, shit. All right. So, because this city really is special. We love Austin. It's fucking its own thing. And every day of the year, we have a random ass Sunday. God save you if you're there on a Monday. Tuesdays are unbelievable for their own reasons. Wednesdays in Austin are. But every time this crew comes fucking Nashville, we talk about the word residency comes up, the word a couple extra days comes up, the word love the food, love the vibe, people, love the music, love the story, love the tornado. We love the tornado. We're having a tornado party. It's a show, really a show if you didn't hear fucking tornado sirens beforehand. You know what I mean? This is rock and roll. I got a room routine at the La Quinta Inn in Memphis tonight. Tornado. Little 3-hour drive to Tony Crusoe's party. Well, thanks for the room. I love it. So, what's your favorite part of Nashville? So,
Well, today I was dude, that tornado warning. Did yours fall off too? Crazy. In Austin, all I have is Amber Alert. It's just pedophile.
Yeah.
It's always San Antonio, actually.
Yeah.
Yeah, San Antonio.
Latinos trying to kidnap their kid that they want more visitation rights to. It's not actual like pedophiles. It's always a couple arguing over their kids just to find why there's so many.
It is funny that when you see an Amber Alert and it says like that lady's name, last seen with the kid, it's always like, oh, it's a mother to this child. And every time you see a fucking dude, you're like, yep, it's for them.
Let's stick to the accordion for a little bit here.
Yeah, I was like, that tornado alert, it came like, it was literally 90 seconds. I was by the pool with another guy, Chili Willy. Beep, beep. 90 seconds later, dude, we're on at the hotel, the rooftop bar, dude, a fucking chair, I don't know where it went, killed somebody, just flew off.
Morgan Wallen.
Yeah, with another guy, literally.
That was Fiona's chair. Because a tornado, for context to the worldwide watchers, is a pretty American thing.
Never seen anything. I've never seen a lawn. I thought poltergeist. The lawn chair flew, and then a guy working for the hotel goes out there fighting the lawn chair back. I'm like, Miguel, this is what you need immigrants, dude. Only an immigrant run and get a lawn chair that ain't his. Ain't no American going out there.
I love it. Well, Ari, Maddie, we're going to have fun tonight out on the city. One of my favorite drinking buddies, one of my favorite pals, one of the funniest people off stage, one of the funniest people on stage. Truly, one of the top young rising comedians in the world. One more time for Ari, Maddie. And when it is time for Bucket Full number 8, it could be the next Ari, Maddie. Could be the next Cam Patterson. We found them all. Oh my God. God, America. USA. USA. Wow. Your next bucket full goes by the name of Kenny
Kavanaugh, everyone. One more time for Valerie Hayers, huh? One more time.
Yeah, what's up, Phil? Late getting up here, right? Wife and I were getting blowjobs by Haley in the back to us so I could come out and talk to you. Holy shit! They know I'm Canadian. 51st state, 51st state. Hold up. I'm Canadian. Damn, there's been like 5 of us. I was like, I'm gonna be the only Canadian here. They kind of fucked me over backstage. But seriously, if you've got a problem getting it up, this is the place to come because women here are insane. Honestly, I was 6:30, came right across prison in the United States. So it's easy ass after 10 o'clock if you need to get any. All right, guys, I love you. I hope you guys have a good night. Thanks for having me here.
Yikes. Plowing through booze the entire time. Not really sure how to handle leaving pauses for joking. If they're booing you because of this or booing you because of that. A lot of basic mistakes there. How long have you been doing stand-up comedy?
A couple of so we're stupid and it happens.
You're making excuses. I would just stop saying that you're Canadian for every single It's not working out well for you. Getting national anthem a few weeks ago, they left a bad taste in our mouth. You know what I think? I think those Canadians better stop doing our national anthem, and I think they better start learning it. Just pandering to my new staunch Republican base. Are you excited to be part of the 51st state of the Union?
Yeah. Oh, say, can you see, baby? We can do this.
All right, there you
go. Do it.
Okay. What do you do for work?
I work for a large American company up in Canada.
You work for a large American company up in Canada. You think there's any chance of that company moving back to America due to the new tariffs?
No, they're huge in America. We love America.
Okay, weird answer. Craziest before I get you out of here fast.
2 broken vertebrae right after high school, so I'm not supposed to do anything too out there, but still live on the internet. But wow! Ouch! Wrestling in high school.
Okay. This crowd hates you. I'm gonna save you. Kenny Kavanaugh, ladies and gentlemen. So mean. Mean? The crowd, they're ruthless. You heard them. I'll ask again. How many of you like it when comedians do good on the show? How many of you like it when comedians show? They love it. These people want me in their glory tonight. But with that, I have bad news for you. Because right now I'm bringing up who might be one of the greatest golden tickets in the history of the show. Here with the brand new minute. This is Martin Phillips. What's up? People say, sexy instrument, but you know what? An underrated sexy instrument, the French horn, piston. Yeah, it's serial killer, Ted Bundy, volunteered at the so nobody talks about
Perfect. He's done it again. Another by Martin Phillips. Boy, oh boy, are they at it. You're doing it, man. You're living the dream. How do you feel?
Good. Yeah, it's cool. It's cool.
Of Nashville?
Yeah, it's a nice place.
Yeah. Knocking it out.
Yeah.
What you been doing while you're here?
Oh, chilling. Remember that tornado? Sorry, I was taking a nap. I was like, if I die, I die. Man, I don't see anything.
Perfect.
Oh, this morning I see you at the, I went to Sadie and I was looking for you.
Either I wasn't there or I'm just that damn good.
See, Tony. Yeah, what's your name?
What's your track? Holy shit, Red Band. Really?
It's Tony Hinchcliffe.
Whoa. Tony with an eye. One eye. I love it.
Your people, they messed up the order. And wherever they was my name, it's like you on the show, like, God damn it, everybody.
There was a lineup back there or something?
No, there was the lineup tonight.
With the regulars.
Oh, yeah, they're like, okay.
You weren't supposed to be on tonight.
I know exactly. Right. They're like, oh, that was actually supposed to be. I was like, every fucking time. They mix up.
I mean, you guys are both Crips, if you will. Hard to give the same unbelievable walk.
That's true.
You have a voice.
Yeah, I got that working for me.
Yep, you are not his type, if you will.
Oh, that's my impression of the Arab.
Pretty good. Martin Phillips, I'm glad you survived the tornado. Anything for Martin, guys?
Got a party in room 316 in the La Quinta Inn in Memphis, Tennessee tonight. If you can make it there.
Any tornadoes down there?
No, just poppers and whores. What's your favorite drug? What drug can you do that's not going to make you all wobbly topply?
What?
Like what drug can you do that'll make you not fucking freak out?
We'll try them out. Let's see what you got and shoot me.
It's going to be so...
Do it through my toes.
Do it through my next special.
Martin, we love you. The fans love you. Everybody loves you. We're going to keep it moving one more time for the Golden Ticket Goat. Martin Phillips, ladies and gentlemen, the lead. He has the record for most appearances as a ticket winner. All right. He's attacking him. Yeah. Going a little hard.
Still, he saved his life.
Lovely Heidi. My goodness. I mean, it's always especially after the handicap people where she really shines. It's just like a refresh. It's like getting an extra life on a video game. You know what I mean? Just feels good. You feel safe when she's around. How about a hand for the event staff right here, working hard at the Bridgestone Arena. This guy's coming in with a somebody vomited when that last Canadian guy did his set. A lot of Americans vomiting in the crowd tonight at the disgusting first-time Canadians. dare show themselves in such an American venue. Okay, bucket full of energy. 60 seconds uninterrupted. Caleb lead or Caleb lead. C-A-L-E-D.
So what I've come to realize, y'all, is people on social media, they don't want help. They want attention while living miserable. This girl on my timeline's so annoying. This road I'm on is so lonely. Nobody likes me. Nobody cares. If I don't get 25 likes by the end of the night, I'm gonna kill myself. So I messaged her, right, one human to another, like, hey, I don't know what you got going on, but people love you, Jesus loves you, and I just hope things are... And she fucking left me on red. No, I swear to God, y'all wasn't already selling weed to her. But now there's someone who likes your ass, bitch. Kill yourself. Look, Nashville, I know that is fucked up, man. And she ain't jerk. And my sister. Y'all like the boo.
Ooh, y'all like to boo. Not exactly what you want your closing catchphrase to be during a comedy set. Caleb, how long have you been doing stand-up?
I've been doing stand-up about 4 years now.
Where at?
Dayton, Ohio.
Dayton, Ohio. Okay. Ooh, they don't like Dayton. Wow, what a shocker here in Nashville, Tennessee. Okay. What do you do for work?
I be selling weed, DoorDash, in between right now my jobs.
You're a weed dealer that deals drugs with cup jeans. That shit is about to be hard.
I'm the easiest drug dealer ever.
Can you imagine them showing up with your food and it's like a half eaten and they're like, food. It's like, man, you guys are like the food, DoorDash. Oh, shit.
Well,
you're likable.
It's a new shirt.
How old are you, Caleb?
29.
Sure, just to make sure I'm saying this right, your name is Caleb?
Caleb. Caleb.
With a P.
With a P, yeah.
C-A-L-E-P. You're booing the name. You know what? He says you guys like me. Honestly, I'm with you on that one. Boo. Caleb, your mother, whose womb you came out of, she held you in her belly for 9 months. That's Caleb. What do you think she was thinking?
She was white trash on Xanax.
Caleb with a P. That is incredible. What does she do? What does she ring up at a register for a living?
What's a urine cost? Urine? She's dead. R.I.P.
She's in a urine. That is only Caleb would say. My mother, she's in a urn. It's a fucking urn. As in, he will never earn a living as a comedian. Wow. Oh my goodness. The cremator that we met earlier used to put urn everyone. Caleb. So how did she die?
Around the pandemic or something like that.
Or something like that? Are you not, you don't have your finger on the
I feel bad I brought my dead mom up. I'm sorry.
It's okay. That's fine. It's actually the most interesting part of your entire appearance so far. What's the story with the rest of your life?
Well, I know this is probably a bad idea. My friend Jeff Howie at the long leg.
Cut you off right there. About an open mic in Dayton, Ohio. Caleb. Wow. Caleb, this was so rough for you, you might as well have been from Canada. The least liked American of the night. Tony Caruso, do you have any advice for this young man? I mean, just a few years ago, he was the young kid in the movie Unbreakable, and now, that's the wrong movie, isn't it?
Yeah, it was kind of
you to my party at 316 in Memphis, Tennessee tonight. We already have a Caleb showing up tonight. Bringing the
Caleb, I'm gonna save you as well, my friend.
best of luck to you.
Who do we think? How many fucking fools do we have out there, huh? All right, sit down. All of you sit down. I'm gonna do something I've never done before. And Colt, you have a better angle than me. We've had so many first time being present. I'm being in the moment right now. No question. You guys have to be honest. Everybody sit down. Stand up if you've been doing it longer than 5 years. Now, sit down if you've been doing it less than 10 years. How many people are standing? Is that a black guy with his shirt up that's been doing it longer than 10 years?
10 years of comic.
Hell yeah. Is that true or are you lying, black guy? Okay. Okay, who's been doing it 15 years? Anybody? Not him. That's not who I'm talking to. I'm talking to that guy up there. Hold on. Who's been doing it the fucking longest out of everybody up there? You're all pointing at that guy. Is that true? Can anybody else argue that? How long have you been doing it, black guy with his arms up? 10. How long have you been doing it, guy in the baseball hat? Show me with your fucking hands. Jesus Christ. 15? You've been doing it 15 years? Come on down and do a minute. Let's go. We're just living in a moment. Sign up. You signed up. Get your ass back there. Are we having fucking fun tonight or what? This is the only, every other television host you've ever seen has a teleprompter. Interview their guest. This is still live. Anything can happen. All right, ladies and gentlemen, your 15-year veteran going first tonight. Evan Burks. Evan Burks. What happens here?
Thank you for doing that, Tony. I'm blessed. I'm excited to be here. I'm excited to be alive, y'all. When I was old, I was almost in a car accident. I was sitting in the middle of the back seat, not wearing a seat belt. And we're all familiar with what that's called. Riding bitch, right? And I don't know why they two guys sitting beside me who died. Who's the bitch now? Okay. I'm just kidding. Everyone survived the accident, but those guys are dead. Opioids. Thank you guys. I appreciate this. This was awesome.
All right. Your name is Evan. Sir. Very good, Evan. And you've been doing it 15 years?
So, I guess a little longer than that.
Yeah. Where at?
All over. Started in Charleston, South Carolina. From Atlanta originally.
Oh my God.
It's a rough start. Spent some time in New York and Los Angeles. I actually did a show in Los Angeles. You probably don't remember. I was dozing out on this at the Ice House, Valentine's Day 2020.
Okay. Very good.
I remember because you made a woman cry in the front row. It was pretty awesome.
Did? Do you remember what happened there?
Yeah, she looked really and you said she looked like a lady of the night.
That's all it took?
Yeah, she should have been in the front row.
No chance. How do you make a living?
I work remotely for a research company so that I can had to put all the eggs in the comedy basket so that I can
reinvest in my comedy. Okay, I mean, I self-produced my own comedy special using the money that I made from my day job. Matt Rife knows about self-producing comedy specials over here. So, yeah, big fan of you.
Thanks, man.
Glad to see you here.
Appreciate it, dude. What is the name of the research company?
One more time?
What is the name of the research company? Good question, Tony Cruz. So everyone's itching to know the name. I love it when you ask questions like that, Tony Caruso. I love it. It leads us in a great direction. It's going to be a bunch of jokes. See what happens here. What's the name of the research company?
Sorry, I love you. Thanks for bringing me out.
Go ahead. Wait, you sounded like out of breath there for a second.
Go ahead, what do you got? It's a company called Alpha Sense, rated one of the best places to work by some nerds, some outlet, you know?
You're right. What are you researching? What is the thing?
We're making hedge funds richer. Nothing that about me.
All right. I'm going to tell you what. We're going to keep it moving. We're getting deep in the show. Here's a big joke book. There you go. A little balance to the scale. So many newer comedians. 1 year, 2 year, 1 year, first time. And then what? I open up the opportunity for a comedy veteran to come out. Kid had the balls to show his face. And now, without a doubt, for the first time ever on this, it's... I don't even know. What is it? Okay, I guess they're already bringing him out, everybody. It's Finnegan. One more time for Finnegan.
Just to be clear, I'm not Canadian. Hi, my name is Finnegan Timothy O'Malley. My mom named me to be an alcoholic by 21. Every day after I go to school, I have to go to hell. Most of you notice the one. The people who work there are very older than us. They just want to be themselves. I can see their pimples. My friend Jackson, because Jackson is a 5'4" beast. Every day, when we walk in, then we're forced to wash our hands like we're carrying a disease. And then we have to eat food that expires in 2 days. Because we can't.
Wow, you dumbass retard right there at these moments. Oh, he's flipping you guys off. You're wrong. You're retarded. Let's go back to with fucking common sense, not to mention somebody working on this show for 12 years would know not to interrupt. Here he is with the Ed Finnegan, everybody. Literally destroyed. Do that last one again and hit the punchline.
And then we have to expire in 2 days. If they keep this up, then 2 days.
That's a ride to the Kill Tony universe and Steve the Jacket of Tony Caruso, aka the Lombardi Trophy of the Kill Tony universe. Let's go. Oh my God. Let's go. Finnegan Timothy. Holy shit.
A star is born. How old are you? 11 years old. Have you ever done stand-up comedy before?
I have.
Yeah, it seems like it. Funnier than the guy that's been doing it 15 years. He's been doing it longer than you've been alive, and here you are. Pure charisma, fucking a look, a vibe, and energy. I was nervous that you weren't going to speak directly into the microphone or have actual. You did it all. You nailed it all. Like a pro. This is incredible. Do you live here in Nashville?
No.
Where do you live?
Lexington, Kentucky.
Wow. You came here tonight with your dad?
Both.
Both. And they help you write sometimes? You run your jokes by them?
Yeah, I do.
But you write those yourself?
Yeah.
Wow. Incredible. And you're a fan of the show?
Oh, yeah.
They let you watch?
My dad mostly watches. And sometimes.
I love it. That's amazing. Ask you an obscure, stupid, one-ended question right now. What's the new Floyd right there?
I'm having it in. Room 316. Memphis, Tennessee. Your parents should go. Do you want to go? No. I do gotta say, it's. You were funny, and you were clean. I don't been cursed in front of 20,000 people. Have you ever?
Multiple times, yes.
Oh shit! What's your first word, Finnegan Timothy O'Malley?
Great question.
You've never gotten a car. This is the moment. Always. Powering up. Wait, what is it? Oh, come on. Don't boo him. We're going to give him one more chance. Don't boo him. Come on, one more curse word.
Okay. Fuck.
This show is as live and as it gets. 10 years ago, there was a 0% chance of you getting on other than your name being in the bucket, probably, right? And after crushing, and Finnegan Timothy, 11-year-old in the show's history, do I have news for you? You are the newest golden ticket winner on Kilton. In the moment. Oh, they're giving him a Red Bull. There we go. Spinning R15. You get to have a naughty Red Bull. How exciting. And Finnegan O'Malley from Lexington, Kentucky. One last thing. You are 11. Enough time to write another minute before August 16th. There's a venue called Madison Square Garden. We'll be performing there at the world's most famous arena. You ready to catch it? Here it comes. Almost had it all, everybody. Almost had it all. It's fucking fantastic. Now, let me give you a cigarette. No cigarette. For Finnegan Timothy O'Malley. Finnegan, you did it. Congratulations. Welcome to the family. The 11-year-old. Finnegan Timothy O'Malley. You can go, buddy. Thank you. Where the hell are his parents at? You guys cool? We good? Are we good? Okay, good. I have consent. Consent to lug them around to Madison Square. Oh, the mom's crying. How adorable. Oh, look at that.
She just told the dad it's not his. I love it. Jesus. Parents' permission to have the 11th and at Madison Square Garden, just for any creeps watching. She just quit her job. Yep, that just happened in real life. And now, Michael, what's crazy is that kind of steps on the toes of something crazy that I had planned here, but we're going to go through with it anyway. I had 4 extra golden ticket winners that were here that wanted to go on stage tonight and do a minute. So what I've decided to do before the show is have all 4 of them come out at the exact same time. They're going to each do a minute, and at the end of each minute, without any interview, they're going to hand the mic to the next person. They're going to go minute, 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 minute. Of those 4 minutes, you get to decide who you like the most, and they get a spot at Madison Square Garden. And whoever you like the least has to take 6 months away from the show. Ooh, does this sound like fun? Well, make some noise for them. Here they come at once. First, it's Rick Diaz. Ooh. Next, it's David Jolly. Third is Drew Nickens. And fourth is Jack Shaw. So, we're going Rick, David, Drew, Jack, going first with 60 seconds. Make some noise for Rick Diaz.
I'm so happy to be doing this. I have such a great track record battling other comedians on this show. It's anyway, anybody else impressed or what? This morning, I didn't mean to. I don't suffer from sleep apnea. I suffer from awake breathing. Yeah, when I was a kid, I broke a window at home, and my parents were like, Rick, just stop trying to get in. I was talking to my therapist, and I was like, you're not taking any notes. And he was like, I'm trying to forget this. A girl told me, you can do whatever you want to me. So I disappointed her. She was like, is that a gun in your pocket or it's a gun? Thank you guys very much. You've been great.
Exactly 1 minute by Rick Diaz. He hands the microphone to David Jolly. Make some noise for David Jolly.
How y'all doing tonight, white people in Puerto Rico? Hell yeah. We in God's country, baby. You know what I mean? Remind you of the old days, back when we could be Americans, you know? Everybody don't get offended about every fucking thing. You know what I'm saying? We're goddamn Americans. Man have a bad day at work, he come home, he punch that bitch in the face. It's my wife. What you mean I can't hit my wife? That's crazy. Hell yeah, the good old days. I'm glad we didn't have social media back in the good old days. But we also didn't have this thing called child abuse. Can you imagine getting your ass whooped on your grandmama Facebook Live? Long ass titties swinging in the camera. Everybody in the comments like, balls off. Kick him in his ass. Hell yeah. Every year. Oh, that's my time. Thank y'all. Y'all been a bunch of fun.
Drew Nickens.
I wasn't born this way. I actually was assaulted by some airmen. I got a TBI, and I actually lost a tooth. And it was really scary because I had to pick myself up. So I picked myself up. I picked up that tooth. And I put that bitch right under my pillow for the tooth fairy, am I right? And there was $2 under my pillow the next day. She knew I had a head injury before I did, because it was like you're on the side of my bed with a fucking pain care. A woman from my grandma, she said if you want to make the hoe squirt, you gotta give that hoe the retarded wave. That's why you do the Star Trek symbol. You slap that thing up, and then you wave like a retarded guy at a bus stop, like. You gotta make that noise so it sounds like a vibrator, like. And you gotta make. Women are horrified when I do that joke. For entertainment purposes only, unless you're down, take out somebody.
Ladies and gentlemen, Jack Shaw.
I got a girlfriend! I love her so much, guys. I'm Jewish, and she's Christian. And this bitch is going to hell, man. Oh, man, I love her so. I have to protect her now. I have someone to protect. So I went to the gun range for the first time, motherfuckers. Oh, my God. Now I want a fucking gun, guys. It was so much fun. I get why kids understand. I grew up liberal, anti-gun. Why would anyone want it? And then I picked up a gun, and I was like, Nancy Pelosi is a bitch.
Jack Shaw, ladies and gentlemen. Well, this is another fun experiment. Rick, come on, you guys step up. Rick Diaz, David, you guys would go side by side. There we go. Jack over here. So they're not the cell. Okay, now I've been informed by the great director Anthony in the Eye in the Sky that he's been able to obtain an audio level measure in-house into the back of the house. There it is right there, as you can see. Check. 1, 2. Okay, you guys were at 106 during the test, so we're going to do this very officially so that on the internet and anywhere else we can see how we're doing it by science tonight. Actual science, the technology seems to be getting better as the Netflix deals start rolling in. Ladies and gentlemen, you goes to Madison Square Garden and you also decide who's taking 6 months away from the show. Never before has so much decision making of an audience, and who better than Tennessee to decide. With that said, here and try to not go twice. That would be my recommend. In your head now and make noise for that person when I say that person's name, or else you're gonna fuck it up. You have Rick D's winning this tonight. Up to what, 103? 103.7 was his maximum. How many of you have David Jolly winning this? 113 point, what is it, Anthony? 113.9. All right. How many of you have True winning this? Oh boy. True, don't wear the sadness on your face like that. Jesus. Very tough art form, True. You're against great comedians. You're doing just fine, True. How many of you have Jack Shaw winning this time? 4.3. Oh my God. By 0.4 of a point. Jack Shaw pulls it off. This ended up a little more depressed than I thought it would be. True, we love you. It's okay. What do you want? You want some fucking like Drew? Are you okay?
It is what it is, Tony.
You've been doing it less time than I. Don't take it so hard on you. You have to understand that being part of a competition like this is much better than not being part of a competition like this. You're in the game, Drew.
Yes, sir. Thank you, buddy. Thank you guys, actually.
True Nickens. And based on fucking goddamn, just because it was within point, let's get David Jolly up in MSG. Why not? There they go. Give it up for the boys. Jack Shaw's going to Madison Square Garden. To Madison Square Garden. Barely beating. Boy, that was really close. 7. It sucks for everybody, kind of. Hey, it's fun that I take chance. Fun. One more time for the boys there. That's different. Little measurement system. And how much fun have we had tonight? Jeez Louise. I mean, there's this. I hope you know that we're making history every time we do one of these fucking arenas. Musicians, set lists, they're gonna play stand-up to do, you know, when they come up here to do a on Kill Tony. Are we pulling names out of a bucket? I think that there's only one way to end a night like this. I present to you, some people call him the Memphis Strangler. Some people call him the Vanilla Gorilla. From Memphis, Tennessee, I present to you the Big Red Machine. Ladies and gentlemen, here in his home state, the record holder for appearances and interviews. This is what Montgomery. Rocky Top, Tennessee. Good old Rocky Top. Rocky Top, Tennessee. Rocky Top, you'll always be queen of the Go Rocky Top. Rocky Top, Tennessee. Rocky Top, you'll always be queen of the good old Rocky Top. Rocky Top, Tennessee. Rocky Top, you'll always be queen of the good old Rocky Top, Tennessee. You'll always be queen of the good old Rocky Top, Tennessee.
is Jeffrey Goldberg, the journalist who just published texting him war plans. If the Trump team texting me war plans, my ass ain't writing a damn article. I'm gonna be sending gifts back like Rocky and Apollo Creed shaking hands, saying shit like "Let's roll, Patriots," and sending selfies of me wearing camouflage in my bedroom. Redman's mom is such a bad slut, she couldn't blow a breath of... And she's an old one, too! Amy Schumer has had such terrible side effects from the weight loss drug Ozempic that she says she's going to lose weight naturally. Step one, she said, is to reduce her ice cream sandwich intake from 5 to 3 a day. The mayor of Minot, North Dakota got busted for sending a masturbation video to a city employee, and I'm just over here trying to figure out how in the hell did the mayor of Minot, North Dakota get his hands on a Red Band video. Red Band does these nasty solo male fucking jacking off shit, and okay, that's my time, Tony. Thank you so much.
Montgomery has done it again. Done it more than anyone. More interviews, more verses of Rock Top Tennessee or whatever.
Rocky Top,
Man, you gotta get this crowd into it. It's incredible.
I'm about to have a motherfucking stream.
I love that.
I'm lightheaded.
We love that about you. You give it all, a lot of energy. A lot of people have said we expect William to die on that stage.
Too many people are saying that. But no, Tony, I'm so sorry. I actually ended up going out with Kid Rock after the show last night. We went to build University campus and literally kidnapped 4 women in Vanderbilt. Kid Rock and I, so I was having a good time last night.
Wow.
There's blood everywhere, Tony!
Wow. Absolutely incredible.
Kid Rock is kind of a racist, Tony! That's the major thing I learned last night, but he's really not. I love his ball with the ball.
He's not racist. He has black family members. He has a half-black granddaughter. He has a black lesbian drummer. I know this every 5 minutes when you're hanging out with him. Right after he says the N-word. I'm kidding. William, I don't know if you noticed it, but there's a lady holding up a sign that she held up. I'll show my tits for a big joke book. William, what do you think we should do?
I think she's kind of really ugly, Tony.
Oh my God.
I'm trying to see her titties tonight, Tony.
You want to see those? You want to see?
Hell no!
I got it, dude. Let's see that shot. Oh no, there's an 11-year-old.
No!
I forgot there's 11-year-old.
That can't be his first titties.
Oh no. Oh no. Oh, he's got his hat over his face. Get a shot of that over there.
They're not in their pants.
Turn hard left, Cameron. Right there. Get a shot of that. Anthony, fucking show them what's going on there, please. For the love of God. There you go.
Like he's heading to Epstein's Island.
I'm getting getting word that we have a slow motion replay available of those Rocky Tops that we saw. Let's see a slow motion replay. Only in Nashville. Only in the Kentucky. Oh my God! What is this show? Oh, there's people. This is the most ridiculous show of all time. I'd like to apologize to the Bridgestone Arena and the city of Nashville, Tennessee.
Sweetheart, I would love to invite you to my party at the La Quinta Inn.
Wow.
360 Memphis, Tennessee. Finnegan's going, Williams going.
Dreams are coming true here tonight. We got to see that lady's sweet, sweet rotisserie chickens.
What were those metal things in your nipples?
Yeah. Those were some beefy tits, my friend. You know that she's from Tennessee because those look like the tits of a volunteer, for sure.
Wait, Tony, what the fuck is that?
It's someone who volunteers at a soup kitchen or something like that, kind of. Not the actual college, but someone that would volunteer for something. Someone that wouldn't get paid to do something. That's what I meant. Like an actual volunteer. Those were some huge tits, though. Any lady want to show their small tits? I'm kidding. William, how do you feel?
Feeling good, Tony.
You're back in your home state of Tennessee. Is there anything you want to say to get you out of here?
I just want to say it really is a pleasure. I was born in Tennessee. I will die in Tennessee. Don't shake your head like a fucking idiot, okay? That's what I can say.
Did you see him play with Bear during an 11-year-old destroying, having the moment of his life earlier? Did you see Red Band do that?
Yeah.
I know. You're gonna make a joke about it? You're just gonna say you could have done right.
It was funny. I saw your thing over there.
Very good. Oh, Red Band gave him a lot of confidence there. That's very nice. William, I noticed that you always love Tennessee. I've seen you live in California. I've seen you live in Texas. Just be over Tennessee. Think you'll just be done.
Tony, that's so weird. I don't think I'm ever gonna be over Tennessee.
William, lights out Montgomery. The big red machine. The Memphis Strangler. The Vanilla Gorilla has done it again. How about the one and only motherfucking one of the best in the world, Matt Rice? How fucking awesome. What an honor to have him. He's on the State Golden Tour. It is Matt, but you guys probably have tickets. You guys are the best comedy fans in the world. If he's coming to your town, fucking get him. Every show is different and fun. That's guaranteed with him. Master improviser, master stand-up. Anything else, Matt?
Thank you so much for having me. You don't say fucking God bless.
Tony Caruso is having a party tonight at the La Quinta Inn, but it says here that he's promoting the Adam Ray and Dr. Phil on tour. That would be Kill Tony. Guest of the year. He looks suspiciously like those guys.
In about 15 minutes, y'all get there early. Finnegan on Tuntazima.
The entire band and the museum are playing at Brooklyn Bowl tonight. If you guys are looking for something to do, they're going to be absolutely crushing at a venue. Guys, how loud can this place get for one of the best musicians in the world? Marcus King was with us all night. The lovely Ellie King. One more time for truly one of the all-time goats, Winona Judd's performance earlier. And the great Cactus Smoke was unbelievable. Get to AdamRayComedy.com for everything Dr. Phil, Adam Ray. So, Matt Wright officially, we are on Netflix, April 7th. That's at 2 a.m. tomorrow night, believe it or not. A.m. 3 a.m. East Coast time. So 3 a.m. 2 a.m. You guys 3 hours behind LA or 2? Great. Oh, it's midnight. So midnight tomorrow night on Netflix. Debut of Kill Tony. How exciting is that, huh? One more time for all the comedians signed up. Oh, look, there's a cool clown over there. Look at that fucking guy. Goddamn, that would have been cool. Red Band? Love you guys. Absolutely love Nashville, Tennessee. God bless Nashville and God bless the United States of America. Thank you. We love you. Thank you so much.
I thought this was oh, very nice.
National anthem. Beautiful.
We look at what is this guy's social profile online. So I look at that is we look and say, okay, well, what does he spend his money on? What does he do on social media? What kind of interaction does he do? What does he watch on YouTube? What does he use? Books does he read on Amazon? There's all different types of skills that, and then we look at our values. Awesome games on Facebook. What character you want to stand on? What's the Game of Thrones? People try that shit. And when they do, they go through and they answer all the questions, right? And those questions give a certain type of social section. Really, sexual people.
You guys, here right now, you're on the show. Every time the Rogan. I just started doing tests on. It's like, you know, it's above board taking it, but like you should talk about. I'm like, yeah, we'll get to that at some point. I'm gonna keep taking it though. Shouldn't just give you testosterone. Should be like, let's. My place did. Shannon gave Damon's health.
There's like things you can do where you see a doctor, they're gonna like be able to essentially predict within a couple years of when you're actually gonna die.
It's the Joe Rogan doctors. I want to know, Joe, who's he sent burned him in that machine like Luke Skywalker on Hoth?
His untimely retirement from to pursue a Hollywood acting career, and Brendan Schaub's retirement last year to go full baseball dad and Reed Act, 2 spots have opened up in Joe Rogan's elite group of top 250 comedy assassins, and he may have just found 2 new recruits. Legion.
I'll give you one an apology. From what I heard, he ended the monologue by saying, if you can give me the apology. That's all he wants is an apology.
We got comedians asking other apologize for jokes.
I don't know if it was a joke.
That's what I'm saying.
It was just something that was taken out of context.
So when you were saying that he doesn't want that list, that he was on that list? No. Okay. So you saw it out of context. They know nobody wanted clip. That's why.
Right. What's up, guys? Welcome back. I don't know if you're Aaron Rodgers beef, but it's the giving because I'm.
And got the whole thing into over something that was never even mentioned or library. How did you find it? And it's goal to explain to me 5-year-olds. That's fine. Why are we telling them they need to start understanding gender pronouns? Understand what a noun or a verb is. They can't write their name yet. Right. Why are you doing this to them? Let them be kids. Why are you
why that happened in the first place?
Because they're doing that.
Because schools are
it's so silly.
Number 1 for music. Radio podcasts.
I don't have my and like there's this one down, I don't know if that's Chinese by but there's
Next Wednesday, premiere of the Netflix
yeah,
reality
so
competition.
woman
Building the band next Thursday.
So you made it. You admitted that I'm doing X, Y, and Z, and I'm proud of it. All she did was just repost it.
Second season.
Put it out. He's training. Because you have these teachers about this getting their gratification and something like just feeling like important. when I got my group of kindergartners to understand why I go by the pronoun or different things, it does educate them. So, why is this important?
Right.
Why is this important? And it comes back to our schools are failing to the basics, just making sure that our kids read right. Just not. So, if we're not giving those things away, then why are we going to extend into other areas, social areas, that not even getting the babies? Our emphasis needs to be on why are our kids not being able to see their grade level for education that's almost any other developing nation. We do. And we have some worse results from this stuff.
Elementary school teacher makes the same amount of money as a Burger King manager.
Well, it's not because we don't spend money on education. The money is big money is allocated. How many school administrators and support personnel can have teachers? The teachers should be getting paid a lot more money. But if you have a school administrators and other non-teaching that are taking up salaries and oftentimes quite high, it's money you don't have for teachers. It's like when universities. Well, universities have become very expensive because you have a whole plethora of non-teaching jobs, positions that are not contributing to. It's like when I look at the contract and it's a little client or not so client,
Everyone gets to go to college, anything out of pocket, and that's financial institutions where they just have
I've been off a good time, but what happens is you have the federal government's going to guarantee for so what happens is, okay, well, 3%. The government's just going to increase the amount by the same amount. So as long as the government's going to guarantee a certain increase for our student increase, and the student doesn't know any better, they just want to go to college. So they sign up and get it. And then next thing you know, they've got all of this debt. And this is the worst kind of debt because it's not the big loans. It's something that right. And if you have a federal loan, it's really not that bad. But personally, I think something like that, maybe you should set the interest rate at 0.5% or 1%. It should be just enough to service the loan, not to make profit. You don't actually make a solid profit on this. Right. It's over $1 trillion. Yeah. They make money on they're like right now, basically, part of the deficit is because they're not collecting interest payments. But, that's the issue. Just a lot of break rates without them trying to do that. Because the education has but we're going to try to we're not producing hordes of doctors we're producing hundreds of people with injuries and gender studies, history. That's all knowledge to know. That's why you call it humanity. We have a shortage in engineers, scientists, doctors, and whatnot. Should this be student loans available for people who want to go to and not for the shouldn't be loans. You know, if we can buy those tanks and rockets for other countries, be able to buy the fucking education for the job businesses. So I think Germany, look at Germany, you're probably getting out of education. And you can say that's true. But there's just all that, right? So in the education system, it's
when you're once you're in, you can stay no nothing pushing out the door to the work. That's why Germany has so many PhDs. You would be able to stay as a permanent student. But the government pays them. It's free. But look at all the rich kids that grew around. Because again, you look at how to take a national standardized test and a certain percentile. You're just done. Right. Now you go to private college. You take that on your own. Right. And you do all for it. Well, yes and no. It is and it isn't. So you have a lot of people who just maybe they don't pass well. So they're regurgitating. Right. Does that mean that person's not super smart though? Then probably with great in college and great afterwards? No, not just to get past. There are a lot of people who are really going to take a test and they are stupid. Like they're really going to regurgitate test questions and scoring on that. Right. But they're dumb as a box of rocks. They're not common sense. But those are the ones that are going to be allowed to get education on because nobody tests well. And so it really blocks people from having that school. And what happens in their schools is usually in their high school, their original high school, you either you're going to go academic route like college, or you're going to go trade route. And they are split. Okay. In high school, you have like a middle school, you find like 3 or 4 years of college, high school split, and then you're going down one track of that. And you're kind of like stuck. Like, what if you decide, I don't want to be a scholar, I really want to go to college and go to education? Well, that's not an option anymore. You'll stay there at that and hope to get the right sport. But your education, until you finished high school, didn't prepare you for that. You're just a man. So if we have that kind of system, it may be pretty difficult to understand very few artists kind of process. Maybe another tax amount of create medical side. So when I was there, I was a contractor. I got seen by a doctor like that. I went to the doctor on Monday. He said, "Oh, that's why it hurts so much. That's when you showed me how your surgery on Friday." Okay. Hurts like hell. So yeah, you do surgery. My roommate, he was tough. And I was talking to him about this. And he told me that when his hip broke, for his spot to get his surgery, he's free. Maybe for it, but he's cute. And as long as there's no one like super severe that gets bumped, you'll eventually get seen relatively quick. I don't know how to when that happens, you don't want to wait. It's closing dozens of discounted 72 stores. There's 20 routes in LA County and 19 in Orange County. For less than only on 5 in LC. No word which ones are closing. Company says revenue down by it's trade-off. It's not as yeah, I've heard a lot of stories about the VA being really slow and not efficient for quality service. But my dad was in the VA. He's just been recently having to go there for some physical, getting a hearing aid, hearing, and he's had a really positive experience with the VA. He says that he's great. I've had really great experiences with here. I did not have experience with the VA in DC or right. I had a Kristen Beck, Navy SEAL. His name is Chris Beck. From there, as you head up hill, there's a there's a documentary, Valor. It's like a HBO documentary made about the story, or her story. It's pretty incredible. Just a lot of problems with the VA. A lot of problems with the VA. Dealt with a lot of psychological issues.
iHeartRadio everywhere. It's a ways to experience iHeartRadio. Android app and iHeartRadio. Here's another way to iHeartRadio. Amazon Fire TV supports iHeartRadio with a beautiful big screen display. You enjoy your favorite music, radio stations, and podcasts. iHeartRadio counts in. Use voice controls for 3 months or 5 months. iHeartRadio on the big screen is easy to control. Voice controls and provides large coverage on the screen. Can sync with your seamless listening to your devices.
Yeah.
iHeartRadio music, radio stations, and podcasts now on the big screen TV. Amazon Fire TV. Check it out for free now. iHeartRadio. Anywhere you want to listen, iHeartRadio is there. iHeartRadio is here. Tips for a healthier planet. A staggering 8 million tons of the world's oceans. Current trends continue. Our ocean more plastic than fish by 2050. To be affordable, recycled content and recycled armored fighting vehicles kinds of different sizes. But these vehicles are over UAV airline remote control. Go into combat area. Guys that can operate in hundreds of areas in the other side of the world. The judge instructed jurors Monday morning on 5 counts, including sex trafficking and racketeering conspiracy, that the local pleaded not guilty to. This follows closing arguments last week when prosecutors told the jury it was time to find guilty and forced his exes to take part in 3 boxes. Every single year, violence and fear in his inner circle was involved in the sex trafficking of his former partners, as well as other illegal activities like kidnapping, drug deals, and forced labor. The defense argued that the government was overselling some of their client assault units, having them swing their lifestyle for cigars.
And you come back. So just go in and after that gate.
Mary is out and film stars Ryan Gosling as a private space mission to help save humanity. The rest of the cast includes Sandra Muller, Lionel Project Hail Mary hits theaters
We're not far away though, where this is going to be a semi-autonomous to fully autonomous weapon. And then you're going to have this. Yeah.
What was the story a couple months ago that was going to start? Right now, they were going to have robots kill people. Basically, fewer people. Yeah, I guess they rolled it back. Started getting a lot of publicity.
President Trump says TikTok has
Then on the other hand, you know, you technology and AI. Are we really using plans to collect digital services tax target U.S. technology?
I don't know.
After President Trump said
Aquarius.
I said I missed you, Miss Aquarius. How are you?
I miss you, Addie. I'm good. How are you?
As a writer, okay,
I'm good.
Thanks for
asking.
You place
Very well.
device on this balloon, right? And it explodes. It goes high up. But it's going to create electromagnetic pulses that would blanket a big chunk of our state while our circuit being taken down. So, you know, the writer in me looks at says, wow, that's a cool scenario. How did that work? You know, and what if it is something like that? What if they want to test it? Say, hey, can we float a balloon across the United States without getting Phoenix or anything? And the fair part is not being able to buy it. About it. And it now, from the reports from the Pentagon, they wouldn't have done it. Apparently, they're trying to say the past we didn't know about. Like, really? It's the size of the wrong balloons. Yeah. You didn't know about it. What if someone gets a bomb on the EMP?
I also think too, like, how anyone or
how many of these are really floating across the skies that we know about, and we just wanted to say, create some sort of side to point the American public to take a look at China. Hey, look at China, look what they're doing to us. And guess what? Somebody right now just laughing around. Oh, you remember what happened like right before this, right? Right before the blue thing, and just like Veritas sting operation that they had done with one of the Pfizer boys, who kind of talked about how they had how the vaccines were important, and what's the whole process. So all that. A couple of days later, oh, we have a balloon up here. I have to go over here. I don't remember even seeing what you're talking about. Yeah, look up. Look up Project Veritas. That whole thing they had about the Pfizer stuff was a big deal. And then magically, like less than a week or two later, Pfizer's board ends up ousting James O'Keefe, the founder of the company, who doesn't study that. And they get rid of him. And then he's out with left back, so he'll probably start his own brand new version of Project Veritas and the whole thing. But it's just coincidental time from them breaking this big story. One of the big stories of the decade. All in a week. Yeah, that shit is scary. That's scary. You try to talk to James. The review is just the level of control that's been put on social media and internet communications just based on that. That is scary. Elon Musk knows all of that. It's like, wow. From an intel perspective, right? And easier to give us that yeah. What happened to investigation? Not investigative journalism. Journalism, period. That goes back to what Jack Murphy was talking about when he was putting out his stuff in the CIA. He was working two publications in this country. And when it came down to like the clock was ticking to hit the publish button on that article, they had to run it by the CIA deputy director. They had a conference call, a three-way call with the CIA deputy director on the record. We didn't have it on the record. He said everything about those cells.
Miss Aquarius. Miss Aquarius. Miss Aquarius. Miss Aquarius.
He wanted to completely make it line up.
Miss Aquarius.
But they couldn't just take the story.
Miss Aquarius.
The CIA says this at the bottom. Say they denied it.
Miss Aquarius.
That's Rabbi, yeah.
How are you?
Where she go? Where she leave?
I don't know.
That is completely, like, I understand.
Yeah, we can pay too quick. I gotta go to bed.
I completely understand that. But when you are
Where she's at? She just said,
journalistic publications in the country.
yeah, and she said, how are you? I said, I'm good. She said she missed me. I said, I miss you too. She said, how are you? She said, I'm good. I'm okay. I said, okay.
So much about this Russia thing.
So thank you.
Russia is
Yes, good.
everything there is propaganda.
Alrighty.
That's what made me see that more than what is it?
I'm gonna send you an invite.
Yeah, they are.
Alright, let's do it. You win one.
Okay, try. Go up.
I appreciate you coming by and this conversation and covering everything. You know, people try to like cooks, right? Yeah. You ask questions, right? Long questions.
That's what I'm talking about. I knew that one was good. All but one.
Let's go. Come on.
Oh, come on.
Oh, you did it. There you go.
This is a tough Aquarius. Get it. Oh, come on. Come on. They should have given me that. That took some skill just to get it over there. All right. All right. I see you. Get these three.
No, it's two. Okay.
Two's all right.
Come on, Rabbi.
Got him. Boo. Okay, now this is a very tough split. Let's just get these two. Come on. I'll take it. Ooh. All right.
Yeah, it was good too.
Nice spare. That was great. That was boo.
Come on, you got it, Rabbi.
Oh, got them all right here. Come on. Boo.
Hey. Oh, that's right.
Let's go. Get another one. And you did. Making it tough on me. 3 in a row. Right here. I think you got it locked up. Locked up. Get one. Nope. And I come on. Miss Aquarius victory. A big time victory. You got your 80. Win. All right. Oh, for sure. No doubt about it. All right, get minimum. Get 3 though. Get 3. Get 3. Oh man.
Come on, Rabbi, you got this. Come on, we want you to win. Come on, Rabbi.
There you go. That's how we start it. That's how we start it.
Oh, Rabbi, come on, Rabbi, we got it.
Get this.
No. Okay. Come on, Rabbi.
Oh, for sure. For sure. Come on. Okay, this split. Just get these 2. Maybe. Oh. That was not good. That's not what I wanted to do. Get it.
Okay. Got this. Come on, Rabbi.
Oh, bad. Wasn't just ugly, it was bad. This. No doubt. Come on. Miss Aquarius gonna get a comeback.
Yeah. No, it's okay.
Get it. Ooh.
Okay.
Ooh, you got
Come on,
one.
Come on, Rabbi. Come on. Let's see. Hit. Strike it.
Okay, I'm gonna get these two. It's really easy. Nope. I'll take it though. 9 is okay. 9. Get it. But when you do that, you become very difficult to beat. Oh, and in the Miss Aquarius.
Now we can play one more so you can win.
No, I'm winning right now. Game.
Okay.
Right here.
You're gonna win?
You got it.
Okay, I want you to win.
You got it. No doubt, Miss Aquarius. Got it. All right. Got him. I don't need another game. I'm going to win right here. There you go. Miss Aquarius trying to give me another game. I don't need it. Don't need it. Undefeated in friendship. Undefeated in the game. Undefeated.
I'm proud of you.
Thank you, ma'am. I'm proud of you as well. Good job.
You too. Thank you.
Excellent. You win one, I win one. That's the best way.
Right. Okay, I'm going to bed.
Sweet dreams, Miss Aquarius.
Sweet dreams.
Thank you.
However, I think that guy that I can finally mute him now. I think he must have unblocked me or something.
Okay, look him.
Like I'm gonna mute him whenever I want to.
There you go. You knocked yourself out.
All right. I'll see you later.
Take care, Miss Aquarius. Good night. Sweet dreams. Thank you, ma'am.
Can I get enough of it? And Rogan's always had a side back to the pandemic days, but I've got to say, never have I ever seen 3 dudes who don't care about what other people think, caring so much about what other people think. So I'm going to update you on the latest episode of JRE with Aaron Rogan brings up the Jimmy Kimmel beat. Just to give you an idea of how much this has escalated, being threatened to sue Rogers. We're calling him a kitty fiddler without evidence, and since then he's shown tried to clear the air, and also on Rogan this week. Just so you guys know, the Pat show where Tom and Bert just burst in, promote their new vodka, so I'll have to cover that next week because I'm going to chill this weekend and enjoy the Super Bowl. Yeah, I've got all your emails and I'll cover that next week. But in all of this, believe it or not, has the best take, and when Schultz has the most down-to-earth, rational perspective, you know everybody involved are acting like a bunch of snowflakes. So stick around and when I break it all and get you up to speed, I'm also getting on Rogan's ongoing beef with Hollywood because now that he's signed valued at up to $250 million, he's starting to look like a hypocrite and no longer in control of his sponsorships. So if you actually stop and look at the big picture, there really isn't any difference between Rogan and the Hollywood constantly crapping on. So there's so much to talk about. As usual, shout out to my regulars. We're getting close to 110,000 subscribers strong now, and we're still growing by the day. So hit that subscribe button to stay up to date. But let's start with the Aaron Rodgers, Jimmy Kimmel controversy. The best part about all of this is how it all started this time last year on a TV show, and they were talking about this.
I believe that this has been going on for a long time. Interesting timing on there. A lot of other things going on in the world. The client list about to be released too.
What's that? What are you talking about?
There's some files that have some names on it that might be get released pretty soon.
So it's important to understand this thing. Aaron Rodgers was talking about how there are things happening around the world at the moment to distract us from the Epstein list to him over. So Rodgers hadn't actually mentioned Jimmy Kimmel or anything like that. It was Kimmel himself who started to have a dig at Rodgers. Then in January of this year, in response to Kimmel's, Rodgers hit back by simply saying, it seems like Jimmy Kimmel is worried about the list coming out.
Something to do with the Epstein list that came out?
Feels like that. Wine cellar. I've been waiting in my wine cellar for
Jimmy Kimmel really holding up this.
All right, obviously a clip from this particular Kimmel show where Aaron brought up the list and Jimmy mocked him for it. Aaron's not forgotten about that, but here we are sitting right in front of that nice bottle. What do you say? I'm waiting to celebrate something. Oh, yeah. He's been waiting for the one. I'll tell you what.
That's all he said about Kimmel and the list. And remember, Jimmy was the one who started this. He went on this long monologue and show absolutely roasting Aaron Rodgers, basically conspiracy theorist, saying he's had too many concussions and he's dumb, he's not well educated, basically telling him to just, the usual stuff, right? And I'm not gonna lie, it was pretty funny. Kimmel's writers came up with some pretty funny one-liners. Unfortunately, though, I think Kimmel took it one step too far and made a veiled threat to Rodgers by saying, instead of having this discussion on talk shows, why don't we take it to a courtroom where you'll have to actually prove your claims? So I'll give you my opinion on the whole legal angle in a moment, but let's hear from Aaron Rodgers as he attempts to clear the air by peddling back his claims. This is good. This will give you guys the full picture.
So in my opinion, you went after me. That's fine. You're a comedian. Go for it. Not offended. But that was an L. Fast forward to, again, unprompted. We're talking on our show as we do about a lot of different topics. Somehow, violence comes up. But we said there to expose corruption. And but they're about popping a bottle. There's excitement about anywhere gets exposed, and people who are accused of these heinous crimes get exposed. That will be nice. And then unprompted, he comes out and says that I'm an old wacko. In my opinion, it seemed like because I believe that there was a list. Then we fast forward, right? And I said, a lot of people, and I'm quoting myself here, a lot of people, including Jimmy Kimmel, are really hoping that, end quote, that's an entire quote. Okay, I was referring to, if there is a list, come out, yeah, this was just a deposition, right? And there are names on it, and that would be that a soft brain, junior college student, wacko, anti-Semite, purveyor of misinformation, conspiracy theorist, MAGA, whatever other things have been said by him and other people in the media would be right. I totally understand how serious an allegation of empathy would be. So for him to be did you watch the quote? Because that's exactly verbatim what I said on this. Not stupid enough to accuse you of that with absolutely zero evidence, concrete evidence.
Okay, so no one really knows what Rodgers meant when he said that, and everyone will interpret it differently. For example, when I heard him say it, I immediately assumed he meant would be worried that a whole bunch of his Hollywood buddies on the list because he's a talk show host and he knows all these guys. I personally don't think he meant out as one of the guys. However, I can definitely see how, as Kimmel being on the list himself. But from a legal perspective, my opinion is Kim necessarily have an open and shut case here. It's obvious just that different people would interpret it differently, and actually sought legal advice over his position. A decent lawyer would advise Jimmy to go on his talk show, broadcast to millions of people, and roast the guy he intended to pursue a legal action against. The advice is don't say or do anything that could protect the case. I think Kimmel was just flexing and honestly by it, which is weird given the media who roasts people for a living. So then when Rogers went on JRE, brought it up and gave his 2 cents on the whole drama.
Why did you bring it up? I had said on the McAfee show before they had talked about forever, they talked about releasing the Epstein list on the show. And he had got on his show tinfoil hat wearing doofus who is talking about I thought he had said that I'm an idiot for even that's out. So when you were saying that he doesn't want that list to come out, you weren't saying that he was on that list. No. Okay. See, that was a lot of people, if they saw it out of context. Nobody watched the clip, that's why. Right. They just saw a headline. Oh, it's the anti-vax guy again. Let's and I said this when I got accusations that I would make. And I said, Jimmy, I'm glad you're not letting this. Let's have the same energy for you talking about the facts just be left to die.
Yeah, so clearly Rogers is backpedaled before. I don't think he really needs to. People seem to think cases are open and shut, but Kimmel would really have an uphill battle here if it never went to trial. And it'd just end up being a Streisand effect as well. Everyone would be talking about it. It'd be maybe not as entertaining as Deb v. Heard, but it'd still sell a few newspapers if you know what I'm talking about. Not to mention the Fez is filthy rich and could easily afford to just settle it out of any of the publicity. But lawsuits aside, Andrew Schultz got in on the action a couple of weeks ago, and I think he absolutely nailed it. So let's take a look at that. But just quietly, have you guys noticed that Schultz speaks differently of Brilliant Idiots compared to Flagrant? That I just noticed, but everyone else knew. I feel like that's what's going on here. Anyway, take a look.
I told Jimmy, I said, Jimmy disappointed me. I'm heartbroken. I'm a huge fan. Like this, it's heartbreaking. It's a Flagrant tomorrow. So you, why you do that? I'm disappointed in him. I looked up and fired him. Did you see? I didn't see the response. He's lesbian. He's acting like a purple-haired lesbian online. Nobody wants kids to be in any way. It's terrifying when that comes to your family. Nobody wants. I don't think anybody here wants Jimmy's family or Jimmy to feel lack of security.
Jimmy wanted an apology. I didn't see the monologue. From what I heard, he ended the monologue by saying, "If you give me an apology, it's a wrap." That's all he wants is an apology. And Aaron,
for a joke, we got comedians asking other comedians to apologize for jokes.
I don't know if it was a joke.
That's what I'm saying.
This is taken out of context.
Jimmy thinks that like we're being unfair. You're like a comic because you're a comic to us, man. You're somebody that we looked up to. When we were growing up, we looked up to you. Tell your boy Jimmy this is that you're a comedian to us, bro. So you, as a comedian, when somebody makes fun of you, after you make fun of them, calling the cops, saying you want to take them to court, and they're asking for an apology for a joke. Due to the standards of the comedian. If you were I get it. You have riot secrets. You're nice with jokes. You could body him in a heartbeat. Shout out to Jimmy Kimmel, bro.
I have between Cat Williams,
we love you, Jimmy. We love you, but you're still a comedian to us, Jimmy.
So that's
still a comedian to us.
So that's the thing. Comedians want comedians just to be comedians.
Imagine Eddie Murphy suing someone for making it. It's like it'd be heartbreaking. I'd be like, you kidding me?
So there's gotta be things that if someone you wouldn't want to make.
Of course, there's certain things that would be fun of you, of course. But if I started making fun of them, and then they responded with that, that is the, you know, if you're a battle rapper or something like that, and you make fun of somebody, and you know that they go there. Now he didn't think Aaron went there. That's what there wasn't no pushback, and he found out he didn't. And I bet you, let's see if he's making more jokes.
Yeah, so that pretty much sums it up completely. And the important thing to emphasize is that Kimmel started this. He roasted Rodgers unprovoked, and Rodgers hit back by, oh, well, he must be worried about the list coming out. I'm sorry, whatever you think of Aaron Rodgers, can you kill the dude in Austin? If you can't take the heat, then move to Austin, bro. And speaking to Austin, Joe Rogan actually has a side beef as well, which is kind of adjacent to what's going on here, and it goes back to the pandemic. And we saw Aaron Rodgers bring earlier on Pat McAfee where he said Jimmy shouldn't be, but instead focusing on his own pandemic and taking responsibility for his own mistakes. This is where Rogan, because he took it personally when Kimmel said way back during the pandemic, people should be admitted to hospital, and if you took the horse goo instead, then hospital should turn you away, to which he added RIP. Brutal. I don't know what you guys think, but that's a pretty irresponsible, especially coming from someone like Kimmel, who got so butthurt after Aaron Rodgers said he's worried about.
That was the Kimmel thing, right? Well, did you ever talk for that? Have you ever talked? I've been on the show. Yeah, years ago. Yeah. would you ever have a conversation with him in person? Don't think that conversation that should be held in front of an audience on 5-minute chunks like they do on television. I want to know why you think the way you think. Sit down with Jim. Is that from a disease that was created in a lab that was funded by our own tax dollars? That's how you feel like? They just die because they don't trust the government, or they don't trust that's responsible for lying. Fines in that all of a sudden they're the ones we're supposed to trust. The liberals were always big pharma. They were always the ones that had no trust in big banks. Yeah, all that. And then all of a sudden, all of a sudden, the ideology they use to control the media in terms of the news, they use it to control the media in terms of late-night talk shows and monologues as well. It's the same influence because they're the same sponsors, the same people are spending the same network. It affects your life and your ability to do this thing that you love doing, which is hosting a talk show, and you're doing it on a network that is paid for.
The gang.
That would sort of discredit the university, discredit academia in some way, which is kind of silly. To be honest with you, like, I think some of the most actors, it's like what happened with us. I climbed up and it's just like, to actually be Joseph Gordon-Levitt. I love storytelling, so I can't wait. Together, we're going to puzzle our way through the most altruistic stories of all time. We have a church apologize. Maybe write a musical.
I would hide under the desk.
I'll tie a rope around the fish's neck and use it to the water ski across.
Not voting against the Catholic Church or any mindset
in history.
Like this can't be real. We're in the center. Disturbing for us. One of the big things about science is you have to study material objects, and we're studying the material world, and we think about things in a certain way. When you're studying something that has to change your whole frame of mind, whole way of solving problems, then it's like intuitively counterproductive. It's science in general, the way that we study things.
Guess what? That affects. Okay, so this is where I wanted to get to with you guys, because Rogan just brought up a really interesting point about being captured by corporations and having to self-censor. And for the most part, I actually agree with him. It's definitely a problem. In fact, his popularity is due in part to the fact that he's maintained a much higher degree of independence compared to Hollywood and the mainstream media. But here's the thing. This could be about to change. If you didn't catch it, I made a previous video explaining differences between Rogan's new Spotify deal and the old one, and I outlined how his new deal is probably worth about half as much because his old one was a straight-up exclusivity contract, meaning all Rogan had to do was agree to only publish JRE on Spotify, and though was still able to monetize his podcast himself with his own ad reads and sponsorships, which would have contributed a lot of money to his bank account. The exclusivity deal was believed to be around $200 million over 3 years, and if you include his own monetization on top of that, my opinion is he would have brought in another 80 to 100 million on top of the Spotify deal. The last 3 years, based on my assumptions, Rogan would have made somewhere around the $500 million mark. Crazy, huh? But his new deal is different. You see, no longer monetizing JRE. Spotify, his new agreement, Spotify will now distribute JRE across multiple platforms instead of just their own, and this Spotify will now monetize JRE themselves and give Rogan a cut of the ad revenue. So the new $250 million reported is an estimate of how much Rogan will earn all up, including his minimum guarantee and the ad revenue sharing arrangement. Like I said, that's around half of what he earned in the previous 3 years, so it's a matter for Rogan when you look at it from that perspective. Now, I went into the previous video, so go check that out if you're interested, but here marks the first time that JRE will be controlled by a publicly listed corporation. What that means is by being responsible for organizing all the ads and sponsorships, but they will have to ensure that all their advertising complies with the platforms they distribute to, such as, and of course, YouTube. That's why when Rogan makes comments like this,
if it affects your livelihood, your ability to do this thing that you love doing, which is hosting a talk show, and you're doing it on a network that is paid for, guess what? That affects you.
Well, he could soon be the one getting the tap on the shoulder from Spotify saying, hey buddy, the things you're talking about are upsetting our advertising. Maybe even YouTube will start demonetizing JRE, which is what they did previously just before he left the platform back in 2020. None of this is new. So I think it's ironic that Rogan thinks he's somehow exempt from the things that he's criticizing people like Jimmy Kimmel and the Hollywood establishment for doing when he's clearly in the same way a publicly listed company to sell his company across multiple platforms. So I think it's only a matter of time before all of this blows up and Rogan will start calling out YouTube for demonetizing his podcast, or even worse, Rogan will start self-censoring so Spotify can get that ad revenue and pay him his cut. From where I'm sitting, it's a bit of the old pot calling the kettle black. Time will tell. Anyway, I hope you guys in the weekend, like I said, just enjoy the Super Bowl and all the madness that follows. Quite a few emails from you guys about Tom and Bert crashing Pat McAfee's show to promote their new. There are way too many to reply to, so rest assured I've seen all your emails, and I'll be sure to cover this next week. Completely out of control. But if you haven't subscribed yet, consider so that you don't miss out on any of my uploads. From me, I'll catch you.
By the way, the dog's been farting like crazy. Is he? I was like, I don't want you to think that was me. It smells like farts. Sort of, yeah. Dog's fart or something. No, he eats raw. As soon as I got in the club, I was like, I need that. He was like, oh, no, everyone's going to see me fall. And I was like, I'm doing Rogan tomorrow. And he was like, oh, no. I'm like 10 million people in Jesus.
Shane Gillis made his 15th appearance on JRE this week with partner in crime, Matt McCusker. Like all of his appearances on Papa Rogan's podcast, it was an absolute banger. And it's an interesting time for Shane at the moment. A lot going on this month, which is what I'm going to cover in today's video, from his recent sponsorship to the rumored Super Bowl ad this weekend, and SNL on the 24th, 5 years after they sacked him, which helped to elevate his profile even further. But here's the thing, Shane owes a lot to Joe Rogan. Like I said, this is his 15th appearance on the podcast in just, that's right, took Rogan 2 years after Shane's SNL sacking to have, and since then Shane has become a regular. And there's an unfolding tension brewing between the two of them, which I first noticed in his last appearance from episode 2074, just recently in December. So I'm going to break it all down. As usual, I'll play you some clips from the podcast, my thoughts and opinions along the way, and one clip in particular, different Shane is to Rogan and his comedy brats, so make sure you stick around for that one towards the end. But just before we get into all of that, if you haven't subscribed yet, sort that out. We're pushing for 110,000 sub videos per week, keeping you updated on everything happening in the podcast universe. So a massive shout out to my regulars who always turn up for me and help guys are the best. Bears, the forest. I know for sure. I know they have brown bears out there, but there's definitely some Russians. I was like, I'm tired. You know, you drink enough to remember expand. Oh, so for a bear, I think that might be better. It is. Vodka. Yeah, that's. Oh, really? Tom, ever have a vodka? All those? Oh, perfect. So Tom are the only ones with a drink to sell you. Shane Gillis recently